Chapter 104, Chapter 104, Zone Breaking Pill, Persuasion. As a member of the Jiama imperial family, Yao Ye had especially practiced the art of speaking, so it was very comfortable to chat with her. In the process of talking with Xiao Ming, she also told a lot of secret stories about the Jiama Empire, which in turn gave Xiao Ming a better understanding of the Jiama Empire. Most importantly, Xiao Ming in the course of the conversation rarely turned to look at her clothes, so Yao Ye felt that her first goal seems to be a bit difficult to achieve, so she never mentioned it. When she had almost finished setting the stage, she talked about the second purpose of her trip. My great-grandfather wants to invite you, Master Xiao Ming, to go to the Jiama Sacred City. Invite me to Jiama Sacred City? To what? Xiao Ming looked at Yao Ye, who always had a smile in front of him. Yao Ye hesitantly looked at the three elders beside him, as the serene sea scaly beast was the protector of the Jiama Empire, and the fewer people who knew about his injuries, the better. The three elders were old enough to see Yao Ye's hesitation, and after a glance between them, they found an excuse to leave. Only after the three had left did Yao Ye say, "The reason for asking Master Xiao Ming to go to Jiama Sacred City is because my imperial family's protector beast has suffered a recurrence of his wounds, so I would like to ask Master Xiao Ming to go to Jiama Sacred City to help treat his wounds. Of course, the reward offered by our imperial family will definitely satisfy Master Xiao Ming. Help Serene Sea Scaly Beast treat his wounds, is that the only thing? Isn't Master Fama, the chairman of the Jiama Empire Alchemist Association, in Jiama Sacred City? Haven't you approached him?" Yao Ye smiled bitterly at his words. Although they had not invited Master Fama, they had invited other fifth-tier alchemists over the years, but all of them were unable to treat the Serene Sea Scaly Beast's hidden injury, and could only help suppress it a little. However, the injury had become increasingly difficult to suppress over time, and now it was about to burst out. After listening to Yao Ye's explanation, Xiao Ming nodded his head and pondered whether he should go or not. To be honest, Xiao Ming had been a bit bored in the Xiao family for the past few days, and he had several things to do now that he returned to the Jiama Empire, in addition to taking care of some Xiao family matters. It was a good time. Seeing that Xiao Ming had plunged into deep thoughts, Yao Ye at his side, added, "Master Xiao Ming, in fact, my great-grandfather also wants to ask you to refine a zone-breaking pill. I wonder if you have the time to refine it." A sixth-tier zone-breaking pill. Xiao Ming listened to her words and became interested. The zone-breaking pill was a high-tier pill. In the Jiama Empire, it was believed that even Pill King Guhi would have difficulty refining a pill of this tier. How could the other party be sure that he could refine it? Indeed, it is a zone-breaking pill. I wonder if Master Xiao Ming has the time to refine it. Yao Ye nodded her head and said. In fact, Jia Xingtian had asked Yao Ye to mention the zone-breaking pill just to test. Alchemists used to cherish their own reputation and be very cautious when dealing with the world. If Xiao Ming could refine it, then everyone would be happy. If he couldn't refine it, he would naturally refuse and leave a good impression. With Xiao Ming's growth speed, they might also seek him again in the future. This refinement is possible, however, with regard to the success rate. Although Xiao Ming believed that he could refine this level of pill with the help of his heavenly flame, the ingredients of the zone-breaking pill were too difficult to gather, and he also had the zone-breaking pill in his storage ring, so he had not refined it before, and was unfamiliar with the technique, so it would be difficult for him to guarantee the success rate. This success rate, it's not too high, only 40%. 40%. Yao Ye gave a slight sigh of relief at his words, patted her voluptuous chest, and said, pretending to be angry, Master Xiao Ming likes to joke a lot. Having a 40% success rate for a 6th-tier peak pill is no longer low. I ask the Master to help us. We have prepared everything according to the rules of the alchemists in Jiama Sacred City, and the compensation will also satisfy you, Master. Was a 40% success rate high? Any success rate of less than 90% was considered low by Xiao Ming, and only by being strict with himself would he improve his skills. But seeing that the other party did not care, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment and then said, "Very well, I agree on both." As an alchemist, there was no reason for him to refuse when the other party came to his door to talk about business, and since the materials for 6th tier pills were very hard to find, this time refining the zone-breaking pill would also help him increase his expertise. Of course, Xiao Ming had the zone-breaking pill in his storage ring and could directly sell it to the other party now, but there was no need to do so. With 3 ingredients to refine it and a 40% success rate, he had a high degree of certainty that he would be able to refine it. He could not miss this opportunity to practice. Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Yao Ye revealed a bright smile and stood up, still smiling. "Thanks to Master Xiao Ming for being willing to help us. I wonder when Master is free to leave and head to Jiama Sacred City. Isn't Princess Yao Ye very anxious?" Seeing her excited look, Xiao Ming laughed. "The sooner Serene Sea Scaly Beast's injuries are treated, the better. Please forgive me, if it's inconvenient for Master. For the time being, we can postpone it for a bit." Realizing that she was being a bit rude, Yao Ye coughed slightly and replied, "No need, we will leave tomorrow." Xiao Ming also stood up and began to say goodbye to Yao Ye. After setting a time with Xiao Ming to leave together tomorrow, Yao Ye left. Wutan City has the city lord's residence and she would stay there tonight. Soon after Yao Ye left, the 3 elders entered the welcome hall. Looking at Xiao Ming who was sitting in his seat, the 3 elders gathered around and asked with some curiosity, "I wonder what Princess Yao Yi's business is in coming to our Xiao clan. She only invited me to refine pills, nothing important." Xiao Ming did not elaborate on the specific content. Instead, he said, "You 3 have arrived just in time. Tomorrow I will leave the clan for a trip." "What, are you leaving? Is it because Princess Yao Ye is looking for you to refine pills? And when will you be back?" Hearing Xiao Ming leaving, the 3 elders rushed to ask. "I should be gone for half a month after thinking about it," Xiao Ming said. Hearing that he would only be gone for half a month, the 3 elders breathed a sigh of relief, and to be honest, having Xiao Ming in the Xiao family these days had increased their sense of security. If Xiao Ming were to leave, they would be a little reluctant for a while. This time, when leaving the clan, unlike last time, the 3 elders did not pull Xiao Ming to give him lessons on how to walk on the continent, as Xiao Ming was already a Doking and no longer needed to be told anything. This time, instead, it was Xiao Ming who warned them not to mess with Xiao Yan anymore. Today, when Yun arrived at the door, Xiao Ming had acutely sensed that there were soul power fluctuations in Xiao Yan's ring. It was probably because Yao Lao had said something to Xiao Yan that had given him the courage to establish some kind of 3-year agreement in front of Yun. Since Yao Lao had engaged in a conversation with Xiao Yan, then Xiao Yan's talent was definitely going to recover in the future, and these 3 elders would have to suffer if they continued to target Xiao Yan. Seeing that the 3 elders had been quite good to him, Xiao Ming thought that it would be better for them to restrain the clan members. When they heard Xiao Ming's words asking them to restrain the clan members, the 3 elders thought that Xiao Ming was defending Xiao Yan, so they looked at each other and nodded their heads. Although they did not like Xiao Yan, since Xiao Ming had spoken, they could only do as they were told. A/N, thanks to all of you who have been voting this week. We reached the maximum number of votes this story has received in a week, so I am very happy with the support received, as it is a confirmation that you are enjoying reading this story. Special greetings to Oreo Narc, who has been voting almost since I started posting the chapters, Rokaitop, _by, QGAT23 and DANCB05, thank you for your continued support. On a side note, as a clarification, there is no more bonus chapter after reaching the goal of 3 chapters. We have been like this for a few weeks now and of course, it was announced beforehand. Chapter 105, Chapter 105, Jiama Sacred City, Jiaxing Tian. The next day, Xiao Ming took Ziyan to the city lord's residence to meet with Yao Ye, and together headed to Jiama Sacred City. 2 days later, on top of a flying magical beast specially bred by the Jiama imperial family, Xiao Ming stood in front of the window and looked out, and a huge city loomed in the distance. As the imperial capital of the Jiama Empire, Jiama Sacred City was naturally inhabited by many people, and when seen from the sky, it was even larger than Jianan City, where Jianan Academy was located, revealing an ancient and grandiose aura. Just as Xiao Ming was looking into the distance, a fragrant breeze came over and stood beside him. Enjoying the scenery alone, Master Xiao Ming is really elegant. I'm bored in my room, the imperial capital is not far away, so it's good to go out and have a look around to calm my mood. Xiao Ming said with a smile. Yao Ye looked at Xiao Ming, who had a faint smile, and a smile appeared on her face. After 2 days of getting along, Yao Ye noticed that Xiao Ming was still quite friendly, and when she faced Xiao Ming again, she was less nervous than when she first met him. Are we getting there already, Xiao Ming? In the next room, after Xiao Ming's voice rang out, a small head with a purple ponytail peeked out of the door. Who was it if not Ziyan? Yes, we should be there in 2 minutes. Xiao Ming said to Ziyan, who had entered the room and had directly stepped between him and Yao Ye. Finally, I get really bored every time I ride this flying beast, and you still won't let me go out to look for herbs, humph. If you ask me, isn't it faster to fly such a small distance ourselves? Why do we have to ride this slow-flying beast? Ziyan put her hands on her waist and complained. This. Xiao Ming looked at Yao Ye without speaking. This was because Yao Ye couldn't fly. It seemed inappropriate for him to leave her behind and fly away when she came to invite him. It wouldn't take long for them to travel on a flying beast anyway, so it was fine. As for letting Ziyan go out to look for medicinal herbs, in fact, after leaving the Xiao family, he let Ziyan go out once, but that time Ziyan brought back several sealed jade boxes in her hands. Apparently, she took the treasures from someone else's house. This left him speechless. It is better for him not to make enemies in the Jiama Empire, so Xiao Ming again forbade Ziyan to go out again. Yao Ye also understood the problem and was a little embarrassed while also looking at Ziyan with a little curiosity. Throughout these 2 days together, she had already noticed that Xiao Ming seemed to be very affectionate with this beautiful delicate-looking girl. She had also tried to strike up a good relationship with the other party, only the other party seemed to be uninterested in her and ignored her. As the eldest princess of the imperial family, it was the first time she had encountered such a situation. There are medicinal herbs everywhere. After I finish this trip to the imperial capital, how about I go with you to the Magic Beast Mountain range to look for them? Xiao Ming said as he ran his right hand through Ziyan's silky hair, experiencing a feeling of softness. Master Xiao Ming, there is no need to take so much trouble, we have a large collection of medicinal herbs. If you need them, after this trip is over, Master Xiao Ming can go to the royal family treasury to pick as much as you want. At those words, Yao Ye, who was beside Ziyan, hurriedly said. Of course, Miss Ziyan, as a friend of Master Xiao Ming, we will also present you with 2 medicinal herbs. Yao Ye would give Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs. It was actually because of Xiao Ming's face. Ziyan's brain did not know what it meant to say no at all, especially for medicinal herbs. Therefore, she gladly agreed. Staring speechlessly at the happy Ziyan, were these medicinal herbs so easy to take? Xiao Ming said to Yao Ye, thank you, Princess Yao Ye, those medicinal herbs will be counted as part of the reward this time. As she was about to say something else, a black-clothed figure emitting a Do spirit level aura came over and said, Princess, we have arrived at Jiama Sacred City, the next instance is the flying station. Yao Ye stopped talking and turned her head to look at the black-clothed figure. Then let's land, and also send a message to tell great-grandfather that Master Xiao Ming has arrived. In a grand palace, in the middle of a glorious hall. Master Xiao Ming, it is a pleasure that you have come from afar, ha ha ha, please take a seat, someone pour the tea. An old man dressed in a white linen robe enthusiastically greeted Xiao Ming, who had just entered, while Yao Ye politely stood beside him. It's nothing, Elder Ji. Xiao Ming looked at the linen-robed elder in front of him and smiled. Just now, the flying magical beast had landed directly near the imperial city, and when they arrived at the imperial city, they saw that Jia Xingtian had been waiting for a long time. As the strongest person of the Jiama sacred family, Jia Xingtian had the strength of a Picto emperor according to his perception, and his strong aura could not be underestimated. As he watched Xiao Ming and Ziyan beside him take their seats, Jia Xingtian was full of smiles and first praised Xiao Ming unpretentiously, completely without the arrogance of an imperial king. The words of praise were just the same old compliments, praising Xiao Ming's talent, which made Ziyan beside Xiao Ming sigh in boredom. Although Jia Xingtian as an elder spoke much nicer than the others. But Xiao Ming, who had already acquired a habit, the words went into his left ear and out of his right ear. The intention to attract him that was about to overflow from Jia Xingtian's words was also directly ignored by Xiao Ming. Jia Xingtian's way of doing things showed that he was anxious for a 6th-tier alchemist. How could he not be anxious? The 6th-tier alchemist is top-notch in the Jiama Empire. Just by being there, he could attract a large number of strong people. The attractiveness he possesses is unimaginable, and if Xiao Ming was attracted to his side, the power of the imperial family would double. That is why Jia Xingtian was so enthusiastic. Of course, desire is desire, but if Xiao Ming did not intend to join the imperial family, Jia Xingtian did not intend to force him to stay. Xiao Ming was able to grow so quickly. In addition to his own natural talent, there must be someone behind him. It would not be wise to make rash moves. After the greetings, Xiao Ming got straight to the point and brought up the purpose of his visit. Elder Ji, I already know the purpose of your invitation to me this time. Do you want to refine the zone-breaking pill first, or do you want me to treat the serene sea scaly beast first? Master Xiao Ming, wouldn't this be a bit hasty? I have already ordered someone to prepare a banquet for you. It would be better to discuss this matter after properly receiving you first. Jia Xingtian said with a smile. In fact, Jia Xingtian was still very happy that Xiao Ming had taken the initiative to resolve these two matters quickly. After all, the sooner these problems were resolved, the better. However, it would seem like they lacked hospitality if they let him start doing things before he even began to warm up his seat, so he had to say this. Never mind, I'd better take a look at the divine protecting beast. Old wounds are hard to heal. I'll explore it first, to get a better idea. Jia Xingtian heard the words, he pondered for a moment and found it reasonable. He stood up and smiled. Haha, then I will trouble Master Xiao Ming. Please don't blame me for the poor hospitality, and please don't refuse from the reception banquet after probing the condition of the serene sea scaly beast. Let's go. Xiao Ming nodded his head. Chapter 106, Chapter 106, Probing Injuries. Two methods under the leadership of Jia Xingtian, Xiao Ming, and the others soon arrived at the mountain forest behind the imperial city. After passing through the bamboo forest at the back of the mountain, what appeared in front of Xiao Ming and his group was a huge lake. When he saw that they had reached their destination, Jia Xingtian, who was walking in front, turned and smiled at Xiao Ming. Hehe, Master Xiao Ming, we have arrived. We will have to trouble you later. Elder Jia is too polite. Xiao Ming waved his hand with a faint smile, but his gaze shifted to the huge lake. Here, he could faintly sense a majestic aura hidden at the bottom of that extremely deep lake, and he thought it would be the serene sea scaly beast. Hey! There really is a big snake in this lake, not bad in terms of strength. While Xiao Ming was sensing, Ziyan beside him suddenly gave a surprised shout and spoke. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was not surprised by Ziyan's reaction. Ziyan was an ancient void dragon, so it was not too strange that she could sense the serene sea scaly beast in the lake. Unlike Xiao Ming, who knew Ziyan's identity, both Jia Xingtian and Yao Ye were shocked by what they heard and then glared at the cute jade-like girl. It was difficult to perceive the hidden aura in such a deep lake, but this cute-looking girl was able to distinguish the shape of the hidden beast's body. How could they not be surprised? Without waiting for them to investigate further, Xiao Ming said, "Elder Jie, call that serene sea scaly beast." Hearing these words, Jie Xingtian hurriedly nodded, and with a flash of his body, he appeared above the lake, landing on the surface of the water with both feet, and then his hands plunged into the water, and his majestic Do Qi emerged. The calm surface of the lake seemed to suddenly boil, and countless bubbles of water emerged. With the boiling of the lake, Xiao Ming on the shore could clearly feel a majestic aura gradually emerge from the bottom of the lake. Boom! Just as the lake was boiling, a huge column of water suddenly shot out of the lake and finally turned into a sky full of falling water splashes. When the splashing water ended, a huge beast the size of half a lake appeared in Xiao Ming's eyes, and this magical beast was none other than the serene sea scaly beast. He opened his mouth and a deafening voice came out of his mouth, "Old Jie, you call me again so soon, is it because of my matters?" Jie Xingtian, who was standing on the top of the lake, looked and smiled at the serene sea scaly beast and said, "Old friend, I invited Master Xiao Ming to come, he said he needed to probe your injuries first, he is right there, you haven't thanked him yet." Saying this, Jie Xingtian's eyes pointed towards the shore. The serene sea scaly beast followed his gaze and saw Xiao Ming, who remained on the shore. "Kid, are you the 6th tier master alchemist?" Serene sea scaly beast was proud by nature, and although Xiao Ming had come to help him, he did not have much respect in his words. However, Xiao Ming knew that most of these magical beasts had this kind of personality, so he didn't mind, and simply nodded his head and said, "I am indeed a 6th tier alchemist, let's not waste any time, let's start now." With that, Xiao Ming nodded to the distant Jie Xingtian, and with a movement of his shoulders, a pair of red wings of fire emerged from his back. The wings of fire vibrated and slowly swept through the air, finally appearing above the huge head of the serene sea scaly beast. The beast's huge pupils stared at the small figure in front of him, and the water aura permeating the serene sea scaly beast's body suddenly reduced by a large amount, and after a while, the serene sea scaly beast suddenly said, "Kid, your fire attribute aura is too heavy, so you should stay away from me." Xiao Ming froze at his words, then understood. This serene sea scaly beast belonged to a water attribute magical beast and was very sensitive to fire attribute Do Qi, and the Do Qi in his body was even beyond ordinary fire attribute Do Qi since he had devoured the 10,000 beast flame, so it was no wonder that he resisted his approach. However, since this was the case, his original plan of using his own Do Qi to probe the serene sea scaly beast's body with a special technique would not work. After thinking about it, Xiao Ming said, "I originally planned to use a special technique to probe your body, but since you are too repulsive to my Do Qi, I can only use my soul power to probe your body directly, so don't resist my soul power afterwards, understand?" When probing the other party's body, if the other party intentionally resisted, he would definitely not be able to probe the deep level of the wounds on the other party's body. That was why Xiao Ming had said that. Soul power? Alright, as long as you don't put that nasty fire attribute Do Qi on my body, I won't resist. At these words, Xiao Ming nodded and urged his soul power to gush out from his forehead and pierce through every part of the serene sea scaly beast's body. At the same time, every detail of the muscles and bones and the operation path of the Do Qi in the serene sea scaly beast's body appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Those old wounds also appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Ignoring the superficial wounds on the periphery of the body, Xiao Ming only focused on exploring the deep wounds in his body. As Xiao Ming explored, the serene sea scaly beast only felt an astonishing soul force scanning his entire body. Everything about him was exposed to the other party's eyes, to which he could only endure his discomfort and did not resist, just as Xiao Ming had previously ordered him to do. A few moments later, Xiao Ming, who had scanned the serene sea scaly beast's body several times, withdrew his soul power. Noticing that the discomfort in his body had disappeared, the serene sea scaly beast hurriedly asked, "How is my body, can it be healed?" In response to the serene sea scaly beast's question, Xiao Ming could only say that it was worthy of being an old wound that had lingered for so long and had not yet healed. it was indeed quite complicated. The actual fact was that the serene sea scaly beast's body only had some scars on the surface, but actually, the inside had been a mess for a long time. There were several wounds inside his body that were difficult to heal, his meridians were also damaged in several places, and the functioning of Do Qi was occasionally stagnant. Xiao Ming estimated that, with this body of his, he could only continue to suppress the wounds for 3 or 4 years. That was only because in recent years the situation around the Jiama Empire was more stable and did not require him to fight. Otherwise, it wouldn't take 3 or 4 years, just 2 or 3 battles against the enemy, and then the serene sea scaly beast would completely fall due to his wounds, making it difficult to fight again. Xiao Ming communicated the results of his investigation to the serene sea scaly beast, as well as to Jia Xingtian, who had come to his side. Hearing that it was so serious, Jia Xingtian frowned and hurriedly asked, "Master Xiao Ming, so this can still be cured?" It can." This question was answered by Xiao Ming flatly. When Jia Xingtian saw Xiao Ming's confident look, he felt relieved. Just now he had seen Xiao Ming talking so seriously, making him think that the serene sea scaly beast was difficult to treat. As long as it was treatable, it didn't matter if he was heavily injured now. The serene sea scaly beast, naturally, was very clear about the state of his own body. Seeing Xiao Ming said that there was still a cure, he was also filled with joy. He quickly asked, "What methods does your excellency have to cure me?" Hearing the tone of the serene sea scaly beast, who had suddenly become much more polite, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "I know of several methods, however, some of them are too difficult to obtain, so I will just say the 2 most feasible methods. The first is an intermediate level 6th tier pill that has an extraordinarily remarkable effect on the wounds of magical beasts, the mixed bone molding pill. The other is to use 4 low-level 6th tier pills, vitality pill, you can choose one." Chapter 107, Chapter 107, Refining Pills. Seeing that Xiao Ming had easily named 2 treatment methods, Jia Xingtian first secretly praised in his heart that he was worthy of being a master alchemist, not comparable to those master alchemists he had sought before. After thinking for a moment, he realized that it seemed he had never heard of these 2 types of pills. If he didn't know, then he would ask. So Jia Xingtian humbly asked Xiao Ming for advice, "Master Xiao Ming, I wonder what the difference between these 2 methods is." "Difference? The difference is that it only requires a mixed bone molding pill because it has a special effect on magical beasts. Oh yes, this pill also requires a special technique when used. The vitality pill, on the other hand, has no special effect on magical beasts, plus its grade is lower, so more of it is needed. By the way, I can refine these 2 pills." Hearing Xiao Ming's reply so clearly, Jia Xingtian and the serene sea scaly beast looked at each other as if they were communicating. Not long after, Jia Xingtian said, "We will choose to use the mixed bone molding pill. I wonder what herbs Master Xiao Ming needs, let us know so we can order someone to prepare it later." The choice of Jia Xingtian was not unexpected for Xiao Ming, as it was obviously much faster to make 1 intermediate 6th tier pill than to make 4 low-grade 6th tier pills. Xiao Ming was also happy to do so, and directly quoted the medicinal herbs needed to refine the mixed bone molding pill. Bone-shaping flower, blood devil essence. Tomorrow, I will immediately send someone to deliver the medicinal materials. Master Xiao Ming, regardless of the success rate, as long as Master can refine it, no matter how many medicinal ingredients are consumed, my imperial family will not care. After taking note of the necessary medicinal herbs, Jia Xingtian smiled and spoke with great generosity. Although the herbs needed to make the mixed bone molding pill were not ordinary, they were not a problem for the rich collection of the imperial family. The imperial family can also gather a few pairs of medicinal materials not only for the mixed bone molding pill but also for the more advanced zone breaking pill, so it can be said that they are extremely rich and generous. After inspecting the state of the serene sea scaly beast, Xiao Ming and the others left the back of the imperial city and headed to the banquet that the imperial family had prepared. After resting well that night, Xiao Ming received the medicinal herbs sent personally by Jia Tian the next day. Xiao Ming did not immediately seclude himself for a few days, but took out some pill bottles and handed them to Zia Yan, and after warning her not to wander off in the next few days, he entered the secret room that Jia Tian had prepared for him. In the secret room, Xiao Ming was sitting cross-legged on top of the stone bed. In front of him, there were about 60 jade boxes, and in the jade boxes, there was a strong fragrance of medicine, which at a glance, one could tell that these were not ordinary things. These were the medicinal herbs that Jia Tian had sent him to make pills this time. Each of them was extremely rare and worth no less than the blood python branch, the main material for refining the fighting spirit pill. Of these 60 boxes of jade, only about 10 were the medicinal herbs needed to refine the zone-breaking pill. The others were all the ingredients for refining the mixed bone molding pill. Obviously, for the mixed bone molding pill, the imperial family was determined to obtain it. The reason why there were not so many ingredients for the zone-breaking pill was not that the imperial family did not care, but because the ingredients for the zone-breaking pill were really hard to get. The imperial family could not get so many medicinal herbs. Putting aside the medicinal materials for the zone-breaking pill, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the medicinal materials for the mixed bone molding pill. He planned to refine the mixed bone molding pill first to increase his skill, and then he would refine the zone-breaking pill. After taking a deep breath, he snapped his fingers and a huge scarlet medicinal cauldron appeared out of nowhere, then crashed heavily on the ground, making a ringing sound. The crimson-colored medicinal cauldron was large in size. Its body was covered with different kinds of unique lines. Various lifelike fierce beast drawings were carved into it. Their savage large mouths were open, and if one were to place one's ear close beside it to listen, one would be able to hear some strange roars that were faintly emitted from the medicinal cauldron. This is the 10,000 beast cauldron that Xiao Ming obtained from the life simulator. As he squinted his eyes, Xiao Ming's mind recalled the mixed bone molding pill refining method he had learned at the Jianan Academy and all the things he should pay attention to. Half a while later, his eyes snapped open, and a dark red flame surged in his coal-black eyes. Poof! With a subtle sound, a tuft of turquoise flame emerged from Xiao Ming's finger, and with a flick of his fingertip, the flame turned into a stream of light and moved towards the medicinal cauldron like lightning. Just as the flame entered the medicinal cauldron, its small body swelled violently, and in a brief moment, the small flame turned into a blazing fire, burning wildly inside the medicinal cauldron, and as the dark red flame rose, the crimson color of the 10,000 beast cauldron's surface became more and more blinding, resembling an enchanting dancing fire. Although it was not the first time he had used the 10,000 beast cauldron, a look of satisfaction flashed across Xiao Ming's eyes as he looked at the medicinal cauldron that had stood firm under the heavenly flame's blazing fire. 10,000 beast cauldron, 10,000 beast flame, I have quite a few treasures related to magical beasts. Some time passed. After the temperature inside the medicinal cauldron reached a steady level, Xiao Ming's palm beckoned, and a jade box containing medicinal herbs that emitted a blood aura similar to that of a magical beast was absorbed into his hand. Blood demon essence. After muttering, Xiao Ming threw the medicinal material in his hand into the medicinal cauldron and began the alchemy process. Scorching heat enveloped the enclosed room, baking it like a furnace. A faint white smoke rose from the crimson-colored medicinal cauldron and finally lingered over the room. In front of the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming's face was expressionless as his gaze was fixed on the prototype medicinal pill slowly spinning in the turquoise flame inside the cauldron, its majestic soul power manipulating the ups and downs of the temperature, always stabilizing it at a constant temperature. After a half-hour of slow vaporization, a rich medicinal fragrance gradually emerged from it. Subtle fluctuations of energy emanated from the medicinal cauldron and finally hit the inner wall of the cauldron hard, causing a low ringing sound as the medicinal fragrance in the cauldron became increasingly dense. After a long while, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly shone, and the lid of the medicinal cauldron automatically fell off, while the round green-colored pill inside flew out and was finally grasped by Xiao Ming's hand. Feeling the faint residual heat from the pill in his hand, Xiao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Although this mixed bone molding pill could only be described as moderate among the 6th tier pills, it was still a true 6th tier pill regardless. Even if Xiao Ming had the help of the 10,000 beast flame, he still had to be careful when refining a pill of this tier, otherwise, he would fail. This time, Xiao Ming accidentally wasted a couple of ingredients during the fusion stage when he was refining the mixed bone molding pill. Only after learning his lesson the second time, he managed to refine this pill. After putting the green-colored mixed bone molding pill into the jade jar that was specially designed for storing pills, Xiao Ming then looked at the dozens of herbs that were left after refining the mixed bone molding pill. According to the rules of alchemists, the mixed bone molding pill had already been refined, so now, these medicinal herbs belonged to him. With dozens of treasured medicinal herbs, even without receiving payment this time, Xiao Ming had made a fortune. If the Jiama imperial family knew that Xiao Ming had used only 2 sets of medicinal herbs to refine the mixed bone molding pill, there was no telling how they would feel. After pocketing those medicinal ingredients, Xiao Ming turned his attention to the remaining dozen boxes of medicinal ingredients. Those were the ones needed to refine the zone-breaking pill. Xiao Ming had no intention of stopping to rest, but instead, with another wave of his hand, a snow-white jade box that emitted a slight chill was sucked into his hand. Inside the jade box, there was a dead tree branch that looked like an ice sculpture lying quietly, but although the appearance of this object was not very good, the rich medicinal fragrance emanating from its body let people know that it was no ordinary object. It was not a tree branch, but a branch made of extremely pure cold energy condensed in a place of extreme cold. If a person who cultivated ice doqi refined and absorbed it, it would make the coldness of the doqi even greater. Xiao Ming also did not have this treasure in his ring, so he took a look at the medicinal herb. Holding the cold marrow branch with both fingers, an icy coldness quickly seeped into his fingertips, causing almost his entire arm to go numb. Xiao Ming looked at his arm, which was covered in thin flakes of ice, and with a flick of his mind, red flames quickly flowed into his body, quickly expelling the cold aura that had invaded his body. With a wave of his palm, the cold marrow branch was thrown into the medicinal cauldron with great precision, and the turquoise flame surged fiercely, swallowing it straight up in one mouthful. Facing the blazing flames, the cold marrow branch did not merely wait for death, but emitted a continuous stream of icy mist, trying to block the heat erosion. The mist and the red flames eroded each other, and with a puff, a faint white mist emerged from the junction. With the extremely cold energy that had condensed for countless years, the cold marrow branch was actually able to maintain the 10,000 beast flame for a short time. Seeing this scene in the medicinal cauldron, Xiao Ming's mouth gasped in astonishment. This kind of sight had not been seen when refining the mixed bone molding pill. Indeed, it is indeed worthy of being a necessary material to refine a 6th tier peak pill, but it is still just a dead thing after all. Xiao Ming's mind twitched, and it could be seen that the temperature inside the medicinal cauldron was soaring. The cold marrow branch was finally unable to resist the increasingly hot flames, and the ice-like material on its surface began to show signs of melting. Seeing this scene, Xiao Ming let out a laugh. This is also thanks to his heavenly flame. If it were to be replaced by ordinary flames, one fears that it will take at least a day or two to refine that cold marrow branch, and the consumption will also be extremely high. For an alchemist, a heavenly flame is no less than a true divine weapon. The refinement lasted for about an hour, and the solid cold marrow branch finally transformed into a snow-white sticky liquid, which emitted extremely dense and pure energy as it flowed. After refining it, Xiao Ming spent another half-hour before he finished tempering it. Then, without resting, he moved his palm and again poured another herb, also stubbornly, into the medicinal cauldron. Time passed slowly in the closed room, as the medicinal herbs placed in the jade box in front of Xiao Ming gradually diminished, and a rich medicinal fragrance mixed together wafted into the room like a cloud of mist. Poof! Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation erupted, and with a deep sound, the pure medicinal liquid that had been refined with great difficulty stirred until it dissipated. Feeling the same change as the first time he refined the mixed bone molding pill, Xiao Ming frowned slightly and then sighed softly, "Here we go again, every time medicinal materials need to be fused, the first few times are really difficult." Sitting on top of the stone bed, Xiao Ming pondered for a moment, his mind kept replaying the vision that arose when the medicinal ingredients were fused, and only after a long time did he concentrate again, wiped the medicinal cauldron, and started again. Chapter 108, Chapter 108, The Imperial Capital Powerhouse's refining pills was also a tedious and boring task. After Xiao Ming failed the first time, it took almost 5 or 6 hours to finish refining the second batch of herbs again. This time, there were no more problems during the fusion due to Xiao Ming's careful control. However, when the final pill was about to take shape, there was a slight deviation, and the precious herbs were discarded once again. Looking at the discarded herbs, Xiao Ming was a bit heartbroken, knowing that, if he had succeeded in making the zone-breaking pill at this time, then these additional precious herbs would have been his, but now, there was another batch missing. Unfortunately, the zone-breaking pill is much more difficult to refine than I imagined. With a sigh, Xiao Ming did not rush to take the herbs and refine them again. Instead, he relaxed his mind and went over the refining process of the previous 2 times in his mind, step by step. Only after half an hour, Xiao Ming opened his eyes again with a clear mind, his gaze fixed on the medicinal ingredients. "I guess it should be okay this time, otherwise, it's a bit of a blow." With this thought, Xiao Ming moved the seal on his hand, and in the medicinal cauldron, the flames rose once again. The flames leaped up and the red firelight shone on Xiao Ming's handsome face, showing a peculiar charm. While Xiao Ming's hands went up and down, the precious medicinal herbs kept falling into the medicinal cauldron and were swallowed by the flames. As time passed quietly amidst the swaying of the flames, like sand between the fingertips. And on Xiao Ming's forehead, fine beads of sweat began to appear faintly, even he felt a little tired from the long hours of uninterrupted refinement. This time, Xiao Ming had invaded the medicinal cauldron with almost all his soul power, and any movement inside could be detected by him at the first instant. Under his intense attention, the numerous pure medicinal liquids in the medicinal cauldron began to gradually fuse together. The fusion took place under Xiao Ming's various meticulous manipulations. Fortunately, this time there was no mistake at this stage, and when the fusion of the medicinal liquids was complete, a mass the size of half a fist of glowing liquid appeared in the medicinal cauldron. Xiao Ming was not relieved when he looked at the liquid mass with all kinds of medicinal powers mixed together, and his mind remained tense as his soul power controlled the fire to a perfect level, slowly cooling the temperature, causing the many medicinal liquids within the liquid mass to begin to fully condense. As the liquid mass slowly shrunk and condensed, after about half an hour, the surface of the liquid mass began to gradually harden, and a prototype pill with an irregular surface slowly took shape. Seeing it finally condense made Xiao Ming finally breathe a sigh of relief. The most difficult steps had been completed. Next, as long as the fire was maintained and the prototype pill was fully condensed, then the zone-breaking pill should have been successfully refined. Not far away from the secret room, inside the living room under the same roof, Ziyan sat bored on a chair, holding the jade vial that Xiao Ming had left in her hand, and counted the pills left inside. 1, 2, 11. Only 11 left, the candy. I mean, the medicinal pills are running out very fast. When Xiao Ming comes out, I must ask him to make more medicinal pills for me. In the seat next to her, Yao Ya looked at Ziyan, who was muttering under her breath with a curious face. I see Master Xiao Ming is still giving you pills, are you sick, Miss Ziyan? Because Yao Ya had given Ziyan 2 medicinal herbs during Xiao Ming's pill refining seclusion, Ziyan no longer ignored her, so after putting a pill inside her mouth, she said vaguely, if I want to grow up, I have to eat medicinal herbs all the time and reach the Do Emperor realm, otherwise, I will always look like a child. Eat medicinal herbs to grow up. Medicinal herbs are tremendously powerful, and there is no one other than magical beasts who can eat them raw, it doesn't make the body grow either, does it? Yao Ye had a confused look on her face, but she soon thought of that sharp perception Ziyan had shown when she encountered the serene sea scaly beast. She couldn't help but think of a possibility in her heart: could she be a magical beast that has taken human form? While thinking about this in her heart, Yao Ye did not ask. After all, this kind of identity question was a bit sensitive. Swallowing another pill in her mouth, Ziyan looked at the remaining medicinal pills in the jade jar, and feeling that she shouldn't have any more pellets to eat after today, a look of impatience immediately appeared on her face and her cheeks puffed out as she said, "Xiao Ming, you've been in the secret room for 3 days, why haven't you come out yet? Pill refinement takes a long time in itself, and even more so if it's 2 6th-tier pills." Yao Ye smiled slightly upon hearing her words. Her beautiful eyes slightly glanced in the direction where Xiao Ming's secret room was, and said, "It should still take a few days." Yao Ye was aware that alchemists required a lot of time to refine, so this time as a customer, she considered herself patient. This was not the case with Ziyan, who had never had much patience. When she heard that it would take several more days, she wanted to say something, but before she could speak, the whole room shook violently. The sudden tremor also caused Yao Ye and Ziyan to be slightly stunned, and then their eyes moved in the direction of the secret room, where an unusually dense energy fluctuation was rapidly taking shape. "Looks like the refinement is going to succeed." Sensing the dense energy fluctuations, a flash of joy flashed across Yao Ye's beautiful eyes. When some high-tier pills took shape, they caused a considerable commotion, and this was clearly the case now. Ziyan was also overjoyed when she heard what she said. Didn't that mean that Xiao Ming would already come out? Although it is safe in the Imperial City, there is no guarantee that there are strange and strong people who are just passing by and become greedy, and with this kind of commotion, I need to go to give some explanation to my people, so I will leave Miss Ziyan alone for now." Yao Ye said and walked out of the living room, leaving Ziyan in her place. Not long after her departure, the energy fluctuations in the secret room where Xiao Ming was staying increased to a terrifying degree. Hearing an explosion sound, a pillar of energy shot straight out from the room, finally piercing the ceiling and heading straight into the sky. Although this sudden pillar of light was not large, the energy fluctuations it caused attracted the attention of the powerful people in the imperial capital. It did not take long for several winged elders to appear in the sky above the imperial city. As they took a closer look and felt the pure energy contained in the pillar of light, these old and experienced strong men finally recognized the origin of the pillar of light, and several cries of astonishment rang out at once. This kind of vision seems to be someone making pills in the middle of the imperial city. Although high-tier pills can cause some commotion, unless they are 7th-tier pills, the rest rarely have this kind of vision, right? Could it be that someone is refining a 7th-tier pill? Impossible. When a 7th-tier pill is completed, the movement is much bigger than this, so it must be some rare higher-tier pill among the 6th-tier pills. Tisk, a pill that can cause such a commotion is definitely not an ordinary item. I've never heard of an alchemist of this tier in the imperial family. Could it be the pill King Guhi of the Misty Cloud sect? It can't be Guhi. I met him yesterday at Master Fama's house. How could he have refined a pill of this tier in the blink of an eye? Indeed, after the voice fell, 3 other figures burst into the air and stopped not far away from them. When the figures rose into the air, the ones who appeared were 2 old men and a middle-aged man. Chapter 109, Chapter 109, Pill King Guhi. Once they got a good look at the 3 men, the few who had arrived earlier looked at each other and flew towards them. Master Fama, Master Guhi, Old Nalan. The 3 people who came were none other than the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Fama, the 6th-tier alchemist, Guhi, and Nalan Yanran's grandfather, Nalan Ji. Fama looked at the few people flying towards them, and a smile appeared on his old face. "You guys are here too." Beside him, Nalan Ji, who was also looking at the few people in front of him, said, "Old Mu Chen, I didn't expect you guys to run so fast. You guys arrived before us, what do you think? Did you find out what caused this commotion? Mu Chen, the head of the Mu family, one of the three great families of the imperial capital, next to him was Mitre Tengshan, the leader of the Mitre family. Hearing Nalanji's question, Mu Chen laughed and said, "We haven't been here long, but we sure have noticed what's going on, and I think Master Fa Ma and Master Gu He, being alchemists, have also noticed, right?" Gu He, who had remained silent and perceived the pillar of light from afar, nodded at his words and said, "This is the heaven and earth phenomenon that will appear when a sixth-tier pill is successfully refined. I won't be mistaken, and Master Fa Ma should also know about it." Fa Ma also nodded slowly and said, "It would be difficult for you to refine a pill of this tier, Gu He, right? When has an alchemist of this level ever appeared in this Jiama Empire? Or is it an alchemist with a heavenly flame?" The last sentence, Fa Ma did not say. As an alchemist, he is very sensitive to the flame, and just now he as well as Gu He let out his soul power to probe the situation there. In addition to the energy fluctuations of the pillar of light, he also felt a flame aura much more violent than the beast flames. This raging aura, he could tell with great certainty after having played with flames all his life, was definitely a heavenly flame, and he believed that Gu He had sensed it as well. Only, like him, he didn't say so. "A pill of this tier is really hard for me to refine," Gu He said with a bitter smile, with a hint of envy shining in his eyes. Indeed, he had also sensed the heavenly flame. He didn't know how many strange places he had traveled to in search of it over the years, but he didn't expect the first time he found it to be in someone else's hands. "Sixth-tier alchemist, a few days ago I received news that Master Xiao Ming of Wutan City was already the sixth tier. Could he be refining pills for the imperial family?" Mitre Tengshan guessed. It was actually a very good guess. In the entire Jiama Empire, there was only Gu He and Xiao Ming who had just returned to the empire as sixth-tier alchemists. With Gu He by his side at the moment, it was quite obvious who the other was. Although it could be an alchemist from another empire, however, the possibility was too low. Therefore, when Nalanji heard that this alchemist might be Xiao Ming, the expression on his face visibly stiffened. A few days ago, his granddaughter, Nalan Yanran, had already returned home and had informed him of the annulment of the marriage arrangement with the Xiao family. Without waiting for him to say anything, Mu Chen at his side said, "Don't guess, Elder Jia is here." Indeed, as soon as his words fell, Jia Xingtian, who was wearing a white linen robe, flew from afar at great speed and stopped his figure long before approaching. "Elder Jia!" Nalanji, Mu Chen and the other people looked at Jia Xingtian and hurriedly greeted him. The only two people who didn't do much were Fa Ma and Gu He, who only nodded slightly in greeting. "I didn't expect that you guys would be attracted too." Jia Xingtian first smiled and nodded to Nalanji and the other people, then greeted Fa Ma and Gu He saying, "Old Fa, Master Gu He. Old Jia, this move is a vision of the birth of a sixth-tier pill, isn't it? Just now we were discussing which master alchemist it is. You are just in time, tell us which master it is." The person who opened his mouth was Fa Ma. He was the only one of these people who were from the same generation as Jia Xingtian, and he was also a Dou Emperor cultivator, plus he had known Jia Xingtian for many years, so he is not as reserved as Nalanji and the others. Mu Chen and the others quietly sharpened their ears upon hearing these words, and Gu He also looked at Jia Xingtian curiously. Seeing their curious faces, Jia Xingtian thought that this was not something that needed to be kept secret, so he did not shrug it off and said with a smile, "This is a master you must have heard of, he is Master Xiao Ming from the Xiao family of Wutan City." Mitre Tengshan and the others smiled and secretly said that they really had not been mistaken. Fa Ma, on the other hand, had curiosity in his eyes. "Jiama Empire's famous monstrous talent, naturally I know him, old Jia, this pill seems to be almost finished, I wonder, can you introduce him to us?" This. Jia Xingtian was a little hesitant, he didn't know if Xiao Ming would be happy to see these people, however, these people probably just wanted to befriend Xiao Ming when they saw him. The fact was that he didn't think it would bother Xiao Ming, and Fa Ma and he had known each other for many years, so it wasn't a big deal just to introduce them, and even without him, it would have been easy for Fa Ma and the others to pay Xiao Ming a visit. Then, after a moment of contemplation, Jia Xingtian nodded his head and said, "Very well, you guys come with me." With that, Jia Xingtian led the few people into the sky and flew in the direction of where Xiao Ming was. When they arrived, they landed on the roof of a nearby room. Zia Yan, in the room, sensed the movement and appeared on the ceiling in an instant, and when she realized that one of those people was the old man she had seen a few days ago, she withdrew her watchful eyes. Zia Yan's appearance attracted the attention of Jia Xingtian and the others. Especially Nalan Ji, the few Do Kings looked at each other and were very surprised in their hearts, this girl was so fast. When she appeared just now, they didn't even react. Without waiting for them to think about it further, they noticed that the pillar of light shooting into the sky was gradually becoming clearer. A strong pill fragrance spread with the fading of the pillar of light. The pillar of light became fainter and fainter, and finally, it was completely reduced to a thin point of light, slowly dissipating. When the pillar of light completely dissipated, a ball of light the size of a thumb also appeared under the gaze of many people. As soon as it appeared, its light rose sharply and its body moved as if it wanted to flee into the sky. However, at the very moment its light rose, a cold snort sounded from the room below, and a suction force emerged. Under the fierce suction, the ball of light also became unstable. After a few moments of stagnation, it finally retreated again under the gaze of several people, finally moving deeper into the room and disappearing. The pill has been refined. With a joyful look on his face, Jia Xingtian landed on the floor below with a leap and couldn't wait to enter the house where the secret room was located. Fa Ma and the others looked at each other and followed Jia Xingtian closely. At the entrance to the room, they saw the door open and a young man with a somewhat weary face came out of the door. In his hand was also a bottle of jade, which was obviously the pill that had appeared in their eyes earlier. Chapter 110, Chapter 110, Invitation of Fa Ma. Xiao Ming walked out of the secret room and saw that there were several people above the Do King realm looking at him curiously. He frowned slightly, but immediately returned to normal. These people must have been attracted by the commotion caused by his refinement. Xiao Ming ignored these people for a moment and instead handed the jade bottle in his hand to Jia Xingtian, who was waiting for him. "Elder Jia, everything went as expected, this is the zone-breaking pill you need." Zone-breaking pill. The people beside Elder Jia had surprised expressions on their faces when they heard the name of this pill, although they had long known that the pill Xiao Ming had refined was a peak 6th tier pill, they still couldn't help but be shocked when they heard the name of this pill. After all, the name of the zone-breaking pill was too great. A pill of this tier might not have any direct effect on a true Do ancestor, but it might attract some of the major powers to fight for it. After all, as long as they had this pill, they might have a chance to add another Do ancestor to their forces. In the Jiama Empire, it was rare to find a Do emperor, let alone a Do ancestor. And the fact that Xiao Ming had refined the zone-breaking pill for Jia Xingtian also showed that Jia Xingtian, who had not done much for a long time, had reached the strength of a 9-star Do emperor. Jia Xingtian was not worried about them knowing his strength. After all, for the imperial family, if they have strength, they must show it. Jia Xingtian could be seen with a surprised face accepting the jade vial, feeling the fluctuation of medicinal power coming from the pill. He smiled happily and said, "Ha ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming's pill refining skills are really extraordinary. In just a few days, a pill of zone-breaking pill level can be obtained easily. A couple of days to refine a zone-breaking pill? He really has a heavenly flame in his body." Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma looked at each other, both seeing the meaning in each other's eyes. Although they could both see that Xiao Ming had a heavenly flame, both Jia Xingtian and Fa Ma only felt a bit envious, but had no thoughts of snatching the heavenly flame. "Elder Jia is praising me, this time refining the zone-breaking pill has cost me a lot of effort." Xiao Ming smiled without much enthusiasm, then touched the storage ring between his fingers, took out another bottle of jade, and handed it to him. This is the other 6th tier medicinal pill you entrusted me to refine. But to use it, you know, special techniques are required. Jia Xingtian smiled as he took the pill and said, then I will have to trouble Master Xiao Ming for the next few days. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded when he suddenly noticed a white figure rushing towards him. Clearly seeing that the person coming was Ziyi Yan, Xiao Ming did not dodge. Now Ziyi Yan had also realized that her strength was a little too strong and knew that she should reduce her strength when rushing at Xiao Ming's arms, so this time Xiao Ming was not knocked down. After easily catching Ziyi Yan, Xiao Ming rubbed her bobbing little head in his arms and asked in a soft voice. You haven't wandered off in the past few days, going to look for herbs, have you? Ziyi Yan's little head stopped moving and her big watery eyes looked at him as she said. I haven't wandered away, I've stayed here, Xiao Ming. I want us to go together to look for herbs. That's good. Xiao Ming said with satisfaction. He was really afraid that Ziyi Yan would steal someone else's treasure and they would search for it. He didn't have to worry too much about Ziyi Yan's safety, but there would be a lot of trouble. He has also thought that after leaving the academy, the time he has spent searching for medicinal herbs with Ziyi Yan has been greatly reduced. Although Ziyi Yan wanted to go out with him, it was not good to restrain her from searching for more medicinal herbs on her own, as her desire was to grow and medicinal herbs were necessary. Therefore, Xiao Ming immediately said, I cannot accompany you to look for medicinal herbs for now, but I will refine some medicinal herbs later for you as a reward for being obedient this time. Xiao Ming had harvested dozens of rare medicinal herbs from his refining this time, and it didn't hurt him much to take some of them out. A surprised look appeared on Ziyi Yan's face as she hugged Xiao Ming even tighter and said joyfully, Really? He, thank you Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming and his sister have such a good relationship. Looking at Xiao Ming and Ziyi Yan's interaction, although he was a bit puzzled in his heart, Mu Chen still smiled and wanted to strike up a conversation. Still holding Ziyi Yan, Xiao Ming turned his gaze to Mu Chen who had just spoken. Sorry for being so rude earlier, I wonder who everyone is. Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Jia Xingtian tapped his head and said apologetically, it was my mistake, I was so happy to see the pills just now that I forgot to introduce them to Master Xiao Ming, I'm already old and my memory isn't that good anymore. Let me introduce you, this old man with a hat that resembles a ceramic pot on his head is the chairman of the Alchemist Association, Fama, and the one next to him is the famous Pill King, Gu He. The few elders beside him are the leaders of the 3 great clans of the imperial capital, Mu Chen, Mitre Tengshan, and Nalan Ji. Also present is a powerful man from the outer provinces, Lion King Yan Shi. After introducing them to Xiao Ming, Jia Xingtian introduced Xiao Ming to the others. This is Master Xiao Ming. So you are Master Fama and Master Gu He, as well as each of you being part of Jiama Empire's 10 strongest, I have heard a lot about all of you. Speaking of which, it seemed that all the people present were part of the Jiama Empire's 10 strongest ranking in this generation. That was why Xiao Ming emphasized it during the greeting. Mu Chen has met Master Xiao Ming. Ha, Master Xiao Ming is educated. Master Xiao Ming is too modest, what 10 strongest? If Master Xiao Ming wanted to be on the list, I'm afraid it would be easy. As one of the 10 strongest people in the Jiama Empire, although this list is a little loose, but to be on the list among dozens of Do Kings, he still had sharp senses. According to Mu Chen's perception, Xiao Ming, who had just refined the pill, had a strong aura, much stronger than theirs. In response, Xiao Ming merely smiled and said nothing. After the 2 parties exchanged pleasantries and got to know each other, they did not stay long as Xiao Ming had just finished refining the pill, so they took their leave. Before each person left, they offered an invitation to Xiao Ming. In particular, Fama, the chairman of the Alchemist Association, even personally invited Xiao Ming to visit the Alchemist Association and exchange ideas about alchemy. thinking that there was something within the Alchemist Association that he needed. Xiao Ming did not refuse Fa Ma's invitation but nodded his head in agreement. One by one, these people took their leave. In the room, apart from Xiao Ming and Zia Yan, soon only Jia Xingtian remained. Seeing the exhaustion that showed on Xiao Ming's face, Jia Xingtian did not rush to tell Xiao Ming to treat the serene sea scaly beast's wounds. Instead, he stood up and said, "Master Xiao Ming's alchemy consumes a lot of energy, so please have a good rest today, and I will ask Master Xiao Ming to choose the reward for pill refinement tomorrow." Xiao Ming had no objection to his words. Outside the imperial palace, the two of them, Nalanji and Guhi, who had just left, walked together. Looking at Nalanji's sad expression, Guhi suddenly said, "Old leader Nalan, are you thinking about Xiao Ming?" "Unfortunately, yes. That Yanran girl ran to the Xiao family to annul her marriage a few days ago, and although Xiao Ming didn't say anything, I'm afraid." Nalanji did not want to hide his thoughts, so he spoke them with a frown. Guhi also didn't mean to ridicule him, the influence of a sixth-tier alchemist, he knew very well, after all, he himself was a sixth-tier alchemist. A sixth-tier alchemist could easily destroy the three great clans in the imperial capital as long as one paid a certain price, and that was to destroy the three great clans together. Nalan clan was only one of the three great clans in the imperial capital, so naturally, they would be defenseless against Xiao Ming. Guhi felt that Xiao Ming didn't even need to ask others to do anything, he could destroy the Nalan family with his own strength. Especially now that Nalanji had been suffering from severe poison for many years and had lost most of his cultivation to suppress the poison. Thinking about Nalanji's poison, Guhi suddenly stopped and said to Nalanji, "Old leader Nalan doesn't need to worry about Yanran's matter, Xiao Ming has accomplished a lot despite his young age, I didn't see arrogance on his face, and I believe he is a person of good character. So, if he didn't say much when Yanran annulled the marriage, I guess he really didn't care much about that matter. If you're still worried, send someone to apologize tomorrow." Nalanji thought about it, and it seemed plausible. The bitterness on his face disappeared a lot. But the next moment, Guhi's words made the bitterness on his face increase again. "Regarding the severe poison in old leader Nalan's body, didn't I say before that you needed a heavenly flame for treatment? You can go to Xiao Ming and tell him to treat you." "Are you saying that he has a heavenly flame in him?" Looking at Guhi, who nodded slowly, Nalanji's face was complicated. He had been tortured by the severe poison in his body all these years, even Guhi had no way to treat him, and only suggested that he could be treated with a heavenly flame. But heavenly flame was hard to find, and there had been little news over the years. Now, suddenly, he heard of an alchemist with heavenly flame, which should have been good news. But it happened that his granddaughter had offended a member of his clan. This was... Nalanji shook his head, feeling stifled. It could be said that it was good enough that Xiao Ming didn't come to bother them, and now he had to ask him to help him heal. This seemed very complicated. Looking at Nalanji, who had a complicated face, Guhi shook his head and walked away. In his heart, he thought of the strange places he had yet to visit in the Jiama Empire over the years, and this time, when he encountered an alchemist with a heavenly flame, the desire for the heavenly flame in his heart grew more and more. Chapter 111, Chapter 111, Royal Treasure Trove, Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. The shock of Xiao Ming's refinement had not only alarmed the powerful Do King and above in the imperial capital, but there were many more people who had seen the vision resulting from the pill refinement. It's just that the alchemy vision was located in the imperial palace, preventing many people from investigating. But when Mu Chen and the others, who had seen Xiao Ming, returned to their clans, they naturally told everything that had happened. This caused Xiao Ming's refinement of the sixth-tier pill zone-breaking pill to spread in the imperial city like wildfire. The next day, when Xiao Ming woke up, he received a compensation gift from Nalanji. The compensation gift was 10 rare medicinal herbs of strange appearance. These medicinal herbs were rarely available in the market, and if Nalanji sent them, it was obviously because he had his eye on Xiao Ming's status as an alchemist. After carefully examining these herbs, Xiao Ming could not help but shake his head and said to Yao Ye, who was handing him the medicinal herbs, "Princess, I will not accept these herbs, it is better to send them back to the Nalan family." Before Yao Ye could say anything, Zia Yan, who was standing next to her, asked suspiciously, "Why won't you accept them? These medicinal herbs contain a lot of energy." To Zia Yan, medicinal herbs were always more than welcome, the more the better, for this kind of good stuff sent to their door, her heart would never refuse. The party involved in the annulled marriage with the Nalan family is not him, so why would he accept a compensation gift? Pinching Zia Yan's cheeks, who only knew how to eat and eat all day, Xiao Ming began to explain to her. "I understand, I'll have someone send the medicinal herbs back to the Nalan family." Seeing Xiao Ming's determined attitude, Yao Ye smiled and said. With that, she signaled in the distance and a maid rushed over. After Yao Ye gave her some instructions, the maid quickly left with those medicinal herbs. After the maid left, Yao Ye said with a smile, "Master Xiao Ming, I came this morning not only to deliver the medicinal herbs given by the Nalan family to you, I also came mainly to take you to the royal treasure vault." "Oh, are you alone, princess? Where is Elder Ji?" "Great-grandfather, he has some business." Yao Ye replied softly with a small blush on her cheeks. In fact, her great-grandfather was doing very well, but this morning her great-grandfather asked her how was the progress between her and Xiao Ming, and she replied that she had not had much progress. Her great-grandfather was so anxious that, in order to create a suitable environment, the person who would originally take Xiao Ming to the royal treasure vault also changed from him to her. The purpose is self-explanatory. When she thought about his great-grandfather's expectations, Yao Ye said in a soft voice. "Don't worry, great-grandfather has given me enough authority, Master Xiao Ming doesn't have to worry about any mishaps you may encounter in the royal treasure vault." Looking at Yao Ye, who seemed to have suddenly become gentler, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "Since Elder Jia has something important to do today, then I will ask Princess Yao Ye to accompany me. I will be delighted." After being guided by Yao Ye, Xiao Ming and Zia Yan soon arrived at the location of the royal treasure vault. The location of the royal treasure vault was not as secret as the book collection hall of Jianan Academy. The place was hidden in the dense forest at the back of the mountain, not far from the lake where the serene sea scaly beast was located. When he entered the secret passage that led to the treasure, Xiao Ming also discovered a dozen high-ranking doe spirits hiding in the shadows. Not caring about the gaze of these doe spirits, Yao Ye held up a pair of tokens and guided Xiao Ming and Zia Yan through the numerous barriers. Finally, they arrived in front of a special stone gate over 20 meters high. The material the gate is made of can block the attacks of a doe king powerhouse for a short period of time. Yao Ye explained. She then stood in front of the stone door, and the set of tokens in his hand was inserted into the holes of the stone door. The tokens emitted a dazzling light, and a loud sound rang out. Rumble! The token shone with a dazzling light from inside the stone door hole. "Xiao Ming, there are many medicinal herbs inside." Before the stone door opened, Zia Yan pulled Xiao Ming's arm and whispered to him. With her talent ability, she was sensing the many medicinal herbs inside. Xiao Ming smiled and nodded slightly. He was also sensing it. The imperial family had ruled the Jiama Empire for hundreds of years, and it seemed that many good things had been collected. Zia Yan and Xiao Ming's conversation did not go unnoticed by Yao Ye, but she did not pay much attention to it. After the stone door was fully opened, Yao Ye turned around and smiled at Xiao Ming. "Inside is the royal treasure, please follow me, both of you." As they entered the treasure vault following Yao Ye's footsteps, Xiao Ming's attention was suddenly attracted by a flash of gold, and he found a dazzling golden mountain appearing before him. Yao Ye ignored this golden mountain, and instead led Xiao Ming and Zia Yan to continue walking behind the golden mountain. The three of them arrived at another smaller gate. Engraved on the small door were 4 large words, "Royal Medicinal Herb Vault." Replicating the operation she had just done at the first door, Yao Ye opened the door of the medicinal herb vault and a strong medicinal fragrance came out of it. Ziyan's eyes lit up as she smelled the aroma. Hehe, this is where my Jiama imperial family keeps their precious medicinal materials. Master Xiao Ming can pick as many as you want. Xiao Ming nodded his head and entered. The royal treasury possessed an unexpected amount of rare medicinal herbs. Although there were not as many as in the Jianan Academy, they could still be described as abundant, or at least more than Xiao Ming's personal collection. Accompanied by Yao Ye, Xiao Ming stopped after collecting 20 medicinal herbs. Although Yao Ye had said that they could let him pick as many as he wanted, Xiao Ming really had no intention of shamelessly picking hundreds of medicinal herbs. When she saw Xiao Ming stop, Yao Ye asked with a smile, "Are you done picking, Master Xiao Ming?" I have finished, Princess." "Since you have finished choosing from the medicinal herb storehouse, then, I will ask Master Xiao Ming to continue taking a look at the other storehouses. If there is anything that catches your eye, Master Xiao Ming can also take it." Xiao Ming smiled and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. It seemed that the imperial family was willing to spend a lot of money to make good relations with him. Without refusing, he took out 5 herbs from the ones he had just obtained and gave them to Ziyan, to fulfill the promise he had made to her yesterday. Then they followed in Yao Yi's footsteps. The 3 of them soon arrived at another treasure. This treasure did not contain medicinal materials, but other things. Pill recipes, treasure armor, weapons, and so on. Only pill recipes were attractive to Xiao Ming, but he did not bother to choose any pill recipes, because he had his eye on another item. The remains of a 6th-rank flying magical beast. Observing Xiao Ming's gaze resting on the remains of that magical beast, Yao Ye introduced, "This is a 6th-rank flying magical beast, the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, originally the lord of the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Due to his many offenses against my Jiama Empire, he was killed by the teamwork of my great-grandfather and the Divine Protector Beast. This Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. I would like to know if you can give it to me, I can exchange it for pills." Xiao Ming looked at the magical beast in front of him and said slowly. He had heard of the great name of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, a magical beast that possessed the dual attributes of wind and lightning. Speed was also at the top of the list within the 6th-rank magical beasts. Ever since he had obtained the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, he had always wanted to get a wing from a high-ranked flying magical beast. Unfortunately, all the flying magical beasts he was interested in were fast and stronger than him, so he never got one. It was an unexpected pleasure to meet the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon this time. He, Master Xiao Ming is being insensitive. Just now Yao Ye said that Master could choose whatever you wanted, and this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon is naturally included. Yao Ye laughed and said. However, I would like to remind Master that there is no magic core in the remains of this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. In that case, I will accept it. The lack of a magic core is not a problem, I just need its wings. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Other than the Silver Emperor's Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming never took anything else. When Xiao Ming and the others reappeared outside the royal treasure vault, they saw Jia Xingtian waiting at the entrance. Seeing Xiao Ming, Jia Xingtian smilingly asked, "Master Xiao Ming, is the harvest from this trip still satisfactory? It was not a wasted journey. It is good that Master is satisfied." Looking at the smiling Jia Xingtian, looking up at the sky, and thinking of the reward he had just received, Xiao Ming said, "It turns out that this place is not far from the place where the divine protecting beast is, so why don't we go treat his wounds now?" Jia Xingtian was a little surprised by his words. "Well then, I'll be troubling you, Master Xiao Ming." Chapter 112, Chapter 112, Hidden title. It was not long before they reached the lake where the serene sea scaly beast was located. Once again, Jia Xingtian made use of his techniques to float on the surface of the lake, and the huge body of the serene sea scaly beast emerged from the water. "Old Jia, you wake me up again after only a few days, does it mean that the mixed bone molding pill has been refined?" Above the lake, Jia Tian smiled as he looked at the serene sea scaly beast, not explaining anything, merely saying, "Old friend, look at what this is." With a wave of his hand, he took out the jade vial containing the mixed bone molding pill from his storage ring and threw it at the serene sea scaly beast. As soon as the mixed bone molding pill appeared, a rich medicinal fragrance enveloped the lake. When he smelled the fragrance, the serene sea scaly beast was stunned and then said ecstatically, "Mixed bone molding pill. So you've come to me because the pill is refined, ha ha ha." The laughter sounded like thunder that shook the tree branches on the shore, and only after a few moments did the serene sea scaly beast stop laughing and gratefully said to Xiao Ming on the shore, "Thank you so much for your help this time." Xiao Ming did not take credit, but waved his hand and said, "You're welcome, it's just a treat." "Old friend, don't get so excited, it won't be too late to get excited when you've recovered from your injuries," Jia Tian said, and then his gaze went to Xiao Ming on the shore and smiled, "Master Xiao Ming, I leave it to you." At that moment, Xiao Ming nodded slightly, his shoulders shook a little, and a pair of fiery wings emerged from his back, which vibrated and slowly moved through the air, finally appearing above the serene sea scaly beast's huge head. Knowing that Xiao Ming needed to use a special technique to heal his wounds, the serene sea scaly beast did not panic but looked at Xiao Ming expectantly. With a wave of Xiao Ming's hand, the mixed bone molding pill floating on the surface of the lake floated in front of him, and then his gaze shifted to the serene sea scaly beast. "You have to prepare for it, it might hurt a little later." "I'm already prepared, you can do it immediately." Hearing this, Xiao Ming nodded his head, and with a flick of his mind, a wisp of red flame wrapped around that mixed bone molding pill, and with a flick of his finger, the flame wrapped around the pill and shot out above the serene sea scaly beast's head. The pill was wrapped in the flame, and a moment later, the seal on Xiao Ming's hand changed, and the red flame expanded violently. Under the scorching heat, a rich greenish light suddenly burst out from it, and finally, like a curtain of water, it enveloped the huge body of the serene sea scaly beast below. As the strange light enveloped him, the serene sea scaly beast's body suddenly writhed, apparently in great pain, and his thunderous roar echoed continuously, sending waves across the lake. Obviously, the pain that the serene sea scaly beast was experiencing was not as simple as just a little that Xiao Ming had said earlier. When Jia Tian at the side saw the serene sea scaly beast's actions, his face showed some concern, but, seeing Xiao Ming's relaxed face, he did not make any noise to disturb him. The beast's thunderous roar lasted for almost 10 minutes before it gradually calmed down. After that, Jia Tian was surprised to see that the various wounds all over the serene sea scaly beast's body were gradually healing. Obviously, that strange green light had a great effect on him. Under the green light, not only were the wounds on the surface of serene sea scaly beast's body gradually healed, but even the aura surrounding his body was also gradually increasing at this time. The aura emanating from the serene sea scaly beast's body in front of him was getting stronger and stronger, and the joy on Jia Tian's face was getting more and more intense. The serene sea scaly beast fought for the imperial family in his early years and had suffered many injuries because of it, so in order to suppress his injuries, his aura had not been at its peak. However, now, with the help of the mixed bone molding pill, he is gradually returning to his peak state. The greenish light descending from the sky lasted for about an hour. And during this time, the size of the mixed bone molding pill in that red flame had shrunk several times. Obviously, most of the medicinal power it contained had already evaporated. The green light emanating from it lasted for another half an hour before it finally began to gradually weaken, and the area covered by the light shrunk. Half an hour later, finally, with a dull sound, the mixed bone molding pill was completely reduced to a pile of ashes, and the light also completely dissipated. When the pill disappeared, Xiao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief and regained the soul power that had spread out. Returning to the ground, Xiao Ming smiled at Jia Tian beside him and said, "All his wounds have healed, he just needs to rest for a while, and he will be ready to fight anyone." Hearing those words, Jia Tian laughed loudly and said, "Master Xiao Ming, if you need help in the future, feel free to come to me, as long as I can, I will surely help you. Just in these 2 days, Xiao Ming played an important role as a 6th-tier alchemist. It had only taken him a few days to solve a problem that had plagued the imperial family for years, and in the process, he had also refined a zone-breaking pill that Jia Xingtian had only been able to hear about before, but had been unable to obtain. If Xiao Ming could take a guest of honor position in the imperial family and also stay for a few days every year, then many of the Jiama Empire's problems could be solved. In addition, Xiao Ming would also grow up to be very strong on his own. Jia Xingtian saw these things, so he was very excited every time he saw Xiao Ming. If something comes up, I will naturally seek Elder Jia's help. I hope that when the time comes, Elder Jia will not refuse. Xiao Ming did not refuse. The reason why alchemists were terrifying was largely to rely on the connections accumulated after each pill refinement, as in this case. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, the smile on Jia Xingtian's face grew thicker and thicker, his whole old face was wrinkled like the bark of a tree. For Xiao Ming not to refuse meant that both parties could maintain a good relationship, and in the future, if he requested Xiao Ming to refine pills again, he would most likely not refuse. During the conversation between Xiao Ming and Jia Xingtian, the huge closed pupils of the serene sea scaly beast burst open. An overwhelming aura surged out from his body, finally enveloping the entire back mountain and startling countless birds and flying beasts. Ha 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 ha, it's been a long time since I've felt this happy. When it finished venting, the serene sea scaly beast thanked Xiao Ming again. After replying modestly, Xiao Ming left the place. That night, Xiao Ming refined the 7 medicinal herbs that Ziai Yan had given him in pill form, and after spending some time with her, he retired to his room. It was then that he sat on the bed, reading while waiting for midnight to come. After a while, a ringing sound in his head caused Xiao Ming to put down the book in his hand. Ding! The current life simulation count is detected as 1. Do you wish to start the life simulation? Xiao Ming was already familiar with the simulator and simply said casually, let's start. Simulation begins Day 1, you travel to the Alchemist Association. Day 2, Day 30, you and Ziai Yan are in the middle of the Magic Beast mountain range and come across an 8-leaf iron scale flower. After terrorizing the guardian magical beasts around it, you take the 8-leaf iron scale flower and put it in your ring. Day 409, you have heard about the appearance of Wind Fury Dragon Flame in the Tager Desert of the Jiama Empire, and you doubt the authenticity of this news. Day 415, the news of the Wind Fury Dragon Flame is confirmed, but the Wind Fury Dragon Flame has long since been taken by someone else, at which you simply laugh and don't care. Day 600, you encounter 2 protectors of the Hall of Souls who cross you, and the other party sees that your soul is powerful and has evil intentions. With the speed brought by the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, you escape easily. Day 712, you successfully refine a zone-breaking pill. Day 900, several mysterious people surround you and demand that you hand them over the Tianyushi ancient god's jade. Day 1001, you have found the remains of a doe venerable soul, and an infant fallen heart flame at the bottom of Jianan Academy. Day 3650, you have cultivated for 1 day. End of simulation. Talent item is being selected. Currently available, infant fallen heart flame, zone breaking pill, remnants of doe venerable. Please choose one. Hidden title, treatment, infant fallen heart flame A/N, Wind Fury Dragon Flame is a heavenly flame from the BTTH mobile game. Chapter 113, Chapter 113, Refining the Heavenly Flame. Looking at the options, Xiao Ming did not rush to choose but schemed through the information revealed by the simulator. Wind Fury Dragon Flame. With this term muttered on his lips, information about this heavenly flame appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. The Wind Fury Dragon Flame, ranked 18th in the Heavenly Flame rankings, was 4 places above the 10,000 beast flame he possessed. It is born in the eye of a flame tornado in the ancient desert. Unlike other flames, it has no fixed location but appears randomly anywhere in the desert during the hottest days of the year. When unleashed, it takes the form of a tornado, combining wind and fire, with flames hundreds of meters high, roaring and spiraling like a gigantic fire dragon, with a destructive power that turns everywhere it passes through into a sea of fire. Looking at the information on the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, it is clear that it is extremely difficult to find this type of flame. After all, it is random in location, random in time, and does not necessarily exist for a fixed period of time. If one wants to hit upon it, it is almost exclusively by luck. It was also the first time Xiao Ming had encountered this type of flame in the simulator. Of course, because the life simulator often summarized everything and usually omitted lines of text, Xiao Ming was not really surprised to have simulated this heavenly flame for the first time. He was only a little disappointed that the simulator didn't mention where and when the Wind Fury Dragon Flame appeared this time. If it had, he could have spent a few days going in Tager Desert to try his luck. But now that it hadn't been mentioned, if he went to Tager Desert, it would probably be a waste of time. If he had time, he could also go looking for the Nether Poison Flame, the map of which at least marked its exact location. It has also been shown in previous simulations to be real. Of course, if Xiao Ming was free and at the Jiama Empire during the time period mentioned by the simulator, he could spend a few days in the Tager Desert to try his luck. After shaking his head and not worrying too much about the Wind Fury Dragon Flame, Xiao Ming thought of something else. Tianyushi Ancient God's Jade. They had encountered him several times in the simulator because of Tianyushi Ancient God's Jade. It didn't matter if he had it or not, according to the simulator, they would probably find him anyway. Just reading those texts bored him. Next time I return to the clan, I'll take this Tianyushi Ancient God's Jade with me. It might be of great use in the future. At least without this Tianyushi Ancient God's Jade, it would be impossible for that Hun Tiandi guy to become Do God. Xiao Ming made a decision in his heart. Please choose an option as soon as possible. The simulator's voice sounded in his mind again. This time, Xiao Ming did not ignore the system's voice and instead silently said, I choose the infant fallen heart flame. As soon as the words left his mouth, an invisible flame silently appeared in front of him. The fallen heart flame in front of Xiao Ming was only the size of his head, and the temperature emanating from it was similar to the 10,000 beast flame that Xiao Ming had encountered before. The energy contained in this infant flame could not help him much, and it was impossible to rely on it to break through to Do Emperor. The main benefit instead was the accelerated cultivation of the fallen heart flame and the solidification effect of the Do Qi. Although the temperature of the infant fallen heart flame was not as high as that of the mature flame, its temperature was still terrifyingly high. As soon as it appeared, the surrounding space became slightly illusory, the wooden room began to creak and wisps of fire appeared in an instant. The characteristic of the fallen heart flame also appeared, and a heart flame appeared inside Xiao Ming's body. Xiao Ming quickly used his spirit to swallow the heart flame inside his body, and with a wave of his right palm, a pure white spirit appeared in his hand. As soon as his mind moved, a stream of ice attribute Do Qi transferred from the spirit's body, freezing the wood that had begun to burn, and not only that, the entire room was covered with a thick layer of frost. This ice attribute Do Qi far surpassed the ordinary ice Do Qi, which Xiao Ming had obtained after instructing the spirit to devour the wonder of heaven and earth of ice attribute, the cold ice marrow. Under Xiao Ming's control, it would not take much effort to control the temperature around the infant fallen heart flame. Without letting the fallen heart flame continue to burn, Xiao Ming's left hand opened slightly, and red flames covered his entire palm as he took the fallen heart flame into the air. When his palm opened again, a thumb-sized heavenly flame fountain appeared in his palm. With Xiao Ming's current level of strength, with his spirit swallowing a heavenly flame, as well as other heaven and earth wonders of other attributes, there was no need to be as careful as he was then when he swallowed this kind of infant heavenly flame. It could even be said that it was exceptionally easy and not dangerous at all. Xiao Ming could be seen directly sending this fallen heart flame source into the spirit. This source was then absorbed into the spirit's body. The disappearance of the fallen heart flame also caused the temperature in the room to start dropping extremely fast. Xiao Ming paid no attention to this, and after getting the spirit back into his body, he immediately sat on the bed and began to refine the fallen heart flame source. From the time Xiao Ming chose the heavenly flame until he absorbed it, very little time passed. However, the aura released by the brief appearance of the fallen heart flame still attracted the attention of many people. Jia Xingtian, who was making preparations before taking the zone-breaking pill, was alarmed when he sensed a sudden aura and said, "What is that sudden raging aura? Is that direction, where Xiao Ming is? I'll go and ask him later." Gu He, who had not yet left the Jiama sacred city, "Is this, the aura of a heavenly flame? The place is still the imperial palace, must be Xiao Ming's, right? But, how come this aura is a little different from the one I felt yesterday? Could it be another heavenly flame?" Gu He couldn't help but be amused by this guess of his. One heavenly flame is already very hard to find, let alone two. I guess I misperceived it just now. All in all, since the fallen heart flame appeared for a short time and had been absorbed into Xiao Ming's spirit body quickly, although it still attracted the attention of others, not many people took it too seriously. As the night passed, Xiao Ming, whose breathing had risen quite a bit, opened his eyes, and two strange flames flickered in his coal-black pupils. 9-star Do King, this infant heavenly flame really can't help me break through to Do Emperor. With a light sigh, Xiao Ming stood up and waved his palm, and inside the room, all the frost that had been left behind from preventing the room from catching fire the night before disappeared. After doing so, Xiao Ming pushed open the door of the room and walked to Ziyi Yan's room, and called out to her. Rubbing her eyes, Ziyi Yan asked with some curiosity, "Xiao Ming, what did you do last night?" Xiao Ming looked a little confused, then understood what Ziyi Yan was talking about and laughed. "I had a good harvest yesterday, I just reached a 9-star Do King, isn't that a good thing?" Ziyi Yan was casually asking, so she didn't care whether it was true or not. Instead, she asked, "So where are we going today? You already refined the pills, are you going to accompany me to look for medicinal herbs? Didn't I refine 7 medicinal herbs for you yesterday, why are you still thinking of looking for medicinal herbs?" Xiao Ming said speechlessly. "Let's go to the Alchemist Association today and then go to the Magic Beast Mountain Range in a few days. The more the better." Ziyi Yan stuck her tongue out, Xiao Ming's words had reminded her, so she took out a jade vial containing the medicinal pills from her storage ring and began to enjoy her breakfast. Looking at Ziyi Yan, who was in a good mood eating her pills, Xiao Ming sighed, but a smile adorned his face. "Master Xiao Ming, are you leaving already?" Jia Xingtian looked at Xiao Ming, who was already taking his leave early in the morning, and his face showed surprise. "That's right, Elder Jie. I have completed the matter you entrusted to me, plus Master Fama has invited me to exchange some alchemy experience, so this Master can stay at the palace for a few more days, or let us host more often." Looking at Yao Ye beside him, Jia Xingtian said with a bitter smile. "He, no need, I've been treated very well these days." Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Only when Xiao Ming was about to leave, Jia Xingtian asked Xiao Ming about what happened last night. In response, Xiao Ming still used the fact that he had a breakthrough in his cultivation as an excuse. When Jia Xingtian heard this, of course, he took the opportunity to praise Xiao Ming. Chapter 114, Chapter 114, Alchemist Association. At an intersection, a very large building that was shrouded in smoke all year round was established. On the top of the imposing gate, the 2 ancient words that read, Alchemist Association, glow with silver light, causing passers-by to turn their eyes in astonishment. As the headquarters of the alchemists of the Jiama Empire, even the king of the imperial family would have to be humble when he came here. After all, the waves that could be generated by the people living in this building were enough to shake the entire empire. Not for nothing was it the most prestigious profession in the Dochi continent. Outside the huge gates of the Alchemist Association, the alchemists, who on normal days were quite difficult to see, were walking around, all wearing alchemist robes of different colors, proudly proclaiming their status. The association's main activity is to offer a wide range of products and services to the public. Standing outside the door, Xiao Ming looked up at the majestic alchemist headquarters and shook his head in admiration. "Does that old man you are looking for live here?" Standing next to Xiao Ming, Xia Yan raised her head and looked at the Alchemist Association, which was more crowded than usual, and asked. "Well, Master Fama, as chairman of the Alchemist Association, is naturally here." Xiao Ming nodded his head and took out the alchemist badge from inside his storage ring. As a 6th-tier alchemist certified by the Jianan Academy, Xiao Ming naturally had an alchemist robe and badge as well. It was just that the alchemist robe was too flashy and Xiao Ming wouldn't normally wear it, but now that he was going to enter the alchemist headquarters to meet Master Fama, he naturally had to identify himself. Due to the great influence of the Pill Tower, the styles of the alchemists' robes may vary throughout the Dochi continent, but they are all very similar, and the badges are all the same, with a medicinal cauldron and silver-colored waves. However, some alchemist tiers would have different colors on their badges. For example, Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, and on the ancient medicinal cauldron on the badge on his chest, there were 6 strange golden flickering slight ripples. This kind of alchemist badge is very difficult to make, and those who have the ability to imitate it would not do it. After all, it was not something glorious and it was very easy to be discovered, offending all alchemists in the process. Xiao Ming put the alchemist badge on his chest and led Xia Yan towards the alchemist headquarters in front of him. No one passing by cared about Xiao Ming and Xia Yan's actions. After all, the alchemist headquarters was full of people coming and going every day, whether they were alchemists or not. The guard at the alchemist's headquarters was used to it, but because of his professional habits, he kept looking at Xiao Ming's chest. This gaze shocked him so much that his eyes widened and he said aloud. 1, 2, 5, 6. 6 waves. Tier 6 alchemist. The guard who had finished shouting rushed to block in front of Xiao Ming, stopping the two. The guard's shout attracted the attention of the others. Following the guard's voice, they also clearly saw the insignia on Xiao Ming's chest. Immediately after, a shout of surprise rang out. "Wow! It really is 6 waves. 6th-tier Master Alchemist. Such a young 6th-tier alchemist? That badge can't be fake, right? I don't even know of a 1st-tier alchemist that young." Someone asked. "But that badge doesn't look fake." An alchemist with a waving badge in the crowd said. As an alchemist, it was easy to distinguish the authenticity of a badge, and even though he was a low tier, he could naturally see if the badge was real or fake. More than one alchemist among the spectators also nodded their heads at his words. This alchemist badge indeed did not look like a fake one. The guard who stopped Xiao Ming suddenly felt a little uncomfortable seeing the reaction of those alchemists. He had only stopped Xiao Ming because he thought that the badge was probably fake. After all, Xiao Ming looked too young, just a teenager. How could he be a 6th-tier alchemist? Wearing a fake badge was provoking all alchemists, so if he let the teenager in, the teenager would be taught a lesson, not to mention he himself would also be punished. But now someone said that the alchemist badge was real. What should he do? Luckily, Xiao Ming didn't make things difficult for him, and with a raise of his right hand, a real agglomerated fire condensed in his hand. "Can I get in now?" "Ah, yes. That's fine." Looking at the real agglomerated fire, the guard came back to his senses and hurriedly nodded with a pleasant smile on his face. Removing the real agglomerated fire, Xiao Ming led Xia Yan towards the door. Right after Xiao Ming entered the doors of the Alchemist Association with Xia Yan, the crowd of onlookers at the entrance suddenly let out a roar. "I didn't see it wrong, did I? Summoning a real agglomerated fire, that's a means that only a 4th-tier alchemist or above can possess." A 4th-tier alchemist. So he really is a 6th-tier alchemist. Ah, I remember, I heard from Elder Mu of the Mu clan that there was a master alchemist inside the imperial palace who had caused that vision of heaven and earth by refining pills, so he might be Master Xiao Ming who caused that vision yesterday. An elder with 3 lines on his chest tapped his head and said as if he had suddenly realized. Aren't you Elder Li? I heard that you are a guest in the Mu family, can you explain if you are well informed? He, of course I can, this Master Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming didn't know the commotion outside, nor would he care. As he entered the door of the headquarters, he felt a rich pill aroma, causing a person could not help but inhale slightly. The area inside the Alchemist Guild was extremely vast. In the eastern lobby, there were several carefully constructed green granite square platforms, and behind those platforms were some alchemists. On top of the platforms, there were many kinds of medicinal materials, jade bottles, recipes, and other things. In the South Hall, there were several medicinal cauldrons burning, and some alchemists were behind them, with serious faces as they controlled the flames. Around them, there were low-level alchemists, pointing at each other and exchanging their experiences in pill refinement in low voices. The Western Hall was certainly much quieter than the other 2 halls. There were guards standing in the corridors as if only certain alchemists who had reached a certain level were qualified to enter it, and some low-level alchemists passed by from time to time and cast glances of astonishment and envy. Xiao Ming slowly entered the hall, looked around, thought for a moment, and did not rush to find Master Fa Ma, but moved and brought Ziyan towards the area where elements were exchanged. The purpose of his visit to the Alchemist Association was not only to exchange alchemy experiences with Fa Ma but also to find something. While touring the eastern area, Xiao Ming slowly walked among the various square platforms, looking curiously at the various rare medicinal herbs and other items that even he did not have. Although this area was called the exchange zone, the vendors here did not shout as much as those in some markets. Each would sit quietly in a chair, glancing around from time to time. Only if they felt that the other party might have some background, some alchemists selling would get up and talk to them. Most of the time, however, they would lazily lean back in their chairs, paying little attention to those watching them. These lazy-looking fellows did not look at all like merchants selling things. Of course, they weren't. What they needed was not the gold the merchants coveted, but barter. If one wanted to get the medicinal herbs or pills they had, then one would have to have something exotic and precious that they would be interested in. The badge on Xiao Ming's chest attracted the attention of many people, but those people were only surprised and puzzled, and no one dared to approach to bother him. Only a small number of people, after seeing Xiao Ming, revealed a look of surprise and amazement. Obviously, they were all knowledgeable people who, like the old man surnamed Li outside, had heard of Xiao Ming's name and now guessed Xiao Ming's identity. Ignoring the various stares around him, Xiao Ming walked all the way taking Ziyan's little hand, and finally found the objective of his journey next to a remote corner. In this remote corner was a somewhat tattered stone table, and behind it was a thin man with a rather miserable face. Since the medicinal herbs on the table were not too rare, few people came to check them out, so he had a slightly sour look on his face. When he saw Xiao Ming, who was slowly approaching him, he first stared blankly, and when his eyes looked at the 6th-tier alchemist badge on his chest, his eyes appeared with a mixture of emotions such as shock, doubt, and astonishment. Only when Xiao Ming approached him did he come to his senses. Although there were many doubts in his head, he still hurriedly stood up and looked at Xiao Ming flatteringly, saying, "Master, what things interested you?" Looking at the man in front of him, Xiao Ming smiled and said, "You are still an alchemist apprentice, right?" Being observed at a glance, the man nodded awkwardly and looked at Xiao Ming's young face with some envy, smiling bitterly as he said, "Yes, my pill refining talent isn't good and I don't have a master, so after so many years of cultivation, I'm still stuck at the level of an apprentice alchemist, and I can usually only put up a stand here to get cultivation resources. Unlike master, you have reached the 6th tier at this age, er." Seeing that the man's words came to an abrupt end, Xiao Ming smiled and was not worried. His 6th tier at such a young age would really make many people feel incredulous. It was normal for there to be confusion or other emotions in their hearts. The medicinal herbs that were in jade jars and even looked a little wilted naturally could not have caught Xiao Ming's attention, so they were automatically omitted. His eyes moved slowly over the objects on the stone platform, before finally stopping on a piece of broken black jade in a corner that wasn't too impressive. This was Xiao Ming's target this time. He casually held it in his hand, but the jade piece was not smooth in his hand but was covered with small particles, as if it was not made of good material. On the top of the jade piece, there were also some faint cracks, and between the cracks, there was actually sand and dirt. After examining the jade piece, Xiao Ming did not choose anything else and looked at the man who looked at him with bated breath as he slowly smiled and said, "This piece, I'll take it. Do you want to exchange it or do you want to sell it? You name the price." "Master, I want to exchange it for a 3rd-tier pill." At his words, the man's spirit stood up and said. Xiao Ming's purpose was obvious. If he was a genuine 6th-tier alchemist, this piece of jade should be a good item, he just didn't recognize it. So he asked for this price. Of course, he knew that this price was very exorbitant for him, but for a 6th-tier alchemist, it was really just a drop in an ocean. Xiao Ming had no objection to this price, and after placing the items in his hand in his storage ring, he gently took out a bottle of pills and tossed it towards the man, saying, "This is a 3rd-tier spirit enhancer pill. It can increase a Do Master's Do Chi cultivation. It is a recipe I created in my spare time. Take a look at the pill." Although he was only an apprentice alchemist, he could recognize the authenticity of the pill, and a moment later, the man's face was filled with a joy that was hard to hide. This really was a 3rd-tier pill. A pill that could increase Do Chi cultivation was much more expensive than other pills of the same tier. Exchanging a piece of broken jade that he didn't know what it was for this pill, he had really been lucky. The fact that Xiao Ming said that this pill was his own recipe meant that he was extremely skilled in pill refinement and must be a genuine master alchemist. The middle-aged man thought about this and hurriedly bowed respectfully, even though Xiao Ming had already turned away. After leaving with Ziyan from the exchange area, he met Fama in the hallway. In the hallway, there were several 4th-tier alchemists surrounding Fama, conversing with him in a low voice, as if asking him for advice about something. Many of the surrounding alchemists did not gather but continued to secretly pay attention to Fama and the others. Fama, who was talking, noticed Xiao Ming's gaze, and after talking to the surrounding 4th-tier alchemists, he walked towards Xiao Ming amidst the curious glances of the others. He also laughed as he walked. "Hee, just now I heard my subordinates report that they had met a young 6th-tier alchemist, so I rushed out, and it seems I was right in guessing that this person would in fact be you, Master Xiao Ming. Why didn't Master Xiao Ming send someone to report to me directly when you came to the Alchemist Association? I had some interest in the exchange area, so I took the time to walk around and thought I would visit Master Fama afterwards." Xiao Ming explained with a smile. The conversation between Master Fama and Xiao Ming caught the attention of many people. Many alchemists who were focused on their own affairs had not seen Xiao Ming's badge at that time, but now that they took a close look at it, it caused them to have a look of stupefaction. Was there some mistake? A young 6th-tier alchemist? With Fama on the spot, no one questioned the authenticity of Xiao Ming's tier, except that the shock that Xiao Ming gave them was so great that some directly began to doubt their lives. Of course, these were the thoughts of those who were not well informed. Those who were well informed also doubted their lives, but because they had heard the news long ago, they acted normally at this time. After a short conversation, Fama invited Xiao Ming to his office. Chapter 115, Chapter 115, Nalanji comes to the door. Master Fama's office was unusually spacious, with a small meeting room, and after making a cup of tea for Xiao Ming and Ziyan, Fama sat down in an expensive wooden chair and began to discuss some alchemy topics with Xiao Ming, as if he really had no other purpose but to exchange experiences. The exchange was mainly Xiao Ming talking and Fa Ma listening, but of course, Fa Ma also had his own opinions, only Fa Ma did not say as much as Xiao Ming, and the exchange only stopped at noon. During this time, Zia Yan felt bored and fell asleep on Xiao Ming's body. Seeing this, he shook his head with a smile and placed her little head on his lap. Xiao Ming was very satisfied with this exchange with Fa Ma, although Fa Ma's tier was not as high as his, but after all, he had been immersed in the 5th tier alchemist for many years, and his lifelong experience in alchemy was not comparable to his less than 10 years of exposure to alchemy. Therefore, Xiao Ming still gained something from this exchange. Xiao Ming had gained something, not to mention Fa Ma, whose tier was inferior to his. After this exchange, many of the problems he had accumulated before were solved. He had also made exchanges with Gu He, the only 6th tier alchemist in the Jiama Empire before, but he had not gained as much as this time. It was clear that Xiao Ming's alchemy was above Gu He's. Xiao Ming was much younger than Gu He, barely in his teens, and his achievement at such a young age could not be explained by his exceptional talent alone. He must have worked hard in the art of alchemy, so, sitting in his chair, Fa Ma said with a sigh, "When everyone saw you, Master Xiao Ming, they only marveled at your talent, even I did, but after this exchange, I realized that I was too short-sighted to only consider your talent for you to have reached this point." In response, Xiao Ming smiled slightly and did not reply. After seeing this, Fa Ma admired Xiao Ming's character more and more. After thinking about it, Fa Ma said, "I don't think Master Xiao Ming has joined any forces in the Jiama Empire. Do you have any plans to join any forces?" Hearing Fa Ma ask this, Xiao Ming laughed a little and said, "Haha, I don't know if my family is considered a force. If you have something to say, Master Fa Ma can say it directly. Actually, I want to invite you to join the Alchemist Association." "Oh. There are many benefits of joining the Alchemists Association. Of course, those ordinary things are certainly not attractive to you. However, if you join the Alchemists Association, you will immediately be a Grand Elder of the association, and the association can give your clan some facilities. The Medicinal Herb Library and Medicinal Recipe Library that the Jiama Empire Alchemist Association has built over the years will also immediately be open to you." It could be seen that Fa Ma had given Xiao Ming very favorable treatment. However, this deal might be expendable for Xiao Ming. But he still turned to Fa Ma and asked, "With so much favorable treatment, there must be something else I have to do, right?" "Oh, it's nothing really, I want to exchange advice with you for a few more days." "Just that?" "No, in front of the alchemists at the alchemists' headquarters." Xiao Ming understood, Fa Ma was not trying to gain knowledge from him, by saying that he wanted to do it in front of an audience. He actually just wanted to give some lessons to the alchemists of the Alchemists Association. Knowing Fa Ma's purpose, Xiao Ming could not help but think in his heart, "Master Fa Ma is a good chairman." Seeing Xiao Ming fall into his thoughts, Fa Ma did not bother him. In fact, it was indeed as Xiao Ming thought. He just wanted to gain some benefits for the alchemists of the Jiama Empire. If Xiao Ming could give some lessons to the Alchemist Association as he did during the exchange with him this morning, then these alchemists would definitely gain a lot. These few lessons should not be underestimated. Sometimes some advice can make those alchemists take much fewer setbacks, and in this way, the Alchemist Association will have more experienced alchemists in the future. Of course, apart from this reason, Xiao Ming could also grow his own reputation by giving lessons to alchemists. When the time came, and Fa Ma granted Xiao Ming the status of Grand Elder, it would already be justified. Xiao Ming thought about it and realized that he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The Alchemist Association was a neutral force in the Jiama Empire and wasn't very restrictive, so he wouldn't lose anything by joining it, so he nodded his head and said, "In that case, I will join the association." After Xiao Ming agreed to Fa Ma's request, in the next 2 days, he gave 2 lessons to all the alchemists who were in the Jiama Sacred City. Due to this move, Xiao Ming's prowess as a 6th-tier alchemist was confirmed, and at the same time, Xiao Ming's prestige in the alchemist community of the Jiama Empire skyrocketed dramatically, with a tendency to catch up with Gu He and Fa Ma. When Fa Ma proposed that Xiao Ming assume the position of Grand Elder of the Alchemists Association, it even made those alchemists rejoice. Only 2 days after Xiao Ming finished giving lessons to the alchemists, in the residence that the Alchemists Association had assigned to him as Grand Elder, Xiao Ming received the news of Nalan Ji's visit. Xiao Ming, who received the message from his maid, smiled inwardly and said, "Nalan Ji? After waiting for 2 days, he has finally come." It was because he had seen in the simulator that Nalan Ji would come to his door that he had stayed in the imperial capital. Otherwise, because of the 7 illusions green spirit saliva, he would have taken the initiative to approach to the Nalan family. This 7 illusions green spirit saliva was something he had always wanted to bring to his master. "The Lionheart commander is still waiting outside, shall I invite him in?" the maid asked cautiously, looking at Xiao Ming with a strange color in her gaze. "Invite him in?" "Yes." The maid replied and withdrew. A few moments later, a loud laughter came from outside the door. "Ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming, please don't blame me for coming to bother you this time." Hearing the voice, a slender old man with white hair and beard entered the room. "Elder Nalan has nothing to worry about, how could I blame you?" Xiao Ming said calmly. Nalan Ji, who came through the door, looked at Xiao Ming without showing any obvious displeasure, and his apprehensive mood became slightly better. Then he clenched his fist and said, "In fact, our 2 families, the Nalan family and Xiao family, have been friends with each other before, and I am still a life and death brother with your old head clan, Xiao Lin. However, the girl from my family went to your family rashly, destroying the friendship between our 2 families. I am very sorry for that. To put it mildly, it is still my failure to educate Yan Ran, and I am here to apologize to you. Elder Nalan is joking. Miss Nalan's matter is an agreement between you and the old clan head Xiao Lin. It is a purely personal matter, and Miss Nalan and cousin Xiao Yan had already reached an agreement. There is no need to apologize to me. About this Xiao Yan matter, Xiao Ming really didn't want to bother with it. After all, it was a private matter. Now that Xiao Yan and Nalan Yanran had established a 3-year agreement, the 2 of them had decided to settle it with their own strength, so why would he get involved? If Nalan Ji wanted to make peace, then he should go to Xiao Zhan, not to him. Seeing that Xiao Ming didn't seem to care much about Nalan Yanran's visit, a heavy stone in Nalan Ji's heart finally fell to the ground. A few days ago he had sent Xiao Ming a compensation gift and the other party had not accepted it, which made him think that Xiao Ming held a grudge against his Nalan family. He felt that Xiao Ming was going to give the Nalan family a hard time, but he did not expect him to genuinely think that it was the parties involved who should resolve it themselves. Chapter 116, Chapter 116, Treatment begins after inviting Nalan Ji to take a seat and wait for the maid to bring a cup of tea. Xiao Ming did not rush to say anything but sipped the tea carefully. After waiting for a while, Nalan Ji finally couldn't help himself. He took the initiative to ask Xiao Ming, "Master Xiao Ming, what do you think of this body of mine?" Xiao Ming looked him up and down and then said in a leisurely voice, "On the surface, although Elder Nalan has an extraordinary aura and the strength of a strong man, in reality, your qi and blood are empty and your body is abnormally thin, and there is also a faint dark color emerging from your face. I think it is some kind of poison in your body." Nalan Ji raised his thumb and said, "Good view. As expected of a 6th-tier alchemist, indeed, I am suffering from severe poison. 2 years ago, I once fought with an incredibly poisonous 5th-rank magical beast, and although I eventually killed it, unfortunately, it injected me with a terrifying toxin, branded poison, once injected into the body. Master, you are a competent alchemist, you must know the power of this poison. In the records, there is no shortage of 6th-rank magical beasts that have been poisoned to death by the branded poison. Were it not for their insignificant numbers, I fear that many of the strongest on the continent would have been horrified by this toxin." This magical beast's branded poison is really powerful. Elder Nalan was able to defeat and kill it, worthy of being one of the 10 strongest. At this, Nalan laughed bitterly. Forget about the 10 strongest, since the branded poison was injected into my body, in order to suppress the toxin, I can't even use half of my strength. Now, every day I have to endure inhumane torture. Xiao Ming knowingly asked, so you have come to me for this matter? Hearing Xiao Ming's question, Nalan wiped the bitter smile off his face and looked at him encouragingly. Yes, I once asked Master Guhi of Misty Cloud Sect to help me dissolve the toxin, but this branded poison, which penetrates deep into the bones and even into the bone marrow, is difficult to remove with any pills. Although Master Guhi failed to expel the toxin, he still suggested a feasible way, which was by using a heavenly flame. Guhi mentioned to you that I have a heavenly flame. Xiao Ming understood with a slight thought that it was probably that Guhi had detected the aura of the heavenly flame when he had refined the zone-breaking pill last time. An alchemist's spiritual perception was very sharp, so it wasn't surprising that Guhi could detect it. Nalan reply also confirmed it. Indeed, it was Master Guhi who told me, so I came to your door today. Besides accompanying you, I also want Master Xiao Ming to help me remove the toxins in my body. My Nalan family will give you a reward that will satisfy you. As he said that, Nalan took out a dozen jade boxes from the ring in his hand, and in these jade boxes were all kinds of medicinal materials, Do techniques, and Qi methods. Looking at these things, Xiao Ming shook his head. Seeing Xiao Ming shaking his head, Nalan felt a little confused and asked, Master is not satisfied with this reward? The Nalan family can still offer other remunerations. Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. Elder Nalan, these items are very valuable and indeed worthwhile. However, these items are not what I want. Master Xiao Ming, whatever you need, just mention it. Xiao Ming pondered for a moment before unhurriedly saying, I heard that the Nalan family has a 7 illusions green spirit saliva that I am very interested in. Xiao Ming said directly, and Nalan immediately understood, standing up and saying, tomorrow, the 7 illusions green spirit saliva will be given to Master. Xiao Ming was very pleased that the conversation with Nalan was so pleasant, and said, in that case, I will come to your residence tomorrow to deal with the branded poison. Having received Xiao Ming's promise, Nalan left happily, and the things he had put before were not picked up but remained in the same place. Looking at those things, Xiao Ming shook his head and put them all away in his storage ring with a wave of his hand. This time, when he arrived at the imperial capital, Xiao Ming had received an unusually rich bounty of all kinds. No wonder it was said that alchemists were money-making machines. The next day, after Xiao Ming received the 7 illusions green spirit saliva sent by Nalan he went to the Nalan family. The Nalan family mansion was very large. As he approached the extremely majestic mansion, Xiao Ming realized that Nalan was already waiting there. Other than him, there was also a middle-aged man standing at the front gate of the Nalan family. This man was standing as straight as a pole, and his lion eyes opened and closed with a somewhat impassive aura. His face was very similar to Nalan. When he saw Xiao Ming arrive, Nalan hurried to greet him and burst out laughing. Ha 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 ha, Master Xiao Ming, you've finally arrived. Elder Nalan has waited for a long time. And who is he? Xiao Ming asked about the middle-aged man standing beside Nalan. Without needing Nalan to introduce him, the middle-aged man smiled respectfully and said, Master Xiao Ming, I am the leader of the Nalan clan, Nalan Su. So you are Nalan Su, the father of Nalan Yanran. Xiao Ming nodded his head as a way of greeting and thought to himself. Seeing that his son had already greeted Xiao Ming, Nalan hurriedly invited Xiao Ming into the mansion. As he walked along the path made of green-colored gravel, Xiao Ming's eyes suddenly narrowed faintly. Ever since he had entered the depths of the Nalan family, he had felt hidden gazes and soul perceptions shooting out from some hidden corners. Over every eve, there were dark shadows, hidden in the gloom. They moved slowly about the house, with sharp arrows painted black to hide them from the reflection of the sunlight, and the slightest movement of the wind and grass would cause them to launch their attacks in an instant. It was clear that none of them were targeting Xiao Ming, but rather it was a routine patrol. The Nalan family is really a military family of the Jiama Empire. This guard is really strict. It is completely incomparable with the Xiao family. After thinking about this, Xiao Ming looked up and looked towards the end of the road, where there was a luxurious hall. He immediately said, "Elder Nalan, no need to be too polite, let's proceed directly to the poison detoxification." Beside him, Nalan Ji froze at his words. He was indeed thinking of making a banquet and entertaining Xiao Ming as the host, but Xiao Ming clearly did not want to waste his own time by saying this, so he could only nod and say, "Fine, follow me." In the end, father and son Nalan led Xiao Ming to a side room. The space inside the room was quite large, and a large bed was placed in the central place. There were a few maids standing next to it. This was the place that Nalan Ji had prepared this time. Xiao Ming looked around and then said, "All people not involved, retire." "Master, Nalan Su was a little hesitant and obviously wanted to stay. Chapter 117, Chapter 117, Expelling Poison with Heavenly Flame. What are you talking about? Go out when Master tells you to." Without waiting for Xiao Ming to speak, Nalan Ji rebuked. "This, okay." Nalan Su sighed and prepared to leave. Xiao Ming looked at the scene and couldn't help but think, this Nalan Ji is really majestic in the Nalan family. His son didn't even say a word when he reprimanded him. No wonder Nalan Yanran could only depend on the Misty Cloud sect to go to the Xiao family if she wanted to annul her marriage. If Nalan Yanran hadn't been accepted as a disciple by Yun Yun, she really might have had to marry Xiao Yan. Xiao Ming shook his head when he thought of this. There were many women like Nalan Yanran in this world. Yun Yun was able to resist the pressure from the Nalan family and the risk of offending him to propose to the Xiao family to annul the marriage. She was really good to Nalan Yanran, just like his master, Elder Huo, was good to him. At the thought of his master, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth quirked a smile. With the 7 illusions green spirit saliva obtained from the Nalan family, his master would definitely be able to become a 6th-tier alchemist. Dispelling the thoughts in his mind, Xiao Ming said to Nalan Su, who was about to leave along with the maids, "Family members don't have to leave, you can stay here. If any situation happens, you can also be of help." It was a very dangerous thing for a heavenly flame to enter the body. Although Xiao Ming thought that his flame control technique was enough to ensure that no problems would arise, everything had an exception, so it was better for Nalan Su to stay. Seeing Xiao Ming say this, Nalan Su, who was about to reach the door, hurriedly returned. Ignoring him, Xiao Ming said to Nalan Ji, "Take off your shirt, otherwise, the heat from the flames will set your clothes on fire. When you have taken it off, go to bed and sit cross-legged." Nalan Ji listened to the words and did as he was told. Xiao Ming walked over to the bed and looked at Nalan Ji's thin body, which looked like a skeleton after taking off his clothes, and couldn't help but squint his eyes. Without hesitation, Xiao Ming slowly wiggled one of his fingers, and a sliver of red flame danced around his fingertip. Xiao Ming stared at the wisp of red flame and calmly said, "I will begin. Let me first explain to you that using the heavenly flame to enter Elder Nalan's body will be an extremely dangerous thing to do, so you must be prepared for certain extremely bad circumstances." At these words, Nalan Su's face changed slightly, but he could only nod with a bitter smile. "Ha ha ha ha, Master Xiao Ming, just perform the treatment, I trust in you." When things reached this point, Nalan Ji, who was the subject of the medical treatment, looked very calm and did not seem too worried. Xiao Ming slowly nodded, his soul power slowly moved out of his body, then wrapped that tuft of red flame around his finger, trying to suppress its scorching heat, before slowly moving it to Nalan Ji's upper back. The red flame finally entered Nalan Ji's body, and Nalan Ji, who had been calm, let out a ragged gasp at that moment, and his body trembled violently. Xiao Ming's soul power controlled the red flame as it quickly passed through some of the major meridians and gradually approached the bones of the body that were covered by the branded poison. With the extension of his soul power, the condition of Nalanji's body also appeared in Xiao Ming's mind. Sensing that the bones had almost turned black, Xiao Ming's forehead gradually wrinkled. Originally, he thought that with a few years in advance, the condition of Nalanji's poisoning should not be so profound, but now, it seemed that it was not so. It seems that today, it is impossible to expel the toxin all at once, it is better to go little by little. With a murmur in his heart, Xiao Ming's soul power enveloped the red flame, then slowly approached the dark bones that were enveloped by the toxin. As it got closer, Xiao Ming's soul power began to gradually loosen, and the temperature of the red flame slowly rose. As the temperature of the red flame increased, Nalanji's face gradually showed a sense of pain, a bead of sweat appeared on his cheeks, and his dry palms were clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared on his arms. The red flame that was enveloped in soul power stopped rising as it reached full temperature. Xiao Ming slowly inhaled the hot air, and with a thought, the red flame inside Nalanji's body covered the black bone. Ah! On top of the bed, Nalanji, who had his eyes tightly closed, opened his eyes with a bang, and from his mouth came out a hoarse roar of intense pain, and a fierce aura emanated from his body. "Father, are you all right?" Looking at his father who suddenly opened his eyes and screamed, Nalansu hurriedly asked. "Don't move. Otherwise, I won't be responsible if the treatment fails because of you." Looking at Nalanji who was covered in sweat, Xiao Ming said indifferently. The corners of Nalanji's mouth twitched as he endured the sharp pain in his body, he gritted his teeth and said, "Sorry, I didn't control myself just now, Master Xiao Ming, continue." Xiao Ming replied, then closed his eyes to continue the treatment. When everyone fell silent, the atmosphere in the room became quiet. Inside Nalanji's body, red flames enveloped the periphery of the black bones. Although the two seemed to be close, with a mental inspection, it could be seen that there was an extremely small gap between them. This was because the temperature of the heavenly flame was so terrifying that if it came into direct contact with Nalanji's bones, even if the other party was a Doking powerhouse, he would definitely be severely injured or even die in an instant. The scorching heat slowly penetrated from the flames into the black bones. As the red flame continued to burn, wisps of black mist silently emanated from the bones. Then, before they could escape, a cluster of red flames rushed over them and engulfed them. The terrifying heat gradually calcined the poisonous mist, which even a Do Emperor would have to treat with care, into nothingness. As time passed quietly, the blackened skeleton that was enveloped in Xiao Ming's red flames gradually returned to its normal color at a speed that was visible to the naked eye. Outside, at this moment, Nalanji's entire body was already drenched in sweat, his face pale, constantly twitching, the slightest sound of sucking in cold air leaking from his teeth. "Xiao! Xiao! Master Ming, still not done." His fists were clenched tightly, the veins were shrinking in his arms like tiny snakes, and Nalanji's voice was a little hoarse and shaky. Behind him, Xiao Ming's face looked normal, not tired at all, but looking at Nalanji's withered body that was shaking badly, he still said softly. "Since you can't endure any longer, then this time, the poison detoxification will stop here for now. The branded poison can't be completely eliminated at once. In the following days, you will have to come to me until it is completely eliminated." "That branded poison, can it really be detoxified at once?" At these words, Nalanji couldn't help but be surprised. After these 2 years, no one knew the intractability of this branded poison better than him. Although Pil King Guhi had proposed a treatment method using heavenly flame, it was just a proposal after all. Now that this proposal turned out to be effective, he would naturally be surprised. "Naturally, there is no problem." Xiao Ming smiled slightly and said. "Then I'll be bothering Master Xiao Ming for the next few days." Nalanji hurriedly nodded and spoke in a hoarse voice, that said, "Right now I just felt excruciating pain from the heavenly flame just now. For Master Xiao Ming to be able to possess a heavenly flame at this age really makes me admire you." He was able to endure the pain caused by this branded poison for 2 years, but he could not endure long under the burning of the heavenly flame. Xiao Ming dared to devour the heavenly flame and succeeded, which left him in awe, especially since Xiao Ming was this young and was able to accurately manipulate the heavenly flame inside another person's body, so he must have devoured the heavenly flame a long time ago. How old was Xiao Ming at that time? Thinking about this, Nalanji couldn't help but be astonished. It was true that someone who could have such accomplishments at such a young age could not be described by the phrase exceptional talent alone. Chapter 118, Chapter 118, Leaving the Jiama Sacred City. Don't talk anymore, I'm going to withdraw the heavenly flame. Without waiting for the reply, Xiao Ming's fingers curled slightly, and the red flame that was wrapped around the outside of his bones began to slowly withdraw, and finally, the last traces were removed. Master Xiao Ming, how is it? Looking at Xiao Ming, who seemed to have stopped detoxifying the poison, Nalan Su, who had earlier retreated to the side so as not to disturb him, hurriedly took 2 steps forward and asked. This is the end of today's treatment. According to this progress, it will take at least 7 days to completely detoxify him. Xiao Ming looked at Nalanji, who looked better than before, and said in a deep voice. Thank you, Master Xiao Ming, if there is anything you need from me in the future, just mention it. Looking at Nalanji's pale face, whose black color had disappeared, the heavy stone weighing on Nalan Su's heart finally fell. Nalanji's importance to the Nalan family was the same as Xiao Lin's importance to the Xiao family before. Without this pillar, although the Nalan family would not be as bad as the Xiao family and would be driven out of the imperial capital, the gap between the other 2 families would certainly gradually widen. Well, remember to arrive tomorrow, I'll take my leave for today. Xiao Ming looked at the sky from the window and turned his head to Nalanji, who was on the bed. Master Xiao Ming, I will accompany you. At this, Nalanji hurriedly smiled warmly and said as he was about to get up. Oh, there's no need. You've just detoxed yourself from a lot of toxins, so you should rest for a while. Saying this, Xiao Ming headed towards the exit of the house. In that case, sir, hurry up and escort Master Xiao Ming out. Nalanji heard the words and no longer tried to get up, but instead said to Nalan Su. Oh, right. Nalan Su caught up to Xiao Ming after hearing that. For the next few days, Nalanji had to go home every day to treat the branded poison. In a guest room, after going through the last treatment, Nalanji's face had returned to its normal color, without the dark aura he had in the past. After moving his muscles and bones to make sure the toxins in his body had disappeared, Nalanji gratefully said to Xiao Ming, Thank you Master Xiao Ming for your help these days. No need to be polite. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Knock, knock, knock. Just at that moment, a knock sounded at the door. What's wrong? Master Xiao Ming, Princess Yao Ye requests an audience. A maidservant's voice came from outside the door. Xiao Ming thought of Yao Ye upon hearing these words. Yao Ye had come to him for the past few days, he was not a fool, so he naturally understood Yao Ye's intentions. Yao Ye was very beautiful, with a calm personality, her cultivation talent was considered a high class in the Jiama Empire, and her management skills were very strong. It was also because she had been groomed to take the throne of the Jiama Empire, that she was very knowledgeable, so although she was not an alchemist, they always had plenty of conversation topics to talk about. But Xiao Ming was not interested in her in that way, after all, the time he had known her was still too short. Nalanji looked at Xiao Ming who was absorbed in his thoughts, so he stood up and offered his hand, Since Princess Yao Ye has come to visit you, I won't bother you anymore. I'm going to say goodbye now. Well, take care of yourself. When Nalanji left, Xiao Ming went to the living room. In the living room, Yao Ye was sitting in a chair, looking as beautiful and cool as ever, as she seemed to be contemplating something. Seeing Xiao Ming enter the living room, a smile appeared on her face as she stood up to greet Xiao Ming. Master Xiao Ming. Great-grandfather heard that you are a great tea lover, so he specially sent me to send you some high-quality tea that he had obtained. Elder Jia is right, please sit down, Princess Xiao Yet. I already told you that you can call Yetter without honorifics, Master Xiao Ming. In that case, likewise, just call me Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming and Yao Ye sat, chatted, and laughed for a while before Yao Ye showed a look as if she was hesitant to say something. Yao Ye, just say what's on your mind. You have been in Jiama Sacred City for some time, Yetter wonders when are you planning to leave? Yao Ye said after hesitating for a moment. Tomorrow. After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming said with a smile. Tomorrow? Wouldn't that be a bit hasty? Yetter invited you to come to the imperial capital and haven't done my duty as a host yet, why don't you stay in the imperial capital for a few more days? Yetter can guide you around the imperial capital, we have many interesting places we can visit together. Yao Ye said in a soft and charming voice, looking into his eyes with an affectionate gaze. The meaning of this could be said to be very obvious. After saying this, Yao Ye bit the tip of her lips as she looked down, her face flushed. Xiao Ming looked at Yao Ye's flushed cheeks and was about to say something when Ziai Yan's shout came from outside. Soon, a white shadow came from outside the hall and rushed at Xiao Ming's arms. Xiao Ming, here, these are the medicinal herbs I found outside. There are 2 plants, one for each of us. Remember to refine mine into a pill. At this moment, Ziai Yan's white clothes were a bit torn and tattered, it was obviously the result of a previous battle. The 2 medicinal herbs still had some mud on them, it seemed that they had not been dug up from the ground for a long time, so they must have been snatched from some unlucky magical beast. After 3 seconds of silence for that unknown magical beast, Xiao Ming took the medicinal herbs from Ziai Yan. And at that moment, Ziai Yan also saw Yao Ye at the side and immediately got off Xiao Ming and said like an adult, "It's little Yao Ye, what brings you here?" Looking at her, Xiao Ming, who had just put away the medicinal herbs, was a little speechless, and speaking of which, Ziai Yan seemed to especially enjoy pretending to talk like an adult. When they had just met at the Jianan Academy, Ziai Yan used that kind of tone with him. Later, however, as time went on, little by little Ziai Yan changed her tone toward him. "So it's Miss Ziai Yan, great-grandfather asked me to bring tea to Master Xiao Ming. So that's what it's about, Xiao Ming likes tea, but I don't know what's good about it, most of them taste bitter." Ziai Yan first nodded her head in an elderly manner and then said. At this comment, Yao Ye just smiled, for those who did not like tea, tea was really a little bitter. Yao Ye looked at Xiao Ming again and said softly, "Xiao Ming, I wonder what you think of my proposal." Xiao Ming was silent for a moment and turned to look at Ziai Yan beside him. "Forget it, I will have a chance to walk around the imperial capital in the future, it's been some time since I left the clan, and it's time for me to return," Xiao Ming said as he stroked Ziai Yan's silky hair with a smile. Yao Yi's face turned pale when she heard those words. She had just made it so obvious that she was almost about to confess directly, but Xiao Ming's reaction was still so indifferent. She couldn't help but feel a little resentful, since no one had rejected her since she was a child. Although she was not reconciled, she did not have the courage to say anything else when she looked at the profile of Xiao Ming's face. It was difficult to dissolve the bitterness inside her, and her smile became a little stiff. After taking a deep breath, Yao Ye stood up and lightly bit her red lips before saying, "In that case, the next time Master Xiao Ming comes to the Imperial City, you can make sure to send someone to inform Yetter, and Yetter will take you to enjoy the Imperial capital next time." "I'll definitely do it. It's getting late, so Yetter will take her leave first." Xiao Ming watched as Yao Ye hurriedly left, then sat back down in his seat. "Xiao Ming, shall we leave tomorrow?" Ziai Yan rushed over to Xiao Ming's arms again and asked excitedly. The past few days had been suffocating for her. Now that Xiao Ming said she was leaving, didn't that mean he could accompany her to look for herbs? "Yes, sleep well tonight. We'll leave early tomorrow morning." The next day, the two of them, Xiaoming and Ziyan, started flying directly from the imperial capital to the northeastern province where the Xiao family was located. Chapter 119, Chapter 119, Life-devouring pill. From the imperial capital to Wutan City, where the Xiao family was located, would have taken only 1 day with Xiaoming and Ziyan's speed, but during that time they perceived the traces of some good treasures. To obtain them, it took the two of them some time, and by the time they reached the Xiao family, 3 days had passed. Since becoming the real supreme lord of Wutan City, the Xiao family's residence has become increasingly imposing, with 2 rows of guards at the entrance. When passers-by looked at the Xiao family, their eyes were filled with awe and envy. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky and landed in front of the Xiao family's gate, attracting the guards' attention. They were none other than Xiaoming and Ziyan. It is the Supreme Elder who has returned. Supreme Elder. With a slight nod towards the surprised guards, Xiaoming led Ziyan towards the gates of the Xiao family. Not long after entering the Xiao family's gate, the two met many clan members on the way, some of whom Xiaoming had a vague impression of. Apparently, they were the orphans he used to live with in the Xiao family. Thinking back to that time, Xiaoming's face reddened a little with the memories that came to his mind. At that time, he was so engrossed in cultivation that the children in his dormitory had little chance to play with him, and only occasionally got to do so. Despite this, they always seemed content to be near him. However, nowadays this was no longer the case, and apart from those who were most familiar with Xiao Shan, as well as the children who were unfamiliar with the world, the other clan members who knew anything were very formal in front of him. This might be somehow related to the fact that he had been away from the clan for too long and his strength was too high. With a slight sigh, as he walked past a group of chattering girls, Xiaoming suddenly thought of something and called out to a clan member who looked the youngest in age. "Cousin, can you come here for a moment?" The girl he called was a little stunned, then she reacted and pointed to herself and said, "You're calling me, cousin Xiaoming?" "Yes, it's you." Xiaoming nodded his head. Amidst the envious gazes of a group of people, the girl trotted somewhat excitedly towards Xiaoming. "Does cousin Xiaoming need anything?" The girl's eyes were filled with adoration and her childish voice rang out. Smiling at the rather cute-looking girl, Xiaoming said, "What's your name?" "Xiao Qing." "Cousin Xiao Qing, do you know where cousin Xiao Shan is?" Hearing Xiaoming's question, Xiao Qing nodded without hesitation and said, "Yes, today cousin Xiao Shan is teaching Do techniques at the Do Technique Hall." The Xiao family's Do Technique Hall had the Do techniques collected by the Xiao family. All clan members could enter it to select their Do techniques, but the more advanced Do techniques were not something the lower-ranked clan members could understand, so the Xiao family would arrange for a strong clan member to instruct them inside. It seemed that Xiao Shan was more concerned about the development of the clan. Instructing others in cultivation was quite a troublesome task, just like instructing a child to do their homework. After all, not everyone was gifted and could understand everything at once. Thinking like this, Xiaoming shook his head and said to Xiao Qing, "Cousin Xiao Qing, can you help me call cousin Xiao Shan to come over?" Hearing Xiaoming's request, Xiao Qing nodded her little head vigorously, looking quite cute. Looking at her, Xiaoming smiled and pinched her cheeks. Behind him, Ziyan saw this action and her eyes couldn't help but narrow. A white light flashed in Xiaoming's hand, and a jade bottle appeared in his hand. "This is a second-tier qi boosting pill, it can increase your strength in a short period of time, take it as a reward." "Whoa, thanks, cousin." Happily taking the jade bottle from Xiaoming's hand, Xiao Qing smiled sweetly. "No need to thank me, go and remember to tell cousin Xiao Shan to come and find me at my residence." Knock, knock, knock. Shortly after Xiaoming returned home, a knock sounded at the door. Xiao Shan's low, naive voice sounded outside the door, "Cousin, it's me. Come in, the door is open." Sitting on a stone bench in the courtyard, Xiao Ming said. Crunch. The door opened in response to the sound, revealing the tall figure of Xiao Shan. Looking at Xiao Shan, Xiao Ming said with a smile on his face, I heard that you are teaching the Do techniques to the clan members at the Do Technique Hall, which can be quite torturous. How can you have the free time to do such things? Xiao Shan smiled as he sat beside Xiao Ming and poured himself a glass of water. Isn't it because you instructed me in Do techniques? Now that I've returned to the clan, I want to teach the clan members as well. It's just that there are too many people. Just now, before you sent someone, I was surrounded by clan members inside and outside the place. Xiao Shan said with a faint bitter smile. Seeing him like this, Xiao Ming smiled and shook his head. The instruction of an expert Do spirit, those clan members would not pass up this opportunity as long as they were not stupid. Well, cousin, what did you call me for? After taking another sip of water, Xiao Shan asked. Xiao Ming did not answer immediately but instead took out 2 clear jade bottles from inside his storage ring. Once the jade bottles were taken out, a subtle aroma typical of pills emerged. Cousin, this is... Xiao Shan looked at Xiao Ming with some incomprehension. Take a look first. Xiao Ming said as he handed him the pills. Xiao Shan took the pills. Now he already had the strength of a Do spirit, and he had his own ability to distinguish these things a long time ago. He found that on the lids of the 2 jade vials showed some kind of energy traces, and when he looked closely, it seemed one of them had some kind of sealing effect. A pill that needed to be sealed. This pill seemed to be of a very high grade. Xiao Shan's heart was astonished. He looked at the pills again, only to see 2 pills, one red and one cyan. At that moment, Xiao Ming's voice sounded beside him. One pill is 7th tier and the other is 6th tier. What, 7th tier? Although he thought that the tier of these pills would be very high, Xiao Shan was still very surprised when he heard Xiao Ming say that one of them was 7th tier. That's right, the red pill on your right hand is a 7th tier life-devouring pill, and the one on the left is a 6th tier deep green longevity pill. The effect of the life-devouring pill is to allow a person to immediately possess the strength of a Do King. Immediately possess the strength of a Do King. Xiao Shan froze at his words, then looked at the red pill. This pill looked extremely strange, and to the naked eye, it was like a transparent marble filled with blood. In the center of the pill, a bit of blood appeared dark red, and when looked at faintly, it was like a small eye, and the whole thing had a creepy feeling. Can this pill really give a person the strength of a Do King immediately? Even if it can, I'm afraid it shouldn't be this simple, right? Xiao Shan said calmly after thinking carefully for a moment. Chapter 120, Chapter 120, Qingshan Town. Seeing that Xiao Shan was not blinded by the pill's effect, Xiao Ming nodded with satisfaction and said, Indeed, it's not that simple. Although this pill can make one's strength soar to the early stages of the Do King realm, the strength obtained by taking this pill is obtained by overdrawing one's life potential. Therefore, the person who swallows this pill will only have 3 years of life left. Xiao Shan's face paled upon hearing the side effects of the pill, so he smiled bitterly and said, Cousin, you're not taking this out because you want me to take this pill, are you? Although the strength of a Do King is tempting, I haven't lived long enough. My family is counting on me to carry on the family lineage, and these 3 years of life are too short. Do you really think I would do that to you? Said Xiao Ming, pretending to be offended. Xiao Shan laughed at his words. He actually knew that Xiao Ming would not let him take that pill at the cost of shortening his lifespan. I gave you this pill because you will stay in the clan a lot in the future, so you can have it in case of emergency. That green-colored pill is the deep green longevity pill, which can increase life expectancy by 10 years, so if an accident happens, whoever you give this pill to, will be able to live for a longer time, and if they are able to cultivate up to Do Emperor during that time, the after effects of this life-devouring pill will naturally dissipate. Xiao Shan was moved when he heard those words. Wasn't this a quick shortcut to Do Emperor? Then can I take this pill? Naturally, you can, however, I'm not suggesting you to do so. Xiao Ming said. This life-devouring pill increases strength at the cost of consuming one's own life force, and even with the deep green longevity pill that increases life expectancy, it is very difficult to reach Do Emperor in those 13 years. Xiao Ming was not talking nonsense. There were dozens of Do kings in the Jiama Empire, but there were only 4 known Do emperors. The Jianan Academy also had dozens of Do kings, but not many Do emperors either. One could imagine how difficult it was to go from Do king to Do emperor. Xiao Shan's talent was not bad, but he was not as good as the people who had reached Do king. That was why Xiao Ming had said that, and overdrawing his life force would cause some damage to his body. This was also the reason why Xiao Ming had the life-devouring pill before, but he didn't use it as a quick method. Right. Hearing this, Xiao Shan smiled and added, however, there is no need for you to give this pill to the clan. With your status, I fear that in the Jiama Empire no one would dare to touch our Xiao family, and with brother Xuetian guarding the clan, there is also no need to fear if someone comes with bad intentions. Normally it would be like that. Xiao Ming nodded, but no one can guarantee that there won't be any accidents. As for Xuetian, it is difficult to hold the fort alone. In case someone uses the trick of moving the tiger away from the mountain, that would be a disaster. I don't want to see a ruined clan the next time I return. Xiao Shan was a little confused. An accident? What kind of accident could there be? Wasn't cousin Xiao Ming a little too cautious? Xiao Ming's worries were naturally because of the Misty Cloud sect and Hall of Souls. Now that Xiao Yan had made a 3-year agreement with Nalan Yan Ran, who knew if he would be discovered by the Hall of Souls, as Yao Lao himself was also a target of the Hall of Souls. It was possible that Xiao Yan could escape, but the Xiao family might not. The monk could flee, but not the temple. Xiao Ming could only explain this to Xiao Shan in a way that was a precautionary measure. Thinking of the dangers the Xiao family might face in the future, Xiao Ming frowned and took out 3 more pill bottles from his ring. Xiao Shan blinked and asked, this is? These are 2 more life-devouring pills, and 1 fighting spirit pill. These life-devouring pills were obtained by me by chance, and these are the only ones. The fighting spirit pill was refined when I was practicing at Jianan Academy. You can send it to Xuetian later, and you can keep the life-devouring pills and use them according to your own arrangements. However, I no longer have any deep green longevity pill to spare, so remember to plan carefully. This isn't necessary, is it? Xiao Shan said while scratching his cheek. 1 is enough, a 7th-tier pill is too precious. Wouldn't it be better to keep them for yourself? No big deal, these pills are of no use to me. Even if I take them out to trade, they will depreciate a lot because of the side effects, so it's better to keep them in the family. Xiao Ming waved his hand and said. Indeed, as Xiao Ming had said, this pill was of little use to him, and taking it out to trade might not be as appealing as the zone-breaking pill. Okay. Although Xiao Shan had some doubts, he still stuffed the pills into his storage ring. After putting the pills away, Xiao Shan asked, You suddenly gave me these things, are you going out again? Xiao Ming nodded, I can't stay in the clan all the time. I plan to leave the clan in the next 2 days, and after I finish taking care of some matters, I will make a trip back to Jianan Academy. In short, I won't stay in the clan for a long time, so the clan will still need more of you to protect it. Sai, you are so talented, and with the achievements you have at your age, it is really impossible for you to stay in the Jiama Empire all the time. There wasn't much Xiao Shan could say about Xiao Ming's decision. After all, the Jiama Empire was indeed too small for Xiao Ming. In Xiao Shan's opinion, perhaps only the Central Plains mentioned by his Jianan Academy classmates would be Xiao Ming's stage. Xiao Ming smiled and took out 2 more bottles of pills from his storage ring. This time it wasn't any high-tier pills, but the reward promised to Xiao Yu and Xiao Hu when they returned to the clan last time. What was promised, naturally, he could not forget, and he might not have time in the future, so it was better to let Xiao Shan supervise and distribute them on his behalf. Xiao Shan received the pills and talked to Xiao Ming about a few more things before leaving. The next day, Xiao Ming was seen taking a sleepy Ziyan from the Xiao family and flying to the Magic Beast Mountain Range. Near Wutan City, the nearest town to the Magic Beast Mountain Range was called Qingshan Town, also known as Magic Beast Town because of its proximity to the Magic Beast Mountain Range. The majority of the people within this small town were naturally mercenaries who spent their days feeding their blades with blood. They would go in groups, arm in arm, drooling in the streets, arguing with impunity about where the women of the town tasted better, where the wine was stronger, and where the magical beasts were fiercer. Walking along the stone-paved streets, the young Xiao Ming and the enchanting Ziyan naturally attracted many strange glances. Xiao Ming just ignored them and pulled Ziyan down the street slowly, as if he was looking for something. On both sides of the street were many stores, and because of their location, they were quite popular. Xiao Ming scanned the brightly lit stores with his eyes, and when his gaze landed on a spacious medicinal herb store, he stopped dead in his tracks. Without hesitation, he led Ziyan directly to this medicinal herb store, which was known as the Thousand Medicine House. When he entered the spacious store, it was illuminated by the moonlit stones hanging on the walls as if it was daytime. At that time, the store was quite crowded and the sales clerks were very busy, so there was no one to attend to Xiao Ming and Ziyan, who had just entered. Chapter 121, Chapter 121, Xiao Yixian. Although there was no one to attend to him, Xiao Ming didn't mind, his eyes slowly swept the transparent counter. Finally, when he finished looking at everything on the counter, he shook his head without saying anything. This little herb store really didn't have any herbs that he might be interested in, and the blood lotus essence that Xiao Yan had found in the original story wasn't here either. At that moment, a free employee finally saw Xiao Ming and Ziyan. He saw that although Ziyan and Xiao Ming were not wearing any glamorous clothes, the materials used were extraordinary, and he immediately came to the conclusion that these two people must be the juniors of a certain family, so he approached them excitedly. "Young master, young miss, what medicinal herbs do you need? I can help look for them. I'm not here to buy medicinal herbs, I'm here to find someone." "You're looking for someone?" the employee asked in surprise. "That's right, there must be a female doctor named Xiao Yixian, right?" The employee suddenly realized and said, "Indeed, Xiao Yixian is a doctor specially hired by our Thousand Medicine House, and her medical skills are excellent. Most of the mercenaries in Qingshan Town have been treated by her. Are you looking for her for the purpose of curing some disease?" "Cure? More or less?" Xiao Ming smiled faintly. "Then you will have to wait for a while before you can see her. Xiao Yixian will come to Thousand Medicine House every day to cure people, however, it won't be long before she comes, so you won't wait long." Thank you." Xiao Ming nodded and thanked him. "Xiao Ming, what are we looking at Xiao Yixian for?" Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Ming, looked at the employee who had left after he finished talking to Xiao Ming, and was somewhat puzzled by Xiao Ming's purpose, to find someone to cure him? That's ridiculous, Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, what kind of illness couldn't he cure himself? You'll find out later. This kind of thing was not easy to explain, so Xiao Ming could only say that. Ziyan listened to his words and didn't ask any more questions, just looked around. The two of them didn't have to wait long before there was a commotion at the entrance of the herb store, with a large group of people blocking the entrance. "Wow, it's really Xiao Yixian. Xiao Yixian saved my arm a few days ago, Qingshan Town is really lucky to have her. Xiao Yixian is so beautiful." Hearing these voices, Xiao Ming slightly tilted his head, and from the gaps in the crowd, he could faintly see the figure of a woman. As the crowd spread out, Xiao Ming could also finally see the face of the woman who was surrounded by the crowd. The woman wore a white robe with purple highlighting her beautiful purple hair, which had 2 locks tied in the front while letting the rest fall freely down her back, Her appearance could be described as that of a rare beauty, and her face, slightly smiling, had a fresh and ethereal aura. Xiao Ming's eyes roamed over the woman's body and finally stopped on her slender waist tied with a belt which had several small pouches where she kept her medicines. Xiao Ming's eyes sparkled with a bit of surprise. Among all the women Xiao Ming knew, Xiao Yixian was probably the one with the slimmest and most delicate waist among all of them, and with that unique ethereal aura, she could easily be ranked among the best. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was already sitting in her seat, attending to the injured people who came and went, and occasionally showing a gentle smile that stirred people's hearts, Xiao Ming thought for a moment and decided not to move forward immediately. Instead, after leaving a spiritual engraving mark on her without a trace, he took the little hand of the bewildered Ziyan and walked away without further ado. At night, a bright moon hung in the sky, and the white moonlight shone on the ramshackle green stone slabs, which had a kind of ancient charm. After a busy day, Xiao Yixian was in her room, comfortably soaking in the bathtub as a way to relieve the day's weariness. Suddenly, a knock on the door sounded outside her house. "Who is it?" Hearing the sound, Xiao Yixian on the wooden barrel asked alertly. "Who would come to my house in the middle of the night? Could it be Li Fei?" "Knock, knock, knock." There was no answer outside the door, but the knocking continued. This strange situation caused Xiao Yixian's countenance in the barrel to change slightly, so she quickly stood up from the barrel, making her dazzling body visible for a moment, and the sound of falling water rang out. Hearing this sound, the knocking on the door stopped abruptly. When Xiao Yixian had put on her clothes, it was a childish voice that came from outside. "Xiao Ming, she should be dressed, shall we go in directly?" This unfamiliar voice made Xiao Yixian's already pale face change slightly. One had to know that there were guards guarding her not far from where she lived. What kind of girl could get to her home without making a sound, and from the sound of her voice, she seemed to have an accomplice and they knew she was in the bathroom. They even knew she had just changed her clothes. At the thought that they might have seen her naked just now, Xiao Yixian's face couldn't help but redden with anger as she pulled a few jade bottles from the bed and removed the caps from them, turning off the light source in the room. Outside the door, Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan beside him, sensing that the light inside the room had suddenly disappeared and Xiao Yixian had not come out. He understood that even if they knocked on the door, Xiao Yixian would not open it, which made him speechless. How does this make them look like bandits? Since there was no other option, he nodded and said, "Let's go in." With that, he took the lead and pushed the door in. As soon as he stepped inside, Xiao Ming felt some sounds of thrown objects coming towards him. With a casual wave of his hand, the objects coming towards him fell towards the ground, and at the same time, he dodged a body attacking him from behind. In the darkness, came the scream of a young girl, followed by the sound of a human body falling to the ground. When Xiao Ming pulled a moonlight stone from his ring to illuminate the room, he discovered that Xiao Yixian had fallen unconscious on the floor. Next to her were several vials of spilled medicinal powder. Obviously, she had failed to stab Xiao Ming in the back a moment ago and instead ended up hitting herself. Ha, this girl is so stupid. Ziyan, who was beside Xiao Ming, looked at Xiao Yixian who had fallen to the ground, and said with a smile, "Don't laugh, help her lie down." Xiao Ming shook his head and said. When Ziyan placed Xiao Yixian on the bed, Xiao Ming touched his ring and a pill appeared in his hand, and with a movement, the pill fell into Xiao Yixian's mouth. The pill melted in her mouth, and a little more than 10 seconds later, Xiao Yixian's long, thin eyelashes fluttered. After another moment, Xiao Ming, who was sitting on a chair beside her, smiled and said, "You're awake and don't want to get up. Don't worry, I'm not going to eat you." As soon as the words came out of his mouth, Xiao Yixian who was on the bed stood up abruptly and covered her body with the blankets, and then looked at the teenager in front of her warily. Although she was a little surprised by the appearance of the young man in front of her, Xiao Yixian continued to frown and said, "Who are you? What do you want? Get out of here quickly or I'll have to scream." Scream? Little girl, no one will come even if you scream until you tear your throat out. Ziyan said, feigning an evil smile. Although these words were meant to intimidate her, they had a comical taste when they came out of Ziyan's mouth, who had the appearance of a little girl. Xiao Yixian looked at Ziyan with a strange look, not knowing whether to be frightened or not. Those two people who had barged into her room, why did they look so strange? Chapter 122, Chapter 122, The cliff. Looking at Xiao Yixian's face that had turned strange, Xiao Ming made a mental reminder not to let Ziyan do the intimidation job again. Still unfazed, he stroked Ziyan's little head as he rose from the chair and made his way to the round table in the center of the room before slowly saying, Ziyan is right, no matter how much you scream, no one will come to save you. The guards around you have already been knocked out by me. Xiao Ming raised his index finger, and a wisp of red flames danced and leapt around his fingertips. With the appearance of the flame, the temperature of the entire room began to rise. Seeing this scene, Xiao Yixian's pupils suddenly contracted, realizing that what the other party said was true. Condensing flames out of nothing was a means that only a Dou spirit and alchemists could possess. Although she didn't know which of the two the teenager in front of her belonged to, either of them had the strength to finish off her escort. Xiao Yixian could not understand why such a strong man would come looking for her. It was hard to believe that it was to rob her. Thinking about this, Xiao Yixian's face turned pale as she further covered her body with the sheets. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was thinking of strange things, Xiao Ming inwardly had dark lines, but outwardly smiled slightly and said, Don't think of strange things, I'm not looking for you for any other reason. I only heard that you often stay in the Magic Beast Mountain range to look for medicinal herbs. Let me ask you, have you found a cave hidden in a cliff? Xiao Yixian patted her chest in relief under the sheet, knowing that Xiao Ming just wanted to ask her something and not looking to do unspeakable things. A small blush couldn't help but appear on her cheeks as she thought, I have to stop thinking about such things. Then, thinking about the question Xiao Ming had asked, she pretended to remain deep in thought and then said with an expressionless face, No. Really no. Xiao Ming laughed lightly. Xiao Yixian's acting was so awkward that it was cute in Xiao Ming's eyes. He had seen many acting masters when he was 8 years old during his training at the Black Corner region. Compared to those acting masters, Xiao Yixian was still too young. In an instant, Xiao Ming disappeared from the center of the house and appeared on Xiao Yixian's bed. Xiao Yixian was startled and said nervously, What do you want to do? Don't lie, your acting skills are too poor, and your heart beats significantly faster when you are lying, you can't hide it from me. As long as you take me to the cave you found, I can pay you satisfactorily. Aren't you a doctor? I can give you a medical book with thousands of remedies written in it. And, if there are things in the cave that I need, I will take only one thing and the rest will be yours. Saying this, Xiao Ming took out a book from inside his storage ring and offered it to Xiao Yixian. Take a look. Xiao Yixian reached out his hand in disbelief and took the book to look at it. The more she looked at it, the more excited she became. It really was a medicine book. It contained many remedies she had never heard of. What do you think? Can you take me to the cave you found? Xiao Yixian hesitated for a moment, but in the end said, It's fine. There were several reasons why Xiao Yixian agreed to the conditions, although she didn't know if what the other party said was true. Just with this book alone she could help more people, and the other party was much stronger, so Xiao Yixian didn't want to make him angry. All this made her decide to compromise. That's right. Xiao Ming smiled and said. Take your things, bring everything with you. Ah, why? Because you won't be able to come back later, Xiao Ming said inwardly. Although at first he was only looking for Xiao Yixian to know the cave's information and offer her some treasures in return. However, after meeting her, he didn't want to let her stay in this place. Xiao Yixian's woeful poison body would definitely wake up unless she was away from the poison, which was not possible. Medicine and poison were inseparable, and Xiao Yixian, as a doctor, cannot stay away from poison forever, and when she awakens her poison body, she would not have a good time at all. At least Xiao Ming was not so cruel to let her go through all that pain on her own, so he wanted to help her cultivate her physique. The fact that Xiao Ming was willing to help her cultivate the woeful poison body, even if the cost of doing so was very high, was due to two reasons. The first was because he really appreciated talents and felt it was a waste to leave someone like her to her fate, and the second reason was because Xiao Yixian, as an orphan, reminded him a lot of himself. However, because of the clan, he was still able to enjoy a peaceful childhood, and could even go from time to bathe in the hot springs. She, on the other hand, was not so lucky, and from an early age had to learn to fend for herself. In addition, Xiao Ming was very fond of Xiao Yixian's kind and caring personality, although it was not known whether Xiao Ming himself was aware of it. Of course, all this could not be told to Xiao Yixian right now, so Xiao Ming coughed and said, "I'm afraid that after you leave, this place will be attacked by thieves since the guards outside have already been eliminated by us. Sooner or later someone will find out, and when that happens, this room of yours." Xiao Ming said a valid point, and Xiao Yixian understood what he meant. Then she rolled her eyes, "Wasn't it caused by you?" When Xiao Yixian had finished packing her things, the three of them walked out of Xiao Yixian's room and arrived at the courtyard. "In which direction is that cave?" Xiao Yixian, who was carrying a small package, looked at Xiao Ming with some doubt but kept pointing into the distance, and then a scene appeared before her that shocked her deeply. She only saw that a pair of beautiful wings had appeared behind the two people in front of her. Do King! Without waiting for Xiao Yixian to finish startling, Xiao Ming arrived at her side, grabbed her arm and, with a flap of his wings, rushed into the sky. "Ziyan, follow us!" In the air, the shock in Xiao Yixian's eyes did not disappear for a long time. After a while of flying, she realized that Xiao Ming had stopped. "Quickly identify which direction we should take." "Oh, right." After Xiao Ming revealed his wings, Xiao Yixian was much more obedient. After identifying where they were, Xiao Yixian pointed in a direction. Finally, Xiao Ming and Xiao Yixian landed on top of a cliff, with Ziyan following closely behind. Xiao Yixian pointed towards the cliff and said in a low voice, "There is something I found by accident once I came to collect medicinal herbs. By the cliff, there is a hidden cave that is hard to find. What's inside the cave must have been left by a certain predecessor, but I haven't been inside, so I'm not too sure about the inside, but judging from some traces, the predecessor who left the cave must be very strong. I'm not sure if it's the cave you're looking for." Xiao Ming's soul power probed in the direction Xiao Yixian pointed, and indeed found the entrance of a cave, which couldn't help but make him nod in satisfaction. "There is indeed a cave down there, let's go down together." With that, Xiao Ming grabbed Xiao Yixian's arm and flew down the cliff towards the cave. After beating a snake that inhabited the area to a pulp and blowing away the dense rubble and strange wood at the entrance of the cave, the three of them smoothly entered an incomparably dark and gloomy passage. They pulled the moonshine stone out of the storage ring and illuminated the cave. The cave entrance was not wide enough for only 2 or 3 people to pass through. Xiao Ming and the others were already tightly packed at the cave entrance. The inside of the cave was dark, but there was a faint light emanating from it, giving it a mysterious appearance. Around the cave entrance, there were quite a few knife carvings, but perhaps due to the long time, these carvings had become extremely dim. "Let's go inside." Without poking around too much, Xiao Ming took Ziyan's small hand and headed inside. As Xiao Yixian watched Xiao Ming take Ziyan's little hand and forget about her as if he was going to leave her to her fate, she gritted her teeth angrily. When Xiao Ming left, the light at the cave entrance gradually grew dimmer. After a moment's hesitation, Xiao Yixian stomped angrily and followed them. Walking through the silent and dark cave, a faint chill surrounded them, and in the silent passage, only the faint sound of the 3 people's footsteps could be heard. The dark and gloomy atmosphere around them, and the eerie wind sounds coming from time to time, made Xiao Yixian involuntarily hug herself. As she looked at Xiao Ming and Ziyan walking hand in hand in front of her, she slightly hesitated, and then walked with faster steps, following closely behind them. Although Xiao Ming had brought her here with a bit of coercion, his strength was real, and in this creepy situation, the two people in front of her were the only ones who could make her feel a bit safer. Xiao Ming, who had been perceiving Xiao Yixian's actions, had a faint smile on the corner of his lips. On the way to the cave he had realized that it was very funny to tease her and see her reactions, as she was very bad at hiding her mood. After walking in this quiet environment for more than 10 minutes, just when Xiao Yixian could not stand the darkness that could make people go crazy, the two people in front of her suddenly stopped in their path. Ah! Her body didn't have time to react and ended up colliding with Ziyan, who was walking in the back. "Watch where you're going." Feeling the softness coming from the back of her head, Ziyan got angry for some reason and said in disgust. Understood. Although she was tempted to say that it was her sudden stop that caused the problem, Xiao Yixian felt that it was better not to mess with this upset-looking girl. After all, she had clearly seen the girl's doqi wings earlier. Seeing that Xiao Yixian was so sensible, Ziyan hummed slightly and did not bother with her. Instead, she turned to Xiao Ming and asked, "Xiao Ming, why are you stopping? There is no more road ahead." Xiao Ming said as he turned sideways to show the stone door in front of him. Hearing this, Xiao Yixian's eyebrows furrowed slightly as she took 2 steps forward, looked at the stone gate, and pondered. After the stone gate, there should be our destination. Since the predecessor placed a cave here, I think it would not create a situation where there is no way to enter. Looking at the yellow glow of the stone door, this place has evidently been set up with earthly mechanisms. As long as we are careful, it is not difficult to open it. I have read some books on mechanism techniques, let me do it. Xiao Yixian said, about to step forward. No need to be so troublesome. Ziyan said as she walked up to the stone door and kicked it. Bang! The stone door collapsed, raising a cloud of dust. Xiao Yixian footsteps stopped on the spot, her face filled with black lines, feeling that she should not use her own reasoning with these people. Looking at Xiao Yixian's actions, Xiao Ming laughed lightly and complimented her. "It's very admirable that you know about mechanisms, but with us here, you don't need to do anything. By the way, I said earlier that I would only take one thing from this cave and the rest would be all yours. My words naturally count." After that little incident, they entered the stone room that was exposed after the stone door fell. Chapter 123, Chapter 123, The Remnant Map of a Heavenly Flame. As the three of them stepped through the stone door, the view before them suddenly widened. Inside the stone door was a huge stone hall. The stone hall looked a bit plain and empty, the walls were inlaid with moonlight stones for illumination, and in the center of the hall was a seat on which sat a dead skeleton with a sunken skull. The appearance it gave in this silent atmosphere was a bit gloomy. Xiao Yixian looked at the skeleton, then at the huge silent hall. Her delicate face turned pale, and she could not help but move a little closer to Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming noticed that in front of the seat where the skeleton was sitting, there was a long and wide stone table, on which 3 stone boxes that were closed were neatly placed. In addition, in the 3 corners of the stone room, there were surprisingly a large number of gold coins and other treasures piled up. The number of gold coins seemed not less than hundreds of thousands of gold coins. Xiao Ming did not lack treasures and money, and the original owner of these treasures had also placed them so casually that he did not seem to attach too much importance to these things. In the far corner of the room was a small flower bed, in which all kinds of flowers and plants had been planted, and a strange fragrance lingered around it. Tearing his eyes away from the gold coins and medicinal herbs, Xiao Ming's eyes finally rested on the bones of the corpse and a faint smile appeared on his face. After seeing the medicinal herbs on the flower bed, Xiao Yixian was surprised and wanted to move forward, but then stopped and looked at Xiao Ming. "Don't look at me, I already said so, everything else is yours, I just want one thing," Xiao Ming said with a smile. Xiao Yixian was very happy with his words, as she did not expect the other party to actually keep his promise. Immediately, without any pretense, she ran to the medicinal herbs and began to pick them up. Ziyan, meanwhile, was looking rather greedily at the top of the flower bed, where there was an herb with leaves divided into white and red colors. Xiao Ming looked at Ziyan's appearance and smiled wryly, "That fire and ice spirit herb is very good, but I have already promised to give it to her. In these 2 days, I can accompany you to find some medicinal herbs." With some reluctance to withdraw her gaze, Ziyan nodded her head vigorously in response. After patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming walked over to the stone table in the center of the stone room. Unconcerned about the boxes on top of the stone table, Xiao Ming's gaze fell on the skeleton bones behind the stone table. When his gaze descended, he saw that the palm of the skeleton's right hand had 3 black keys hanging over the bones. He removed the keys with his hand and placed them on the stone table, then Xiao Ming yanked the skeleton's arm with one jerk. With his eyes peering through the fracture above the arm bone, Xiao Ming was able to see that there appeared to be a small scroll hidden in the crack of the bone, hiding a map in the middle of the arm bone. Moreover, it looked like he had tucked it in alive. The original owner of this stone room was also a ruthless person. After marveling for a moment, Xiao Ming took out the small scroll, and after casually putting the arm bone back in place, he slowly spread out the map. Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows as he untied the scroll with his palm and looked inside. What appeared before his eyes was a piece of scroll made of some unknown material. On the slightly yellowed scroll were drawn lines that looked seemingly irregular, and in the corner of the scroll was a fuzzy thing that looked like a lotus flower. The lotus flower, perhaps because of its age, is slightly yellowed and somewhat blurred, but its original color could be distinguished. The lotus was pink in color, and a thin layer of pink flames seemed to be attached to the surface of the lotus, giving the whole lotus a vaguely demonic feeling when looked at closely. Ziyan, who had followed Xiao Ming to the center of the stone hall, saw the seriousness with which Xiao Ming was looking at it, and also stood on her tiptoes to examine the map in Xiao Ming's hand. But after looking at it for a moment, she gave up. It was because she could not understand what those ghostly symbols were. If she couldn't read it, she could ask, so she said, "Xiao Ming, what is this thing?" Looking away from the map, Xiao Ming didn't hide it and smiled. "This should be the Heavenly Flame map ranked number 3 of the Heavenly Flame ranking, the Purifying Demonic Lotus Flame, but it's a fragmented map, only a quarter of it." "Only a quarter? Then why are you so happy?" Ziyan wrinkled her nose adorably. She also knew the value of the heavenly flames. However, a map with only a quarter part was of little use when one thought about it. Trying to gather it all together, one fears it would be impossible in one lifetime. Normally it was like this, but Xiao Ming could remember very clearly the time and place where this remnant map of heavenly flame would appear. The possibility of getting it was really high. In fact, if one simply wanted to know the location of the purifying demonic lotus flame, one did not need a map. The purifying demonic lotus flame was within the realm left by the purifying demonic lotus saint. And whenever this realm came up, there was always a lot of movement. So it was quite easy to know where it was. But the purifying demonic lotus flame was not so easy to subdue, and obtaining a complete map of that heavenly flame beforehand would help refine it. Of course, it was inconvenient to talk to Ziyan about this, so Xiao Ming simply pinched her little nose and said, "As an alchemist, it's inevitable that I would be a little happy to see a trace of the heavenly flame." "Was that what you were looking for?" At that moment, Xiao Yixian had already finished collecting all the medicinal herbs from the small flower bed and walked over with a dozen jade jars containing medicinal herbs in her arms. Indeed, this was what I was looking for." Xiao Ming nodded his head. Xiao Yixian didn't care if what Xiao Ming said was true, nor did she ask Xiao Ming why he knew that map would be here, as she knew it was useless for her to ask. The other party definitely wouldn't tell her. Therefore, she merely directed her gaze towards the 3 stone boxes on the table. Seeing that Xiao Ming had no intention of moving, but rather seemed to give her a "what are you waiting for" look. She went ahead and took the keys from the table and opened the metal locks on the stone boxes. Before long, all 3 stone boxes were unlocked. A book was placed in each box. First, Xiao Yixian took a somewhat heavy black scroll. Haixian Flying Dou Technique, Eagle Wings. Flying Dou Technique, what is a Flying Dou Technique? It was the first time she read that name, so Xiao Yixian blinked. She had heard of attacking Dou techniques, defensive Dou techniques, melee, and so on, but this was the first time she heard of Flying Dou Technique. Flying Dou Technique, as the name suggests, is capable of making one fly in the sky. Xiao Ming, who came to her side at some point, politely explained. Fly? Isn't that an ability that requires one to be at the Dou spirit realm, to just barely possess it? Hearing this, Xiao Yixian was first startled and then filled with confusion. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, Dou spirit can briefly move a small distance at low altitude, but it is not really considered flying, at least not compared to this Flying Dou technique. Xiao Yixian was first surprised at his words, and then thought of a certain possibility. You know so much about this, aren't your wings? It was no wonder Xiao Yixian thought wrongly. After all, Xiao Ming and Ziyan were really too young in appearance, and a Dou King powerhouse at this age was really too monstrous in Xiao Yixian's opinion. Hehe, you guessed wrong. Although Xiao Ming didn't care about other people's thoughts on his strength, he still had to think of a way to convince Xiao Yixian later on, and a higher strength was still somewhat useful, so naturally, he couldn't let her guess randomly. Hearing Xiao Ming say that, and seeing his gaze that seemed to judge her for being a girl who hadn't seen the world, Xiao Yixian averted her gaze in embarrassment and was silent for a moment, then picked up another green-colored book. Haixian Qi Method. This one did not cause Xiao Yixian much confusion, and after getting a little excited, she turned her gaze to the last box. There was an ancient rainbow-colored scroll. Chapter 124, Chapter 124, Convincing Xiao Yixian. Clearly seeing the large words written on the rainbow-colored scroll, Xiao Yixian first froze faintly, and then, with a delighted face, reached out her jade hand and took out the ancient rainbow-colored scroll. Without Xiao Ming asking, Xiao Yixian opened the scroll and said with a smile. This is a poison book that records the methods of making poison. It could be seen that Xiao Yixian was really very interested in medicine, even with the Flying Dou technique as well as the Haixian Dou technique from before, she was not so happy. After receiving the rainbow poison book from Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming casually flipped through it and handed it back to her. Looking at Xiao Yixian, who was eagerly flipping through the rainbow poison book, Xiao Ming abruptly asked, Now that you have obtained so many treasures, do you have any plans for the future? Plans? Xiao Yixian froze at his words. This was something she had not really considered. Looking at Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming spoke, Do you want to stay in this little place, Qingshan town, forever? Can't I? Xiao Yixian was a little confused. Her strength was not strong, even with so many treasures. She feared that it would be difficult to make a name for herself elsewhere, and if she was not careful and exposed her wealth, it could also be a death sentence, so it was better to stay in Qingshan town, where she had been living for many years. Well, it's not impossible. However, I think it will be difficult for you to stay in Qingshan town for a long time. Why? Xiao Ming did not answer directly but said something making it sound like it was irrelevant. There should be a small 7-colored line on your lower back, right? How do you know? Xiao Yixian heard the words and her pretty face changed. How did he know what she had there if it was in such a hidden part? Xiao Yixian recalled Xiao Ming's previous actions outside her room and immediately thought that Xiao Ming had spied on her, making her face turn red with anger. Seeing her like this, Xiao Ming knew that she had misunderstood him again and hurriedly waved his hand. I didn't peek at you, I'm a 6th-tier alchemist and have some little tricks up my sleeves, very reasonable, right? Xiao Yixian was surprised that Xiao Ming was a 6th-tier alchemist, but quickly recovered and said in disbelief, not to mention if you really are a 6th-tier alchemist. Even if you are, can an alchemist's methods detect what's on the surface of someone's body through their clothes? Of course they can't, but who caused you to have a special physique, the woeful poison body? Woeful poison body, frowning, Xiao Yixian repeated the name. What kind of physique is this? Do you want to know? Turn the book in your hand to the last volume and you'll understand. Xiao Yixian did as he said and turned to the last volume to read it. After reading for a while, Xiao Yixian's face became unusually ugly. Woeful poison body, also known as natural poison body, is a very rare physique. The person with this physique only needs to keep consuming poison to become stronger. The more poisonous it is, the faster it will increase its strength, and there is almost no upper limit. However, the more poison taken, the more concentrated the toxin becomes, and when it reaches a certain point, it will erupt completely. When it erupts, all life within a radius of 1,000 miles will be destroyed. When the 7-colored line extends to the heart, that is the strongest moment of the woeful poison body, and that is also when the woeful poison body will erupt. Saying this, Xiao Ming sighed. After reading the Rainbow Poison book, you should know that what I said is not a lie. How is it possible? Muttered Xiao Yixian, somewhat disoriented. What she wanted most was to become an alchemist, and since her Douqi attributes didn't match, she settled for becoming a doctor, but now reality was telling her that she had the talent to become a poison master. Wasn't this a joke? Suddenly, Xiao Yixian thought of something and with a glint in her eyes, she asked, is it true that as long as I don't take poison pills, this woeful poison body won't activate? In theory, it's possible, but in practice, it's a different story. Many herbs have both medicinal and toxic properties, and unless you avoid handling herbs altogether, you're likely to accidentally ingest some toxins. When your poison body activates, the more venomous the poison is, the more tempting it will be for you, much like how heavenly flame is irresistible to alchemists. With Xiao Ming's explanation, Xiao Yixian's eyes, which had regained a trace of brightness, darkened again. Indeed, as the young man in front of her had said, it was very difficult to avoid activating the woeful poison body. Thinking of the tragic cases caused by the woeful poison body eruption recorded in the Rainbow Poison book, Xiao Yixian showed a faint miserable smile, her face lifeless as she said in a low voice. When you asked me about my future plans, was it because you want to kill me so that I won't be a catastrophe to the town in the future? That's not the case. Xiao Ming said with a sigh, I've gotten very fond of you, I just wanted to ask if you would like to follow me. When Ziyan beside him heard this, her eyes widened. And a hint of redness appeared on Xiao Yixian's face. Before the two could say anything, Xiao Ming coughed as he continued. Your woeful poison body has almost no upper limit of strength, the more poisons you swallow, the faster your strength will increase, you are a talent that must be cultivated. This. Feeling that she had just thought of something else, Xiao Yixian smiled awkwardly, and then said, but aren't you afraid that my poison body will erupt? Although, every generation of poison bodies dies from the eruption of the woeful poison body, however, I know 2 solutions for this physique. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Yixian's face was stunned before revealing a look of surprise. What methods? One is the poison flame method, and the other is the poison pill method. Hearing that there were 2 methods, Xiao Yixian's face lit up as she hurriedly asked, what is the difference between these 2 methods? The poison flame method requires the nether poison flame rank 20 in the heavenly flame ranking. This flame contains such a strong poison that ordinary people will die if they touch it. However, it is a great tonic for the woeful poison body. The 2 can even complement each other, possibly allowing you to grow faster. Isn't this a faster death? Ziyan muttered after hearing his words. Hehe, each kind of heavenly flame has a special function, and the special function of the nether poison flame is that it can manipulate all poisons, and only with this heavenly flame can one hope to completely control the woeful poison body, so the possessor of the woeful poison body can manipulate the poisonous power of its body as it wants without having to worry about an eruption. Due to the characteristics of the nether poison flame, almost no one had undergone it, so basically not many people on the Doqi continent knew the characteristics of this heavenly flame, and Xiao Ming had learned about it through the simulator. The second method, the poison pill method, it gathers all the poison that is accumulated within one's body and transforms all of it into a poison pill. Once the poison pill is formed, the woeful poison body would finally become a truly frightening constitution, without restrictions. To refine the poison pill, 3 things are needed. The first is 3 kinds of heavenly flames. The second is the monster core of a rank 7 sky poison dragon scorpion beast. The third is bodhisattva body transformation saliva. Without waiting for Ziyan and Xiao Yixian to ask more questions, Xiao Ming finished introducing the 2 methods directly. After listening to Xiao Ming say the 2 methods, Xiao Yixian did not know what to say. The conditions required for these 2 methods were not something she could achieve, right? Especially the second method, because she wished to become an alchemist, she had researched enough to know the value of heavenly flames, 3 kinds of heavenly flames. Is this a joke? It's impossible to find them in this life. You don't have to worry, since I've decided to take you in, I can figure these things out naturally. I know where to find the nether poison flame, and I already have 2 heavenly flames, and no surprises, I will soon be in possession of a third, the bodhisattva body transformation saliva is also in my possession. No matter which method you want to choose, you can resolve the aftermath of your woeful poison body, and you can still become a doctor when the time comes. After all, there is no Doqi attribute requirement to become a doctor, since medicine and poison are not separated. Maybe you can become a doctor more powerful than many alchemists. Xiao Ming said. In order to increase his power of persuasion, he released his 2 heavenly flames and raised them into the air. Looking at the 2 terrifying flames around Xiao Ming, Xiao Yixian only felt that her quiet life had had many ups and downs since she met this handsome young man, and now, hearing him say this, it seemed that her woeful poison body could be controlled. Take me with you. Xiao Yixian did not hesitate long before replying. Although she did not want to leave Qingshan town, she did not have a solution for the woeful poison body, so she could only accept Xiao Ming's proposal. Xiao Yixian still did not know that she had just made the most important choice of her life. Chapter 125, Chapter 125, The Valley. Seeing that Xiao Yixian agreed, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. Good, since you have agreed, then you can follow us from now on. Saying this, Xiao Ming seemed to remember something and took off the fire-red ring from his finger and handed it to Xiao Yixian, pointing at the treasures and said, "This is an intermediate-level storage ring, it has been with me for a long time, but now I don't need it anymore, take it, and use it to store those things." "Thank you, I'll give it back to you later." Looking at the small pile with quite a few gold coins and rare items, Xiao Yixian accepted the storage ring from Xiao Ming. She really needed the storage ring so she could carry those things with her. With a faint smile, Xiao Ming shook his head and said, "No need, you can keep it. This item is not really precious to me." When Xiao Yixian heard his words, she thought that her own woeful poison body would need many precious things and there was no difference in adding a storage ring, so she did not continue to insist. She only thought inwardly that if Xiao Ming had no ill intentions, then she would pay him back with all her might in the future. "By the way, I still call you Xiao Yixian, TL, little fairy doctor, I still don't know your real name, can you tell me?" asked Xiao Ming with a curious face. "Name? I'm an orphan, they used to call me Li Xiener, but everyone calls me Xiao Yixian," Xiao Yixian said. Xiao Ming nodded his head in satisfaction, it was a curiosity he had since he read the original story. "My name is Xiao Ming, and the little girl next to me is called Ziyan." After briefly introducing themselves, Xiao Ming waved his hand to signal Xiao Yixian to go ahead and pick up those gold coins. When Xiao Yixian finished collecting all the items, only then Xiao Ming took her out of the cave and carried her up the cliff. Looking at the cave entrance under the cliff, Xiao Ming waved his hand and a red douqi flashed and crashed into the cliff wall. After doing this, Xiao Ming turned around and asked Xiao Yixian, "I asked you to bring all your important items earlier, did you bring them? We are not going back to Magic Beast Town." "I brought everything, but where are we going to go next?" "We're going to spend a few days in the Magic Beast mountain range, then we'll go to the Tiger Desert to look for a kind of heavenly flame." Patting Ziyan's little head, Xiao Ming said. The heavenly flame he was looking for was naturally the green lotus core flame, and it was still more than a year before the green lotus core flame was discovered by Medusa, so Xiao Ming was in no hurry. It was difficult for him to come to the Magic Beast mountain range, so he could afford to stay for a few days to search for medicinal herbs. In his perception, the Magic Beast mountain range had quite a few treasures. Moreover, he also promised Ziyan that he would stay with her in the Magic Beast mountain range for a few days, so he can't go back on his word. "In that case, then we can go somewhere first." "What kind of place?" Ziyan thought that Xiao Yixian wanted to take them out of the Magic Beast mountain range and looked at her a little reluctantly. Being watched by Ziyan, Xiao Yixian played with her purple lock of hair as she whispered, "It's not far, it's in the valley not far from here, that's the place I found before, I built a thatched hut there and left some clothes, this time I didn't bring a change of clothes with me, so I thought." At those words, Ziyan didn't look at her anymore. "Is it that place?" Xiao Ming pointed to the north and said, there he perceived several medicinal herbs. One had to say that Ziyan's talent for treasure hunting was really useful. "How do you know?" Xiao Yixian said in surprise. "Just a little trick." Xiao Ming smiled, then turned to look at Ziyan. He said, "Ziyan, take her with you and we'll go find the medicinal herbs." Ziyan looked at Xiao Yixian and nodded obediently under the temptation of medicinal herbs. "All right, let's go quickly." With that, she arrived at Xiao Yixian's side and took her hand. She shot off into the sky and flew north. Xiao Ming could sense the medicinal herbs, so naturally, she could too, so there was no need for anyone to point the way for her. Down below, looking at Ziyan who had become overzealous, Xiao Ming smiled helplessly. Ziyan's obsession with growing up is really profound. When his voice fell, Xiao Ming's back vibrated and his whole body turned into a shadow to chase after Ziyan. The valley was not far from the cliff, and the three of them managed to reach it after a few moments. Once they entered the depths of the valley and slowly descended into the depths of the basin, the dense energy that filled the small valley caused Xiao Ming to take a deep breath of air, and instantly, his spirit was refreshed. "What do you think? This place is good, isn't it? The small valley here is completely cut off from the outside, and the sky is covered by a dense fog, making it very hidden, so if it wasn't for Xiao Lan, who happened to walk in once, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to discover this strange place." Looking at Xiao Ming's expression, Xiao Yixian smiled with a smug face and said in a delicate voice. Knowing that Xiao Lan whom Xiao Yixian was talking about must be a flying magical beast that she had raised, Xiao Ming nodded his head. The energy is exceptionally abundant, and it is truly a treasure trove with so many rare medicinal herbs gathered. In the valley, the light was dim but one could still vaguely see various precious medicinal herbs growing, and a smell of medicinal fragrance, intermingled with the mist, made one feel refreshed. Ziyan sensed the location of several medicinal herbs and immediately flew toward them. Xiao Ming did not stop her but said to Xiao Yixian, "You should stay here for the next few days, since we are searching for medicinal herbs in the middle of the mountain range, we might attract a 5th or even 6th rank magical beast. It might not be very safe to follow us. I'll come for you in a few days." Xiao Yixian made no comment, and her slender finger pointed to a thatched hut in the corner, smiling, "In the valley, I've built a thatched hut, so it won't be a problem to stay for a while." "That's good." Saying this, Xiao Ming looked at Xiao Yixian. The temperature in the middle of the valley is too low at night, so you should go to the thatched hut first, and I will wait here for Ziyan to return. After replying softly, Xiao Yixian headed for the thatched hut. Xiao Ming, for his part, stood his ground and watched the valley curiously. Xiao Ming was curious as to why this valley had gathered so much energy. However, no matter how much he analyzed it, he could not understand the reason, and in the end, he could only shake his head helplessly and give up. After standing for a while, Ziyan flew back. In her hands, she also carried several jade boxes, and it was obvious what they contained. The most valuable medicinal herbs in the valley are here, and we'll both get half. Remember to refine my share into pills, okay? Understood. Placing the medicinal herbs in the storage ring, Xiao Ming asked again with some hesitation, right Ziyan, your strength should have increased a lot after eating all those medicinal herbs, but when exactly will you be able to reach the Do Emperor realm? To Do Emperor, I still have a distance to go. Speaking of this, Ziyan felt somewhat helpless. She had eaten many medicinal herbs over the years, but it still wasn't enough. If other magical beasts had eaten so many medicinal herbs, they would have reached Do Emperor long ago, knowing that the magical beasts guarding those medicinal herbs were of the 5th or 6th rank, and being able to guard those medicinal herbs meant that the herbs were of great use to them. Xiao Ming guessed that it had something to do with the fact that her original body was an ancient void dragon. However, with his help, Ziyan should be able to break through to Do Emperor faster than in the original story. After comforting Ziyan a few times, Xiao Ming led her towards the thatched hut. They would rest here tonight and leave the next day. A/N, it's voting time. Choose which version of Medusa will be used in this story, Manhua version novel / Donghua version Chapter 126, Chapter 126, The Chaotic Magic Beast Mountain Range. The next day, Xiao Ming took Ziyan to scour the Magic Beast Mountain Range in search of various medicinal herbs. Even with the talent of perception of medicinal herbs, it was not easy to find them, as perception had a distance limit. To increase efficiency, Xiao Ming and Ziyan split up and searched for various kinds of medicinal herbs. Once they found the medicinal herb, if there was a magical beast protecting it, they would call each other and fight it 2 versus 1. During this period, the higher-level magical beasts that inhabited the Magic Beast Mountain Range were very unlucky. Many of them were beaten by Xiao Ming and Ziyan and stripped of the medicinal herbs they had worked so hard to protect for years. After being treated like this by Xiao Ming and Ziyan, those magical beasts felt aggrieved in their hearts, and every night, they would raise their heads to the sky and howl to vent their discontent. Many of the mercenary groups that chose to enter the mountain at this time of the year were unlucky and suffered heavy losses. Xiao Ming was unaware of this. In a hidden, frozen pond, Xiao Ming raised his hand and knocked down a 4th-rank magical beast called Phantom Ice Boa, before approaching the edge of the pond and squatting down. He plucked a medicinal herb growing on the bank with a strange blue glow. Blue ice grass, the companion of the Phantom Ice Boa. If consumed without supplementary medicine, it can easily poison a Do Grandmaster and has a miraculous effect in the Do Spirit realm. Not bad, it will be of use to Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming placed this medicinal herb in his storage ring, then stood up to look at the sky. Counting time, 10 days have passed in the Magic Beast Mountain Range. It's time to leave. Suddenly, a violent energy fluctuation and a violent lion roar sounded in the sky like thunder, interrupting Xiao Ming's words. Xiao Ming's face changed slightly as he heard the lion's roar, his wings appeared on his back and he appeared in the air, his gaze fixed on the distant sky, where the violent energy fluctuation came from. Soon after, a huge magical beast appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. The surface of this magical beast, which was 7 to 8 meters long, was covered by a layer of purple-colored crystal, which reflected the sunlight and shone it in all directions. The magic beast's head was an ominous-looking lion's head with a pair of bloody red beast eyes that carried a strange glint of purplish light and a large mouth covered with fangs. Each time it stepped down, it would cause the empty air to shake, displaying a great strength that was difficult to imagine. In front of this magical beast, a small white figure fled with mysterious movements. Seeing that the figure was Ziyi Yan, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth twitched as he was speechless. The king of the magic beast's mountain range, the 6th-rank amethyst-winged Lion King, chasing after her so frantically, Ziyi Yan wouldn't have rampaged the lion's lair, would she? Roar, you damn thief, stop right there! Behind her, the exasperated voice of Amethyst-winged Lion King sounded, which had no effect on Ziyi Yan. Instead, it was Xiao Ming who appeared in his line of sight, which caused her eyes to light up, and with a flap of her wings, she flew towards Xiao Ming at a slightly faster speed. Soon, Ziyi Yan carried the Amethyst-winged Lion King to Xiao Ming. The first words Ziyi Yan said were, "Xiao Ming, quickly help me beat up this little winged lion, and I will share half of the things with you." Seeing the thief it was chasing stopped next to a strange young man, the Amethyst-winged Lion King also stopped not far away warily. Hearing Ziyi Yan's words, Amethyst-winged Lion King became even more enraged and its voice thundered like a storm. "You damned thief, give me back what you have stolen or you won't be able to leave the Magic Beast mountain range today. And that human next to you, I'm warning you that you'd better stay out of our business, or else you'll suffer the consequences." Directly ignoring Amethyst-winged Lion King's words, Xiao Ming looked at Ziyi Yan who was standing beside him. "What did you take from it to make it chase you for tens of miles?" As Xiao Ming recalled, Amethyst-winged Lion King's cave was located far away from here. It's because of this. A meter-high square amethyst stone platform seemed to have been taken out by Ziyi Yan. On top of the amethyst stone platform, a purple object the size of a human head was silently placed. Amethyst Lion Birth Essence. Xiao Ming recognized what this purple orb was at a glance. The Amethyst Lion Birth Essence was an item that would only be produced with a very small probability when the amethyst-winged lion gave birth to its cubs. This type of Amethyst Lion Birth Essence, when the young beast grew into a 4th-rank magical beast, as long as it devoured it, it could directly become a 5th-rank magical beast. Moreover, the purple fire in its body would be stronger than other amethyst-winged lions that had not devoured the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence. Being able to make a 4th-rank magical beast leap to 5th rank, one could imagine how much energy this item contained, and it was no wonder Ziyi Yan had stolen it. This Amethyst Lion Birth Essence was also very important to the Amethyst-winged Lion clan, and it was normal for the Amethyst-winged Lion King to chase Ziyi Yan for dozens of miles after discovering it. Seeing Ziyi Yan take out the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence, the Amethyst-winged Lion King became agitated and roared loudly. "Quick, give it back to me!" "Give it back to you? It could be, or better not," said Ziyi Yan as she stuck her tongue out at him, then shoved the Amethyst Lion Birth Essence back into her own storage ring under the furious gaze of the Amethyst-winged Lion King. This blatant taunting caused the Amethyst-winged Lion King to finally lose its patience. During this period of time, it had also discovered that the two people in front of it were just two doe kings, and since they sought death, it could not be blamed for conceding to them. The Amethyst-winged Lion King bellowed, and from its huge mouth, a low roar echoed through the mountains. At the sound of the Amethyst-winged Lion King's roar, the amethyst crystal on its body glowed brightly, and in the blink of an eye, raging purple flames erupted from its body. The purple flames gradually coiled and whirled, finally converging into a huge pillar of purple fire that shot skyward. The heat caused the phantom ice boa, which had been knocked out by Xiao Ming, to wake up a few hundred meters below, and when it felt the heat, the phantom ice boa scurried into the pool of water with a whoosh. "Humph, who's afraid of you?" Ziyi Yan originally wasn't afraid of the Amethyst-winged Lion King, and now that Xiao Ming was nearby, she was even braver. Her delicate figure trembled slightly, and she moved straight towards the Amethyst-winged Lion King in an instant, her little fist clenched tightly, a terrifying power brewing in it. "Humph, a mere doe king, how dare you to be so arrogant? Know your place!" A roar erupted from the huge mouth of the Amethyst-winged Lion King, and with a single vibration of its wings, the huge purple fire pillar on its body smashed into Xiao. The purple fire pillar instantly shot out towards her, and when she felt the fierce and hot energy contained within it, Xiaoyan's face became slightly serious as she slowly extended her small fist and pointed her 5 fingers at the purple fire pillar that shot out towards her. Break! Boom! With the sound of her voice, Xiaoyan's 5 fingers shot out a wave of invisible fluctuations that spread out like lightning, and the 10-meter space in front of her was compressed into a ball by an extremely terrifying force. The purple fire pillar passing by was also compressed into that space. Boom! Another bang resounded in the surroundings, and the purple fire pillar finally burst into a beautiful purple fire flower, the energy in it dispersing completely. The energy released was so terrifying that it caused the surrounding space to oscillate faintly. Chapter 127, Chapter 127, Fierce Battle. The purple fire flower lasted for more than 10 seconds before it finally ran out of energy and was extinguished with a dull sound that echoed through the mountains. After finishing off the purple fire pillar, Xiaoyan stepped into the void and her small body appeared in front of the amethyst-winged Lion King like a ghost, twisting her waist. Her slender little legs made a crescent arc and kicked it fiercely in the head. Xiaoyan's legs were so thin and soft that they almost looked as if they would break at the slightest squeeze, especially when compared to the huge head of the amethyst-winged Lion King. They were not worthy of mention, but whoever underestimated the terrifying power they contained, would receive a painful and bloody lesson. The amethyst-winged Lion King had spent many years cultivating to this day and was experienced in fighting enemies, so it was naturally impossible to make such a low-level mistake when fighting an opponent. With a shake of its head, the red coiled horn on the top of its head shot out a huge purple flame half a meter thick. Xiaoyan's foot, with a bang, crashed fiercely into the purple flame, and instantly, a muffled explosion sounded, caused by the purple flame being shattered. Due to the collision force with the purple flame, she bounced more than 10 meters away. Humph! When her attack was blocked, Xiaoyan let out a light snort, and with another move, she headed straight towards the amethyst-winged Lion King's belly. Her slender arm swiftly moved, leaving after images in its path, and with powerful momentum, it fiercely smashed into the amethyst-winged Lion King. In response, the purple light in the amethyst-winged Lion King's pupils suddenly became very bright, abandoning the purple fire attack and bringing forth a magnificent purple aura in the massive claws of its palm. Its palm claws smashed into Xiaoyan, and wherever the claws passed through, they tore the air. A sharp sound wave echoed in the sky. Bang! Xiaoyan's slender arm collided with the sharp claws of the amethyst-winged Lion King, and a dull sound of physical collision rang in Xiao Ming's ears. Looking not far away at Xiaoyan and the amethyst-winged Lion King who had begun a close combat, Xiao Ming frowned. Although Xiaoyan is very powerful, at the end of the day her cultivation is still lower and she is still a bit inferior to the 6th rank amethyst-winged Lion King. She is currently at a disadvantage in exchanging blows. Knowing that he couldn't continue to stare like this, Xiao Ming's mind shifted and dozens of different colored flames surged on both sides of him without warning. Among these flames were 2 of the most terrifying ones, which were the 10,000 Beast Flame and the Fallen Heart Flame, while the rest were all the beast flames that Xiao Ming had obtained over the years. After looking at the battlefield between the 2 of them, Xiao Ming's palms came together, causing the flames to gather in his palms, forming a flame energy dominated by the 2 heavenly flames. Having the flames gathered together, especially the heavenly flames between them, Xiao Ming felt that the energy contained between his palms was extremely violent and there was a danger of it exploding at any moment. Thanks to his strong spiritual power, Xiao Ming was able to maintain the balance for a while. Xiao Ming's fingers moved extremely fast, making strange positions. Because Xiao Ming's speed was too fast, the moving fingers became after images. The flame energy between his palms began to take shape as his fingers moved, and finally, after Xiao Ming stopped moving his fingers, a brightly colored seal appeared on his palm. The appearance of the seal caused the energy within a 1,000-mile radius around Xiao Ming to stir, and a wave of energy from heaven and earth rushed toward the seal like a violent tidal stream, and in the blink of an eye, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal expanded to a meter in size. The movement from Xiao Ming's side was so great that it attracted the attention of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. In the midst of the battle, it glanced at Xiao Ming out of the corner of its eye, and when it saw the magnificent seal emanating a violent aura in front of Xiao Ming, it immediately became agitated and uneasy. Damn it, how could this human Do King possibly send out such a terrifying attack? No, I can't let him successfully launch such an attack. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King roared in its heart and swung its forelegs wildly, forcing Ziyi Yan, who was fighting with him, to retreat a dozen meters. With a flourish of its purple wings, its body transformed into purple lightning and shot towards Xiao Ming in the blink of an eye. Trying to interrupt me? It's too late. Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Xiao Ming, who had been observing the battle between Ziyi Yan and the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, naturally saw the Amethyst-Winged Lion King lion heading towards him. Seeing that it was time, the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth curved into a smile, and he let the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal fly towards the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal's speed was the same as the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, and it was not affected by its huge body. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who intended to interrupt Xiao Ming, was surprised by the terrifying speed of the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal and could not avoid it. Its right foreleg was raised in front of its chest, and the purple crystal glowed with a vivid purple aura, forming a shield as if it was prepared to resist with its full strength. When he saw Amethyst-Winged Lion King's action, Xiao Ming smiled. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal was an intermediate Dido technique, and it was even channeled with 2 heavenly flames, so it was not so easy to resist it with strength. Indeed, as Xiao Ming watched, the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal pierced through the purple protective shield like lightning and collided with the sharp claws of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King in midair. At the moment of collision, the space was silenced for a moment. Boom! A thunderous sound burst out of nowhere in the clear sky. The seal and the claw collided fiercely with each other, releasing frantic and terrifying energy, and where they met, the violent energy whipped like a hurricane, shattering the forest below. In the sky, the brilliant colors of the seal and the purple claw of the Amethyst-Winged Lion King nearly filled half the sky, and even the white clouds glowed in various colors. As Amethyst-Winged Lion King fought against Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, Xiao Ming did not just watch. With a snap of his fingers, the spirit turned into a stream of white light and flew towards Amethyst-Winged Lion King's forehead. Until now, the spirit had devoured various kinds of wonders of heaven and earth, and the energy contained in its body was more than Xiao Ming's. With such an amount of energy compressed into one point, Xiao Ming dared to say that this defense-breaking ability was definitely top-notch. Although Amethyst-Winged Lion King was covered in amethyst crystals with incredible defensive power, if it were to receive this blow, it would definitely die on the spot. Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who was in a stalemate with the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal, felt a terrifyingly high temperature coming from its claws, a temperature that, although it was a magical beast with fire attributes, it could barely withstand. If this continued, one of its claws would definitely be ruined. No. I can't continue like this, I have to do something. The Amethyst-Winged Lion King's mind was spinning very fast, and before it could think of a solution, it suddenly felt a terrifying beam of white light coming towards its forehead. It lowered its head slightly, and the light struck the red horn on the top of its head, shattering the hardest part of its body in half. Chapter 128, Chapter 128, The Amethyst-Winged Lion King, who was scared away. The breaking of the pointed horn caused intense pain to the Amethyst-Winged Lion King, and with a furious roar, the claws of its left palm swung toward the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal without a care for anything else. There was another thunderous sound. The Sanyan Void Spirit Seal turned into a ball of fire that soared skyward and enveloped the Amethyst-Winged Lion King. 10 seconds later, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King's figure appeared before Xiao Ming's eyes. At this moment, the Amethyst-Winged Lion King was so damaged that it had completely lost the powerful appearance it had when it first appeared. The red spiral horn on its head was cut in half, and the strong purple flames surrounding the horn were reduced to small flames, and its front claws, which were originally covered with a layer of purple crystals, were burnt, and the purple crystals seemed to have melted in the collision, and not only that, but the purple crystals on other parts of its body also seemed to have melted, except for the claws that came in contact with the Sanyan Void Spirit Seal. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, whose breathing was a bit ragged, Xiao Ming's eyes flashed with a cold aura. Not far away, Ziyan, looking at amethyst-winged Lion King's appearance, had a smile on her face. He, I allowed you to chase me just now, now your time is up. As she said that, Ziyan's little fists were filled with a strong jade light, and under the influence of this light, those little fists seemed to become somewhat transparent. When the jade fists touched, an extremely crisp sound emerged, and in an instant, a strong jade aura suddenly emerged from her body. Clearly, Ziyan had no intention of stopping. You! Amethyst-winged Lion King's face changed as it sensed Ziyan's movements, and it took another glance at Xiao Ming, who was gathering his qi in front of it, and its mood was very bad. After a short period of time, it was beaten up, suffering serious injuries. On the other hand, the other party did not suffer any injuries at all. If the beating continued like this, wouldn't it end up dead? There were many thoughts in its heart, and after a moment, the amethyst-winged Lion King made up its mind. With a roar of rage, it gathered its strength and its purple energy surged around it in a desperate stance. Looking at the amethyst-winged Lion King, who seemed to be preparing a big move, Xiao Ming and Ziyan secretly shielded themselves while executing a defensive Do technique. Bang! A loud bang sounded in the sky, and the amethyst-winged Lion King was seen turning into a shadow and disappearing into the sky in the blink of an eye. Xiao Ming gaped as he stared at the amethyst-winged Lion King that had disappeared in an instant. He did not expect the amethyst-winged Lion King, who was the king of the Magic Beast Mountain range, to flee so shamefully, and even faking a big move before fleeing. Was it necessary? It knew that he and Ziyan were just Do kings. With a sigh, Xiao Ming retrieved the spirit he had just released into his body. Ziyan flew to Xiao Ming's side and said, Xiao Ming, that little lion is too timid, should we go after it? In its cave just now, I found other medicinal materials besides the purple egg, but since it found me too early, I only had time to take that purple egg and not the other things. Since it has escaped, let's forget about it. Xiao Ming shook his head at Ziyan's proposal and refused. The amethyst-winged Lion King was still a 6th-rank magical beast, although it was not considered at the peak of the 6th grade, even barely reaching the middle level, it was still a 6th rank nonetheless. If they really had to fight to the death, there was no guarantee that he and Ziyan would not be in danger. As far as Xiao Ming knew, the amethyst-winged Lion King still had a strong sealing technique that it hadn't used in the middle of the fight just now, and other than the sealing technique, he didn't know if it had any other powerful fighting skills. Therefore, it was naturally good that it decided to retreat on its own will. These days, they had also found quite a few medicinal herbs in the Magic Beast Mountain range, so there was no need to look for trouble with the amethyst-winged Lion King again. Although Ziyan was very greedy for those medicinal materials in the cave, Xiao Ming had spoken, so she didn't say anything more about going after them. Instead, she took out the meter-wide amethyst stone table from inside her storage ring, and the amethyst lion birth essence on the stone table glowed with a purple light. We agreed that we would split half, so, first I will give it to you for safekeeping, and then you will give me my half at night. The current Ziyan had already gotten into the habit of giving the medicinal herbs she had obtained to Xiao Ming for safekeeping. Although the amethyst lion birth essence was not a medicinal material, Ziyan knew that she was very gluttonous, and feared that she could not resist eating it all, so she gave it to Xiao Ming for safekeeping first. Good. Xiao Ming deftly took the amethyst stone table and put it into his storage ring before saying to Ziyan, "We've been in the Magic Beast Mountain range for almost half a month now, it's time to go." Ziyan froze at his words, then said, "Sure, but in the future, you have to remember to keep taking me to look for more medicinal herbs." "Understood, let's go back to the small valley." When Xiao Ming and Ziyan returned to the small valley, half an hour had already passed. Descending from the sky, Xiao Ming found a giant blue eagle in front of the small thatched hut Xiao Yixian had built. After noticing Xiao Ming's presence, the giant eagle flew into the air with a flap of its wings, circling continuously. Knowing that it was Xiao Lan, the magical beast raised by Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming did not pay much attention to it but entered the hut with Ziyan after sensing an aura inside the small hut. As soon as he entered the hut, Xiao Ming frowned, only to see some smoke floating inside the room, all of which contained no small amount of toxins. With his right palm outstretched, a strong and fierce qi surged from Xiao Ming's palm, and the smoke inside the room was immediately expelled from the hut. The smoke inside the room gradually dissipated, only to see that on top of the bed, Xiao Yixian was closing her eyes tightly, and her originally rosy face now had 7 strange colors. What's wrong with this girl? Ziyan looked at Xiao Yixian on the bed, somewhat unsure. She should have activated her own woeful poison body. Xiao Ming looked at the pill bottle in Xiao Yixian's hand and the little black powder left on her delicate red lips and said, "Then she will be fine, won't she?" Blinking, Ziyan asked. "She'll be fine, let's wait for a while, she should wake up soon." Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan said oh and did not worry anymore. After all, she was not familiar with Xiao Yixian at this time. After a while, Xiao Yixian, who was lying on the bed with her eyes tightly closed, slowly opened her eyes. Her delicate hand moved slightly, and with her fingers, she took a bit of the black powder on the edge of her lips. Her eyes looked at the black powder, she did not look in a good mood. "You are awake." Hearing a voice, Xiao Yixian's beautiful eyes opened wide and she hurriedly looked towards the center of the room, seeing that it was Xiao Ming and Ziyan, and said with some surprise, "When did you come back?" "Just a moment ago." Xiao Ming replied. "Did you activate your woeful poison body by yourself?" Because I wanted to improve my strength as soon as possible so I could help you." Xiao Yixian said in a low voice. She clasped her hands together a little nervously in front of her chest. "Did I do something wrong?" Xiao Ming didn't expect Xiao Yixian to say this, although it was a bit unexpected. He wouldn't think that Xiao Yixian said it because she liked him. After all, they hadn't known each other for a long time. Xiao Ming guessed that Xiao Yixian would probably say that because when he had taken her in, he had said that she was valuable to cultivate. She wanted to show her worth. This was probably how Xiao Yixian had learned to survive having grown up as an orphan before. With a sigh, Xiao Ming replied, "You haven't done anything wrong. A/N, since it is the beginning of the month, I have some news. For those who are interested, it will be as follows. You can now access 15 advanced chapters on BTTH. The second project I will be working on will be a fanfic of Dolu. I will expand the details later. I will be uploading the chapters to BTTH. However, the first 5 chapters will be public for everyone. You can enter the site, hit the DDLFF tag and read the available chapters now. You can comment on your doubts and suggestions, as they could be taken into account. I hope you liked today's chapter, and I'll see you tomorrow with the next one. Chapter 129, Chapter 129, Desert City. Originally, I wanted to take care of you while your woeful poison body was activated. After all, no one knows if there will be any accidents when activating it, but now that you have activated it on your own, there doesn't seem to be any problems, which saves us a lot of effort, Xiao Ming said. Xiao Yixian let out a sigh of relief when she heard this. She had thought that Xiao Ming had some kind of dissatisfaction with her activating her woeful poison body. This time, Ziyan and I were searching for medicinal herbs in the Magic Beast Mountain range, and we happened to come across quite a few good quality poisons, so you can keep them. Xiao Ming took out a dozen different colored herbs from his storage ring, and one of them was the ice blue herb that Xiao Ming had obtained not long ago. Seeing so many poisonous herbs, a feeling of craving arose inside Xiao Yixian and she wanted to swallow them immediately. Xiao Yixian knew that this was a characteristic of the woeful poison body, but this was the first time she felt this sensation, and it was such a strong sense of longing. Xiao Yixian understood that the reason was that the poisonous herb that Xiao Ming had taken out was too toxic. The herbs that Xiao Ming, as a 6th-tier alchemist, was able to obtain would naturally not be bad. Getting up from the bed and walking to Xiao Ming's side, Xiao Yixian revealed a bright smile and said, "Thank you very much." Although Xiao Yixian's smile was bright, her face was a little pale because she had just swallowed the poison, giving her a pitiful appearance. "No need, it's actually like you said, the faster you can improve your strength, the better it will be for me." Xiao Ming waved his hand. "However, I have to remind you that it's all about gradual progress. These poisons are not low grade, although taking them all directly won't really cause much damage to your woeful poison body, but you'd better take these poisonous herbs in intervals, otherwise you might be unconscious for a long time due to the level of the toxins." I understand." Xiao Yixian gently nodded her head and put away those poisonous herbs in her storage ring. Seeing Xiao Yixian putting the things away, Xiao Ming took out a few more black ancient scrolls from his storage ring. "These are some Do techniques suitable for poison masters that I obtained earlier. Although the woeful poison body's Do Qi is an excellent means of attack in itself, with these Do techniques, your strength can be taken to the next level." Xiao Yixian took the Do techniques and discovered that these Do techniques were all high level, and the lower ones were all low xian. Sensing that Xiao Yixian's current strength was still at the Do practitioner realm, Xiao Ming said, "Start practicing the low xian Do technique. With your current strength, it is difficult to start without guidance. If you don't understand something, you can come and ask me." After saying that, Xiao Ming remembered the Do techniques that Xiao Yixian had obtained earlier in the cave, so he spoke again. "The flying Do technique will launch a magical beast soul attack on the scroll towards you when you want to cultivate it, so don't cultivate it alone without me being around, got it?" Xiao Ming's caring caused a warm current to flow through Xiao Yixian's heart. Although Xiao Ming had mainly taken her in because of the woeful poison body, his caring for her wasn't false. Xiao Ming's caring was also a unique experience for Xiao Yixian, who, as an orphan, had never experienced anything like this before. "Xiao Ming, didn't you say we were going to Tager Desert? When are we leaving?" On the side, Zia Yan sat on a chair, wiggling her little legs in boredom. "Soon," Xiao Ming said as he looked at Xiao Yixian. "Do you have anything you want to take with you?" "No, I've already packed my things in the storage ring for the past few days." Xiao Yixian lifted the red storage ring from her finger. "In that case, let's leave now." After saying that, Xiao Ming got up and left the house, with Zia Yan and Xiao Yixian following close behind. When they reached the outside of the house, an eagle screech sounded and Xiao Lan, who was hovering in the air, flew beside Xiao Yixian, causing air currents to rise and crush a small area of grass. "This is the flying magical beast I raised, Xiao Lan," Xiao Yixian introduced. "You are lucky to have the loyalty of a flying magical flying beast, but are you going to release it? This flying magic beast is only first rank, I don't recommend you to take it with you. A first-rank flying magical beast would soon be useless to Xiao Yixian and would become a burden to her." Hearing this, Xiao Yixian reluctantly patted Xiao Lan's head before finally sighing and saying, "It's better to keep Xiao Lan in the valley." With that, Xiao Yixian waved her hand towards Xiao Lan, who shrieked as it flew high into the air, leaving the valley immediately after. Seeing Xiao Lan leaving, Xiao Ming said to Zia Yan, "Zia Yan, could you take Xiao Yixian with you?" "I don't want to." Zia Yan flatly refused. "Why?" Xiao Ming was stunned. After comparing the height difference between Xiao Yixian and her, Zia Yan tilted her head to the side and said with a pout, "It's tiring to carry someone else." This. Xiao Ming didn't know what to say. It was just carrying Xiao Yixian, how could it be tiring? If it weren't for the fact that it was a long trip and on the flight, they were prone to rubbing against each other, he would have carried her himself. "You will have an extra portion of the medicinal herbs we found." As soon as Xiao Ming's words fell, Zia Yan said, deal. Looking at Ziyan, who had changed her face from one moment to the next, Xiao Ming shook his head helplessly. The medicinal herbs trick was really unbeatable. Xiao Ming's wings appeared on his back, then he rushed into the sky and flew to the east. Ziyan also followed Xiao Ming, dragging Xiao Yixian with her. 2 days later, on the eastern border of the Jiama Empire, at the edge of the Tager Desert, 2 beams of light shone in the middle of the sky, drawing the attention of passers-by on the ground. That glow, Do King powerhouses. There are Do King powerhouses gathering at the border. Is there going to be another war against the Snake people? The Jiama Empire had always had friction with the Snake people, and had fought many wars, big and small ones. Every time there was a war, there were strong people on the border of both sides, so the appearance of 2 Do King powerhouses caused astonishment to others. However, this time it was not the Jiama Empire that wanted to make a move against the Snake people, because the 2 streams of light were none other than Xiao Ming and Ziyan, who also carried Xiao Yixian with her. After the 3 of them flew for a while, a huge yellow city appeared at the end of their sight. We have finally arrived at Desert City, and the second piece of the purifying demonic lotus flame remnant map is also at hand. With narrowed eyes, Xiao Ming directly increased his speed and flew towards Desert City. Behind him, Ziyan also saw this and also directly accelerated. Not wanting to waste any time, Xiao Ming guided them and flew directly to the entrance of Desert City before stopping. Looking at the 2 big words on the city gate, Xiao Ming nodded his head. It seemed that they had arrived at the right place. With a flash of his body, he disappeared into thin air, and when he appeared the next moment, he was already in the middle of a small alley. Ziyan and Xiao Yixian were also by his side. Due to the proximity of the desert, the weather in Desert City was quite dry and hot, and the blazing sunlight was descending from the sky, burning the ground beneath their feet to the point of emitting a smoldering heat that slowly rose and made the vision appear slightly distorted and blurred. Xiao Yixian looked at the surroundings and asked, "We have arrived at Desert City, what should we do now?" Ziyan listened to her words and also looked at Xiao Ming. "First, let's buy the most accurate map of Tager Desert. There must be specialized stores selling maps in this city. Besides, Tager Desert is unbearably hot. We should prepare more water supplies." Xiao Ming pondered. Seeing that Xiao Ming already had a plan, Xiao Yixian and Ziyan naturally said nothing more and nodded their heads. With that, the 3 of them walked out of the alley. Chapter 130, Chapter 130, the second remnant map of the heavenly flame. They pulled a random passerby on the street and through him, Xiao Ming and the girls learned where the stores that sold maps of Tager Desert were located. After thanking the passerby, the 3 of them headed to the best map store in Desert City that the passerby had mentioned. After a long while of leisurely walking, the map store called Ancient Map appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. After taking a glance at the outside of the store, Xiao Ming found that the store was not as luxurious and ostentatious as others, and had a vaguely ancient and simple appearance. Xiao Ming slowly walked into the store. The inside of the store was not too spacious. 2 moonlight stones illuminated the store. His eyes scanned the inside of the store, and there was no one buying maps inside, so the atmosphere was quiet and calm. Xiao Ming's eyes glanced around and finally stopped on an old man behind the counter who was carefully making a map with his head down. This old man was obviously quite old, but, although his head was full of white hair, his withered palm, which held a black pen, was still firm and strong. Xiao Ming acutely felt that the old man in front of him had a huge doqi of ice in his body, but it was suppressed by a strange energy and only a small part could be used. Xiao Ming knew that the man in front of him was Hai Badong. When Xiao Ming saw that Hai Badong was indifferent to his arrival, his eyes narrowed and he turned around and walked over to an ancient wooden shelf in the corner of the store and inspected it. Ziyan and Xiao Yixian, on the other hand, stayed where they were, and looking at the old man who ignored them, Ziyan shouted in disgust. "Hey, you stinky old man, can't you see you have customers?" Hai Badong, who had been concentrating on drawing a map, heard Ziyan's shout, and his finger, which he was drawing, gave a jerk, and the route he had carefully drawn deviated slightly. Hai Badong slowly raised his head with a cold look and said in a deep voice, "Little girl, didn't your elders tell you not to talk nonsense when you go out, otherwise, you might die?" At Hai Badong's threat, Zia Yan snorted, "If you can hear me, it seems you are not deaf, why did you ignore us just now? You are not qualified to threaten me, to defeat a Dou emperor like you whose strength is weakened, I only need one punch." Zia Yan said, raising her small fist, as if proving her point. Xiao Ming felt Hai Badong's strength, Zia Yan naturally felt it too. In her perception, the old geezer in front of her with greatly weakened strength was simply not enough for her to fear. Ka! The slowly moving ink brush in his hand bent fiercely, and with a crisp sound, it sharply snapped. The map in front of Hai Badong was instantly stained with a large black blot of ink, and after a long while, he stared at Zia Yan, his eyes clouded, the coldness gradually increasing. "Who the hell are you?" The door, which was open, slammed shut, staring at Zia Yan, a cold and powerful aura spreading through his body. Facing Hai Badong's oppression, Zia Yan seemed relaxed, but Xiao Yixian felt a little uncomfortable. At this moment, someone placed a hand on her shoulder, resisting Hai Badong's aura for her. The owner of this hand was naturally Xiao Ming, and in his other hand, he held a remnant of an ancient map. Obviously, after searching a bit, he had obtained the remnant map of the purifying demonic lotus flame. Because Xiao Ming had resisted Hai Badong's qi, Xiao Yixian immediately felt relieved and looked at Xiao Ming with gratitude in her eyes. After smiling at Xiao Yixian, Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward to stand beside Zia Yan and said, "I didn't expect that Hai Badong, the Ice Emperor who had been roaming the Jiama Empire back then, had really lost a lot of strength and was only left with the strength of a Dou spirit. One can't help but sigh at how unpredictable the world is. I didn't expect you kids to have some strength as well." Looking at Xiao Ming and the others, who were surprisingly unaffected in the slightest by his aura, Hai Badong couldn't help but be a little surprised. He then sneered, "Although I don't know how you recognized me, and I don't know how you know that my strength is greatly reduced, but even if my strength is greatly reduced, it's still not your turn to talk to me like that, little brats." After saying this, Hai Badong stamped his feet on the ground and shot out towards Xiao Ming and the girls like lightning. He intended to give some lessons to these ignorant kids in front of him. As Hai Badong moved, the tent was filled with frosty air, and a fine mist also appeared inside, completely blocking the view of Xiao Ming and his group. It seems that after being sealed for over 20 years, not only has Hai Badong's strength greatly decreased, but he has also become more stupid, to dare to make a move without even finding out our strength. Within the fog, Xiao Ming could clearly perceive Hai Badong's movements, however, he had no intention of making any move. Since Zia Yan wanted to make a move, it was an assured slap anyway. Inside the fog, Zia Yan's vision was not affected. Looking at Hai Badong who was heading towards them, she coldly snorted and countered with a single punch. Where her fist swung, an invisible fluctuation spread out like lightning, reaching towards Hai Badong in an instant. Hai Badong's face changed drastically as he quickly formed a seal with one hand, then quickly shouted, "Ice Spirit Armor!" With the sound of his voice, the icy mist that filled the surroundings instantly turned into a thick ice armor that shone with an icy luster on the old man's body. Pang! The newly formed ice armor was struck by the invisible fluctuations emitted by Zia Yan, and the thick armor only lasted an instant before it turned to dust, and Hai Badong, who was hiding in it, lost his defense and was hit hard. After being hit, Hai Badong spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards faster than he had come, crashing into the counter, which shattered into small pieces of wood that buried him inside. The fog in the store gradually dissipated without Hai Badong's control, and Hai Badong, who was lying on the ground in a mess, appeared in Xiao Ming's sight. Coughing up blood, Hai Badong sat up with difficulty, his voice sounding a bit forlorn. "Haha, I never thought that after living here in seclusion for over 20 years, I would be embarrassed in front of you, Juniors, today, it's really pitiful. Hearing this, Xiao Ming was speechless. They didn't start this, they had actually just come to talk business and had no intention of making a move at all. Ziyan had restrained her hand when she attacked a moment ago, otherwise, with Hai Badong's sealed strength, he would have died a long time ago. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming walked up to Hai Badong and squatted down in front of him, his black eyes staring at Hai Badong. Then he held up the map in his hand and said, "All right, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor, we actually have no malice in coming here, we are just here to buy a map." Chapter 131, Chapter 131, Hai Badong's Conditions. Oh, buy a map? I was beaten like this because you wanted to buy a map. Hai Badong wiped the blood flowing from the corner of his lips and said with a skeptical expression. Weren't you the one who attacked first? Xiao Ming had a playful look on his face. Hai Badong thought about it and realized that this seemed to be the case, and even if he had struck first, he hadn't even won the fight, so his face suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Believe it or not, this is the truth. Xiao Ming stood up and added, I think this remnant map in my hand has been cut by you, hasn't it? Tell me, where is the rest? I'll buy it all together. Hai Badong, who was sitting on the floor, looked at the map in Xiao Ming's hand and coldly snorted, saying, Boy, you have good eyesight, you can find something wrong with this map, but back then, I went to a lot of trouble to get this thing, and although I still don't know its exact use after studying it for more than 10 years, at least I can know that the secrets it contains are definitely not small. Do you want to buy it? Dream on. Oh. Seeing Hai Badong's uncompromising gaze, Xiao Ming raised his eyebrows. Just as he was about to speak, Ziyan walked up to him and clenched her small fist. Stinky old geezer, are you looking for death? Hearing Ziyan's threat, Hai Badong's eyelids jumped and he was a little startled, but he continued speaking without changing his tone of voice. Child, don't threaten me with death, I've lived most of my lifespan, what haven't I seen? You weren't even born when I was moving rampant through the Jiama Empire. Do you think I will be afraid of your threats? Besides, if I die, even if you have great abilities, it will be impossible for you to get the other part of the map. If I'm right, this map must be very important to you, right? Without that little fragment of the map, even if you put it together, you won't be able to find the treasure contained in the map. At the end of the sentence, Hai Badong even looked somewhat smug, feeling that his earlier procedure of dividing the map turned out to be right. You. Ziyan was so angry that she was about to step forward and give him another beating right away. Hey, I'm warning you, don't do anything rash. Seeing that Ziyan was about to make a move, Hai Badong hurriedly stepped back. Forget it, Ziyan. Ziyan wrinkled her nose in disgust but still stopped at the sound of Xiao Ming's voice. Xiao Ming took 2 steps forward and said with a smile, as far as I know, in the Tager Desert, in the eastern part of the Jiama Empire, the only person who was able to turn Your Excellency the Ice Emperor into this current state would be the famous and fierce Queen Medusa of the Snake People race, right? Actually, Medusa was not the only Do Emperor of the Snake People tribe. Besides Medusa, there were 5 other Do Emperors in the Snake People tribe. 4 of them were the Great Elders, but they usually did not show themselves to the world, and the other one was not as strong as Medusa, so what Xiao Ming said was correct. Hearing Medusa's name from Xiao Ming's mouth, a hint of imperceptible panic flashed in Hai Badong's eyes, then he coldly snorted, You guessed it, that's right, but so what? Does it have anything to do with this map? Nothing really, but if my perception is correct, this seal of yours was also placed by her, right? This seal has sealed you for decades, don't you want to undo it? Hai Badong naturally wanted to undo it, and during these decades of being sealed, he had secretly collected a 6th-tier pill recipe that could resolve the seal, as well as most medicinal herbs to refine this 6th-tier pill. However, that pill was a 6th-tier pill, and a heavenly flame was required to refine it. Hai Badong did not believe that the brat in front of him could find someone to help him refine the pills. Facing Hai Badong's gaze, Xiao Ming stretched out his right hand to release a trace of flame and said, "I forgot to introduce myself, my name is Xiao Ming, I am an alchemist, a 6th-tier alchemist. I may have a solution for your seal." A 6th-tier alchemist. And this is a heavenly flame. As expected, an expression of surprise appeared on Hai Badong's face. He had never heard of such a young 6th-tier alchemist before, let alone seen one. This was a disciple trained by some ancient power. Cough. Hearing Xiao Ming's cough, Hai Badong came to his senses, only for a stiff smile to appear on his pale face. So, originally, it was Master Xiao Ming. Of course, Master Xiao Ming can have the other half of the remnant map, but I have a request. Seeing how quickly Hai Badong's face had changed after Xiao Ming declared his identity, a look of envy appeared in the eyes of Xiao Yixian, who was watching the show besides him, but sighed at the thought of her own physique. "What request?" Hai Badong licked his lips and said with a strained smile, "I would like to ask your excellency to refine a 6th-tier pill. As long as you refine that 6th-tier pill, I will give you the remnant map with both hands, and in addition to that, Master will also receive the friendship and favor of a Do Emperor powerhouse, and after my strength recovers, I will unconditionally help you with one thing." Sounds like a good deal. Xiao Ming stared at Hai Badong with a half-smile. Hai Badong felt a little uncomfortable with this stare. "I accept, but you must know the rules of the alchemists, you must provide the recipe and medicinal herbs." Seeing that Xiao Ming agreed, Hai Badong finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the smile on his pale old face grew a little bigger as a result. However, with his withered palms clutching a few strands of beard, Hai Badong said somewhat awkwardly, "I've already gathered most of the medicinal herbs needed for the recipe, but I'm still missing one. This medicinal material is called Sans Datura, which can only be found in the Tagar Desert. The higher the temperature, the easier it is to find it, but as you may know, I cultivate Do techniques of ice attribute, and I have the seal placed by Queen Medusa on my body. As soon as I go into the depths of the Tagar Desert, she will detect me, so..." Seeing the embarrassed expression on Hai Badong's face, Zia Yan beside him said wordlessly, "Hey, you stinky old geezer, you don't want us to go look for it for you, do you? It's already a loss for Xiao Ming to refine your pill, and you still want us to look for the medicinal materials for you? You're not thinking that your little piece of broken map is too valuable, right?" Hearing Zia Yan's words, Hai Badong smiled in embarrassment and hesitated for a long time before he said with some helplessness, "Well, maybe I can give you a little information that interests you." Information? Xiao Ming didn't need to guess to know what he was going to say, it was nothing more than the news of heavenly flame. Indeed, Hai Badong spread his hands and smiled, "It's about the heavenly flame, I wonder if this information can make you help me find the Sans Datura." "I'm not interested." Ahem. Hai Badong choked at Xiao Ming's decisive answer. He didn't expect Xiao Ming to say that. Since when did heavenly flames become so unattractive to alchemists? Xiao Yixian and Zia Yan beside him were also a bit surprised. Didn't Xiao Ming come to the Tagar Desert this time to search for the heavenly flame, so why would he say that he wasn't interested? Although they had doubts in their hearts, neither of them asked, but the next moment, they knew why Xiao Ming had said he wasn't interested. "I've heard of heavenly flame and probably know where it's located, so you'd better give something else in return." This. Hai Badong did not expect such an outcome. He laughed bitterly and lowered his head in contemplation for a while longer before raising his head and saying, "I am the Grand Elder of the Mitre family of the Jiama Empire. As long as you help me find the Sans Datura, when I return to the Mitre family, I can give you great rewards. How about it?" Chapter 132, Chapter 132, Desert Metal Mercenary Company. Hehe, Your Excellency the Ice Emperor is good at business. I could only have the reward until I have found the medicinal herb and refined the pill for you. Hearing this, Hai Badong's face had hints of embarrassment, but he had no choice. What else could he give if the other party didn't want the Heavenly Flames news? Forget it, I accept, but remember what you said today, otherwise, I don't mind letting you know the horror of a 6th-tier alchemist. Shaking his head and picking up a Tager Desert map from the table as he passed by, Xiao Ming walked out of the tent with Ziyan and Xiao Yixian. Xiao Ming, are we really going to help that stinky old geezer to find the medicinal herb? After leaving the tent, Ziyan asked suspiciously. Xiao Yixian also cast a puzzled look. That's right. Xiao Ming said, although killing Hai Badong would also have a high probability of finding the remnant map. However, Hai Badong hadn't offended them too much after all, so Xiao Ming didn't want to do that. If he was one of those vicious people from the Black Corner region, he would be able to do it without hesitation, but with the other party, if things could be traded peacefully, he would still try to trade peacefully. Of course, this is not to say that Xiao Ming is a good person. If Hai Badong is not sensible, he still has other means to make him reveal the whereabouts of the map. But, the Tager Desert is the residence of the Snake People tribe. Medusa is even more vicious. What if you meet her after entering the Tager Desert? Even with the Do Emperor realm of Hai Badong, he was sealed for so many years, I'm afraid. Xiao Yixian's words were not without concern. Don't worry, I have my own plans for this matter. Xiao Ming smiled. Of course, he would not fight a battle without certainty. Just before, he had obtained the corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon from the Jiama imperial family. As long as he refined its wings into the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, his speed would rise several levels, and by then, no Do Emperor could hold him back, not even Medusa. In addition, the fragment obtained from the Alchemist Association contained a scroll with a secret technique, and it was time to cultivate that secret technique. As long as he cultivated that secret technique, not to mention escaping from Medusa's hands, he would not be afraid to fight Medusa. Seeing that Xiao Ming was confident, Xiao Yixian also let go of the worry in her heart. There's no hurry to find the Sans Datura, let's rest first and then take a trip to Rock Desert City. Neither Ziyan nor Xiao Yixian had an opinion on Xiao Ming's arrangement. After looking for an inn in Desert City to rest for a while and restock some supplies, Xiao Ming and the girls headed straight to Rock Desert City. With Xiao Ming and Ziyan's speed, and the map to guide them, they quickly arrived at Rock Desert City. However, by the time they arrived at Rock Desert City, it was already dark. In the sky, half of the sun was already hidden on the horizon, and the originally white clouds were dyed blood red. In addition, the city was heavily guarded, with heavily armed patrolling soldiers everywhere, which gave Xiao Ming, Ziyan, and Xiao Yixian a different feeling. After looking around, Xiao Yixian looked at Xiao Ming standing beside her. It's about to get dark, shall we look for an inn? Let's wait for now, let's go to a place first. Shaking his head, Xiao Ming rejected the proposal. If he remembered correctly, Xiao Yan's elder brothers were in Rock Desert City and had set up a desert metal mercenary company here. The purpose of his coming here was to meet Qing Lin, who was working as a maid in the desert metal mercenary company. Since he was going to meet her anyway, he could directly go to the desert metal mercenary company now. Without explaining himself to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, Xiao Ming directly stopped a passerby and threw a bag of gold coins into his arms. The passerby then nodded his head and led Xiao Ming and the others to the location of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company. This, sir, up ahead is the location of the Desert Metal Mercenary Company that you mentioned. The man leading the way said with a smile, pointing to an enclosure. Above the enclosure, a banner was swaying in the wind, and on it was written the words Desert Metal Mercenary. Outside the compound, several burly men stood straight with weapons in their hands, their sharp eyes scanning back and forth at passers-by passing by the gate. Judging from the smell of blood faintly emanating from their bodies, they were true iron-blooded men who had danced on the edge of a knife and not novices who had just become mercenaries. Waving to the passerby, indicating that he could leave, Xiao Ming then led Ziyan and Xiao Yixian towards the main entrance of the compound. The muscular men at the gate had already seen Xiao Ming and the girls, and when they saw Xiao Ming walking towards them, they immediately turned to the leader of the group, Xiao Ming, saying, "This little brother, it's already late, if you have an assignment, you can come back tomorrow to talk about it. I'm not here to talk about business with you, I'm here to find your boss, tell your boss that a man named Xiao Ming has come to see him." Some of the men looked at each other in dismay. Their boss Xiao Ding was surnamed Xiao, and the visitor was also surnamed Xiao. This must be a member of the boss's clan coming to see him, right? After asking Xiao Ming and getting a positive answer, the man also did not stop Xiao Ming and his group anymore. Instead, after sending a man to fetch Xiao Ding and the others, he led Xiao Ming and his group towards the compound. Inside the compound, the man led them to a hall, and after Xiao Ming and his group had been sitting in the hall for a while, a sound finally came from outside the hall. Creak! The door of the hall was pushed open and the face of a young man, who bore a slight resemblance to Xiao Yan, suddenly appeared. The young man was dressed in a white robe and his eyes, a little brighter than usual, contained a bit of wisdom. Behind him was another young man dressed in mercenary clothes, whose dark eyes were lazy and stern, and his face concealed a fierceness like that of a ferocious wolf. Xiao Ming had seen the two of them when he was in the clan, so he would not be mistaken at this time. However, when he saw them, Xiao Ming couldn't help but frown, as he felt that Xiao Li's gaze towards him contained dissatisfaction. With Xiao Ming's current strength, he was sure that he would not misperceive. Although he did not understand what Xiao Li was thinking, Xiao Ming did not care about him and instead looked at Xiao Ding, who was at the head of the group. Xiao Ding was calmer and seemed somewhat happy about Xiao Ming's arrival. "Why didn't you let me know you were coming in advance, Supreme Elder? So that way I could prepare a banquet to welcome you." "Hehe, there's no need for such a fuss, since you know I became the Supreme Elder. Was it the clan that wrote to inform you?" After Xiao Ding led Xiao Li to sit down, he smiled and said, "Not long ago, Father wrote to inform us of this. Supreme Elder has such achievements at a young age, I believe the clan will definitely flourish with your help." Chapter 133, Chapter 133, Qinglin. The development of the family has to rely on everyone's effort, it is useless to rely only on me, I still hope to go out and make some more trips. Xiao Ming slowly said these words. As for the development of the clan, cousin Xiao Shan has done a good job. Cousin Xiao Shan's strength has long ago reached Dou spirit. With him in the clan has developed very quickly, and has already taken Wutan City. That being said, why don't you all go back to the clan? Saying this, Xiao Ming looked at the two of them. With this look, he could see their current realm. Xiao Ding and Xiao Li were both at the Dou Master level, one at 2-star Dou Master and the other at 5-star Dou Master. The Dou Qi they cultivated in their bodies was also considered pure and thick, something that was impossible to achieve with a Huang class Qi method, so they must have cultivated the Dou techniques and Qi methods he had brought to the Xiao family. The potential of Xiao Ding and Xiao Li was not bad in the Xiao family. If they had entered the Jianan Academy as Xiao Shan, how could their strength be so low? Instead of going out to fight, it was actually better for them to quietly cultivate in the family. This. Hearing Xiao Ming asks this, Xiao Ding smiled bitterly and said, "Actually it is due to some difficulties that we are far away from home. You also know that my third brother's body has a strange situation, we just want to create a way out for him." Xiao Ming nodded in understanding. The two Xiao brothers were indeed quite worried about Xiao Yan, so it was understandable that they wanted to do this. However, they were looking for Xiao Yan to break off ties with the clan in the future, which was not as easy as just wanting to part ways and leave without further ado. Xiao Ding continued, also, about what happened earlier with the Misty Cloud sect. "Big brother, what's the point of talking to him so much?" Listening to the quiet conversation between Xiao Ding and Xiao Ming, Xiao Li was somewhat dissatisfied. "Second brother." Xiao Ding reprimanded him, then hurriedly got up to apologize to Xiao Ming. "Sorry, Supreme Elder, the second brother was poisoned by a flower-tail snake when he was out these days. His emotions are a bit unstable, so he offended you a lot, please don't take it seriously. Poisoned by a flower-tailed snake. If I believed him, I would be a fool. Xiao Ming could see that this Xiao Li was definitely displeased with him. It wasn't like he had offended him before, and the reason for his displeasure was probably because of the matter of Xiao Yan and Nalan Yan Ran. Without bothering to find out in detail what Xiao Li thought, and ignoring Xiao Li, Xiao Ming directly stood up and said to Xiao Ding. Forget it, I'm not going to bother with you guys, I'm just here to find someone in your place this time, just call the person and I can reward you. Oh, okay. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Xiao Ding also knew that this conversation was not going to continue, and first shot a reproachful glance at Xiao Li before turning to Xiao Ming, who is Supreme Elder looking for a girl who has the blood of the snake people. It's her. As soon as Xiao Ming spoke, Xiao Ding knew who this person was because the characteristics were so obvious that Qing Lin was the only one in the entire Desert Metal Mercenary Company who matched. Although he did not understand why Xiao Ming was looking for her, Xiao Ding still asked someone to call her into the hall. A moment later, the mercenary who had gone out entered with a girl. The girl that entered the room did not appear very old. From her appearance, it seemed that she was slightly younger than Zia Yan. She wore a little green and blue outfit that showed off her slender willowy waist. This type of attire was typical of these border cities, and her beautiful long green hair fell to her feet in a twin braid. A charming, delicate melon face, like a beautiful porcelain doll, and a shy look, like a frightened bunny, make one's heart stir. Boss, I brought her here. You can retire first. Xiao Ding nodded, then turned to Xiao Ming again and said, Supreme Elder, this is the snake people hybrid you are looking for. Hearing that Xiao Ming was the one specifically looking for her, Qing Lin looked at Xiao Ming curiously, but when she looked at him, she realized that Xiao Ming was also looking at her, causing the two of them to cross their gazes. Seeing Xiao Ming's gaze, Qing Lin immediately lowered her head like a frightened bunny. Watching her, Xiao Ming carefully saw Qing Lin's arm hidden in her sleeve, which had some green scales growing on the top. Confirming that she was the person he was looking for, Xiao Ming didn't say much nonsense and directly took out a pill bottle on the table and said, I'll take this person, no problem, right? No problem. Xiao Ding said back. Good, then I'll take my leave. After giving Xiao Yixian a nod and asking her to take Qing Lin with her, Xiao Ming and the girls left the hall. Looking at the backs of Xiao Ming and the girls disappearing into the distance, Xiao Li said to his older brother Xiao Ding with dissatisfaction, Big brother, why are you talking to him about little Yanzi? When the misty cloud sect arrived at the door, he just sat there doing nothing. Come on, second brother. If we want little Yanzi to leave the clan in the future without affecting our father, only Xiao Ming can talk, you're too impulsive this time. Xiao Ding said in a deep voice. Just as Xiao Ming had thought, it wasn't as if someone could join and leave a clan whenever they wanted to. Especially since Xiao Yan was the son of the clan head and the Xiao family had spent a lot of resources on him over the years, even if he became a waste, it was not a sufficient reason to leave the clan. The clan members who were not strong enough would organize together. Only those who were strong enough could plan their own lives. Even if those elders did not use the matter of Xiao Yan against Xiao Zhan, the clan rules would not allow it. Therefore, Xiao Ding was actually thinking of using Xiao Ming. If Xiao Ming was willing to say a word or two about this matter, naturally, no one in the Xiao family would insist on it. Xiao Li naturally understood this matter, but stubbornly said, but, Xiao Ming obviously could have stepped in to resolve the matter when Nalan Yanran went to the family, but he still watched the show from his seat, so he wouldn't necessarily care about little Yanzi. He also watched little Yanzi set up some kind of 3-year arrangement. With little Yanzi's physical condition, how could he win that 3-year bullshit? This. Xiao Ding also remained somewhat silent at his words. Xiao Ming, as the pillar of the Xiao family, did not say anything about it at that time. In fact, he was also a bit annoyed. However, he also understood that it was not as if Xiao Ming owed them anything. Xiao Ming had moved away from the family to study at the age of 6 and was not familiar with them at all, and Xiao Shan was the only one in the entire Xiao family who had the best relationship with him. Over the years, Xiao Ming sent many good things to the family and they benefited a lot from it. His second brother had even cultivated a set of complementary thunder attribute techniques that Xiao Ming had sent back, and it was worth a lot of money. Furthermore, Xiao Ming had also given them a 4th-tier pill recipe for their father to take Xiao Yan to see an alchemist, so it could be said that not only did Xiao Ming owe them nothing, but they owed Xiao Ming. Wanting to accuse Xiao Ming, Xiao Ding also knew that they actually had no right. Therefore, from the moment Xiao Ming arrived at the door, he acted politely. What Xiao Ding understood, wouldn't Xiao Li understand? In fact, he understood it too, but sometimes, one's emotions were not easy to control. Especially when they adored their younger brother so much that they even risked their lives to venture out, just to create a shelter for Xiao Yan. With a sigh, Xiao Ding said, "Don't mention this matter in the future. Today you opened your mouth and offended Xiao Ming. If it wasn't because we are from the same clan, I'm afraid he would have already taken it upon himself to teach us a lesson." "I know, but I don't know why Xiao Ming was looking for Qinglin this time. Whatever it is, Xiao Ming has always had a good character, so I don't think he would do anything bad to Qinglin." Chapter 134, Chapter 134, Triple Jade Green Snake Flower Pupils. After leaving the Desert Metal Mercenary Company's residence and realizing that it was about to get dark, Xiao Ming led the girls to find an inn in Rock Desert City to spend the night. In the room, Xiao Ming sat on a chair, while Qinglin stood by the table with some trepidation. She didn't understand what Xiao Ming's purpose was in coming to look for her. Could it be that he wanted to torture her for her snake people bloodline? Qinglin did not have positive thoughts at all. After all, she had been abused since she was a child, and her situation was far worse than Xiao Yan's 2 years as a waste. "Young master and young ladies, is there anything you need Qinglin for?" Trembling, Qinglin spoke pitifully. Xia Yan looked at Qinglin, who was even smaller than her, and spoke curiously, "Yes, what do we want with this little girl?" "Qinglin, come here." Without directly answering Xia Yan's question, Xiao Ming waved his hand towards Qinglin. After hesitating for a moment, Qinglin still slowly approached Xiao Ming. Grabbing Qinglin's arm and pulling her forward a bit, Xiao Ming carefully looked at Qinglin's somewhat red face. It was more accurate to say that he was looking at Qinglin's eyes. Staring into Qinglin's pair of watery eyes, Xiao Ming realized that, deep within her pair of emerald green eyes, 3 extremely small turquoise spots seemed to be hiding. Looking closely at her bewitching dark green pupils, Xiao Ming suddenly felt his spirits fluctuate a little. Although it didn't affect him much, he couldn't help but feel a little astonished. With its soul power, this triple jade green snake flower pupils could still have some small effect on him, which was truly magical. As Xiao Ming stared at Qinglin, she naturally also stared at him. At this moment, looking at Xiao Ming who was so close to her, Qinglin's head was a little dizzy, and her delicate and cute little melon face was completely red. This was the first time in her life that she was staring at a male, and she could see that there was no discrimination against her in this person's eyes. "Young master." Qinglin felt like she wasn't going to be able to take it anymore, so she whispered. When he came back to his senses, Xiao Ming noticed that the little spots in Qinglin's eyes seemed to have disappeared, so he smiled and let her go. "Is there something wrong with this girl's eyes?" Xiao Yixian was sharp enough to notice where Xiao Ming's gaze had been a moment ago. "Her eyes are the triple jade green snake flower pupils." "Triple jade green snake flower pupils?" Xiao Yixian asked with some curiosity, "Is it some kind of special physique?" Qinglin, who had recovered a little, also looked shyly at Xiao Ming, wanting to know about her eyes from him. "Well, indeed it can be said to be a special physique. It is a somewhat strange kind of innate physique, which can only appear in the offspring of humans and snake people. Those who have this special physique, if they master it, they can make people hallucinate. Think about it, if when fighting against someone, you suddenly make the opponent stunned, or even worse, let the opponent directly kill their partner, how would they feel about that? Xiao Ming said with a smile as he stroked Qinglin's little head. Ziyan didn't hear the question, her eyes were fixed on Xiao Ming's hand, and seeing that he had stroked Qinglin's head, her eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly for a moment. Xiao Yixian thought for a moment about the scene Xiao Ming described and said with some astonishment, among experts, the timing of battle is very important, a single breach can kill a person, and this kind of special physique can affect one's spirit, which is really terrifying. Xiao Ming shook his head and laughed, the terrifying appearance of the triple jade green snake flower pupils is more than that, although the triple jade green snake flower pupils is not as terrifying as the woeful poison body, its strange characteristics are not below the woeful poison body. The triple jade green snake flower pupils is the nemesis of almost all snake-like magical beasts, capable of forming a one-sided forced connection with snake-like magical beasts, thus controlling them, with the exception of the ancient heaven serpent and the seven-colored heaven swallowing python. Moreover, it can also store magical beasts or even people in a space created within its pupils. Although the size of the space opened by the triple jade green snake flower pupils is limited, the size of the space will increase as the user's strength increases. The strength of the magical beast or person taken into the space will be slowly absorbed by the user, and although the devouring speed is slow and there is a strength limit, it is still an unparalleled ability. Hearing Xiao Ming says this, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian immediately looked at the somewhat shy Qinglin in front of Xiao Ming with some surprise. They did not expect this frail-looking girl to possess such a terrifying special physique. Qinglin did not feel much, although Xiao Ming said that her eyes were very powerful. She had spent her childhood being beaten and insulted and had long since developed an inferiority complex, and the gaze of Ziyan and Xiao Yixian gawking at her, made her shrug her shoulders in some fear. Seeing her in this state, Xiao Ming revealed a gentle smile. "You don't have to be so afraid, we won't do anything to you, you can follow me from now on." "Don't you hate me?" asked Qinglin in a low voice. "Hate you? Why should I hate you? Just because you have the lineage of the snake people? Having the lineage of a snake people isn't a bad thing, so how could I hate you?" Xiao Ming patted Qinglin's little head and pointed at Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, "Not only I won't hate you, they won't hate you either." Following Xiao Ming's finger, Qinglin found that Xiao Yixian, dressed in white, gave her a gentle smile, while Ziyan, who was a little older than her, did not smile at her, but did not show a look of displeasure either. Qinglin felt that her eyes were a little cloudy, as if some sand had gotten into them. "Qinglin, in this vast life, you will always find one or more auspicious clouds that could change your destiny. Instead of dealing with people who don't like you, why not take a pleasant walk under these auspicious clouds?" TL, auspicious clouds, symbolizing happiness and good luck. Although I am not necessarily your auspicious cloud, with me, you will never be discriminated against again. How about it? Are you interested in following me? Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Qinglin froze in the spot, and after a long time, a slightly inexplicable strange color appeared on her lovely delicate face, her pretty nose gently twitched as she lifted her small face, and three extremely thin turquoise spots suddenly emerged once again silently between those pairs of special dark green pupils. "Auspicious cloud!" Xiao Yixian muttered silently, glancing sideways at Xiao Ming, her face flushed slightly, her thoughts were unknown. I'm willing." Qinglin nodded, shaking her little head vigorously. Seeing Qinglin nod, Xiao Ming was also very happy. Although it was a little late to ask Qinglin's opinion, the process still had to be followed, and Qinglin's agreement saved a lot of trouble. At least, now that Qinglin nodded her head, she would not betray him in the future. "Well, let me introduce ourselves to you. My name is Xiao Ming, this older sister in white is called Xiao Yixian, and she, who doesn't look much older than you, is called Ziyan." Xiao Ming pointed to Xiao Yixian and Ziyan, who had been watching the scene beside him for a while, and said, "Young Master Xiao Ming, Sister Xiao Yixian, Sister Zai Yan." Qinglin greeted Xiao Ming and the girls very obediently. Qinglin's obedient and well-mannered appearance was very endearing, which made Xiao Yixian come closer and pinched her cheeks. "Call me Sister Xianer, little sister." Chapter 135, Chapter 135, Refining the Wings. After they briefly introduced themselves, Qinglin became quite familiar with Xiao Ming and the girls and was much less shy. In the evening, after a simple meal, Xiao Ming talked with Zai Yan and the other girls and left the inn, along with a map, to search for a mountain range near Rock Desert City. Xiao Ming flew a few hundred miles before barely finding a small mountain range. Xiao Ming's Do Chi wings vibrated and he landed on the mountain range. First, Xiao Ming released his soul power outside his body and took a good look at the mountain range to make sure there were no high-ranked magical beasts on it. After blocking the entrance of the cave, Xiao Ming turned around and scanned his star ring, and with a flash of white light, a huge magical beast corpse appeared in the center of the cave. The Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. Xiao Ming looked at the magic beast's corpse in front of him and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon was 15 meters in size, and its entire body was silver white, especially the pair of silver white feathers, which shone under the moonlight stone at the top of the cave, as if it had a special glow. Although the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon has been dead for many years, its remains still gave off a fierce and majestic aura as it lay on the ground. Walking towards the remains of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming touched its wings and felt a cold feeling coming from them. However, within this coldness, there was a slight warmth. Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction as he felt the energy surging within the remains of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. The Jiama sacred family has preserved the remains of this Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon very well. Other than the wings, it still has value to use the other parts, but this time, it will only be necessary to refine wings for the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose. With this thought, Xiao Ming raised his hand and a sharp red-bodied long sword appeared in his palm. A layer of red fire silently spread and finally lingered above the blade, and the scorching heat caused a thin white mist to emerge from the sharp long sword. Swoosh! Xiao Ming held the long sword and stabbed mercilessly at the place where the silver-white wings met the magic beast's body, and when the sword pierced through its body, Xiao Ming felt extremely strong resistance. When I have time, I could use the skin of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon to make a few armors. I think it would be very effective. As he thought about this, Xiao Ming put more weight on his hand. While swinging his long sword, he slowly cut the skin of the magical beast at the base of the white and silver feathers. Without worrying about these pieces of flesh, Xiao Ming carefully cut 2 large holes in the back of the beast's dry body, then removed its feathered wings and set them aside cautiously. Next, he carried the main body of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon back to his star ring, and looking at the huge pair of wings on the ground, Xiao Ming began to take things out of his star ring again. The Gold Geese's 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose was indeed a rather rare flying dough technique, and its main feature was that it was able to rely on the quality of refining materials to increase its speed, which was similar to an alternative mode of evolution, and in the face of other flying dough techniques, it was indeed unique in comparison. However, to refine this 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose, one also had to take a great amount of care, in addition to the most important material, which is the wings of a magical flying beast. There are also a lot of various other auxiliary materials needed, but this is not too much of a problem. Xiao Ming had a very rich collection, and he had all those auxiliary materials in his collection. When he had everything ready, Xiao Ming started to refine the wings. As everyone knows, most of the wings of a flying magical beast are usually left with the residual aura of the magical beast itself, which was a fierce and tyrannical aura. Therefore, the first step in refining the wings was to refine the residual magical beast aura. Sitting cross-legged, Xiao Ming waved his hand and the wide silver wings on the ground levitated in front of him. Xiao Ming had already memorized the 9-level wings of the Heavenly Goose refinement technique. A majestic soul power gradually spread out from Xiao Ming's forehead and finally gathered, carefully coiling towards the white and silver wings. Boom! The moment Xiao Ming's soul power came into contact with the wings, a muffled sound immediately erupted in his mind, and then his spirit flew away, and the world before him abruptly changed. It was a snow-white space, and before he could get a good look at it, a scream sounded behind him, and Xiao Ming rushed to turn his head to look, only to see a huge beast made of silver-white air currents, whose head was filled with a tyrannical red pillar of light, staring at him with a pair of terrifying eyes. This beast, looking at its size, looked exactly like the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, so it must be the remaining aura of it. When he saw the owner of the space, Xiao Ming was not polite, and his soul power fiercely burst out. As if it was furious at Xiao Ming for taking the initiative to attack, the flying magical beast roared in anger and flew noisily towards Xiao Ming. Unfortunately, Xiao Ming's soul power was so strong that the beast's body immediately dispersed into a silvery white stream as soon as it touched it. Of course, the silver white stream of air barely had the slightest effect on Xiao Ming, and under its effect, the soul power Xiao Ming sent out only felt a slight tingle. The Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon has the thunder attribute. These silver white air currents are obviously also tainted with the characteristics of the thunder attribute. If it wasn't me, if someone else had to deal with this air current, it might be a bit complicated. With this in mind, Xiao Ming decided to have a quick battle. He gathered the scattered air currents in one area, and with a flick of his mind, an invisible flame appeared in front of Xiao Ming. The invisible flame was the Fallen Heart Flame. Against this type of residual magical beast breath, Fallen Heart Flame was the most proficient. Undoubtedly, under the burning of Fallen Heart Flame, the silver-white streams of air were quickly eliminated. In the cave, Xiao Ming quickly opened his eyes. A puff of murky air was slowly exhaled from his throat. At this moment, Xiao Ming did not seem to be tired after the refinement he had just done, all thanks to his strong soul power and Fallen Heart Flame. Xiao Ming opened his eyes, and his gaze slowly shifted to the white and silver wings suspended in front of him. After the previous refinement, the fierce aura that had been seeping from the latter had become much more enticing, so it was obvious that the previous refinement had had no small effect. Without wasting any time, Xiao Ming snapped his finger and a fiery flame erupted from his body, finally leaving his body slowly and rising into the air in front of him. Xiao Ming's soul power manipulated the temperature of the flame to stay within a suitable range, and after a moment, Xiao Ming waved his hand, and the silver-white wings suspended in front of him were launched directly into the large mass of flames in the air. As he threw the wings, the flames in the air suddenly rose with a poof, and a terrifying temperature penetrated from it, roasting the entire cave like a furnace. After about 2 hours of roasting at such a high temperature, the wings of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon finally changed. All could be seen was a sticky silvery liquid seeping from its smooth silvery white surface. Once this liquid appeared, it fell along the wings. The liquid did not fall to the ground, but remained in the flames, slowly circulating. Chapter 136, Chapter 136, finished when the first drop of liquid fell, it continued to flow for some time. As time went on, the silver-white wings became smaller and smaller, while the silver-white liquid underneath became denser and denser. Tick! After a long time, a tiny, crisp sound suddenly rang out in the cave. Xiao Ming's slightly closed eyes snapped open and looked up slightly, then he realized that the silver-white wings on the flames had completely disappeared, and in their place was a sticky silver-white liquid. Due to the high temperature of Xiao Ming's flame, small bubbles formed in the liquid, and every time the bubbles burst, a strange energy was released. Looking at the silvery white liquid, a smile appeared on Xiao Ming's face. After working so hard to refine it for so long, he had finally refined it into this form. With a faint movement of his mind, the temperature of the flame that filled the room rose sharply, and Xiao Ming's face also gradually became more serious. His palm turned and a dozen silver bones that were originally on the ground appeared in his hand. These silver bones are the bones of a thunder attribute magic beast, which are filled with the power of the thunder attribute that has not yet dissipated. At this moment, they will mix with the wings, giving it a boosting effect. If it encounters a thunderstorm in the future, it might even have a resonance with the thunder attribute between heaven and earth, which would cause its speed to increase even more. Of course, the Silver Emperor Falcon's wings already have the thunder attribute, so the addition of these bones is just an augmentation. After throwing the silver bones into the flames, Xiao Ming threw the items he had already taken out of the ring one after another. There were feathers, bone spikes, and many small wings. Although these objects were different, they all had one thing in common, and that was that they all contained some energy, and although these energies were not extremely strong, they were capable of making the wings even more powerful. After throwing away the items he had taken out a while ago, Xiao Ming thought carefully and took out an 8th rank Thunder Monster Core from his storage ring. The energy contained in the 8th rank Thunder Monster Core was enormous, and with its enrichment, even if the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon's wings were not as good as the original Heaven Demon Phoenix's, they would not be far inferior. This Thunder Attribute Monster Core had long been eating dust in his storage ring, so since he could use it, he would use it. With this thought, Xiao Ming threw it into the silver energy liquid. When all these things were refined and melted into the silver-white liquid, the originally crystalline color became quite dense, and even slightly mixed with some different colored streaks, having an extremely mysterious appearance. Looking at the silver-white liquid, whose color had changed a little, Xiao Ming slowly exhaled, and looking at the flame slowly emitting a lower temperature, Xiao Ming breathed out in relief. Then he slowly closed his eyes. The next step was a germination period that would take quite some time. When Xiao Ming slowly closed his eyes, the room was once again peaceful, with the only sound being the red flames gently rising into the air and the bubbles bursting silently. The gestation lasted almost 2 days and 2 nights. Xiao Ming was not surprised by this, and had informed Ziyan and the other girls before leaving. After 2 days and 2 nights, when Xiao Ming slowly opened his tightly closed eyes, the first thing he did was direct his gaze at the flames in front of him. Within the burning flame, a silvery white liquid slowly flowed out. At this moment, it seemed extremely sticky, as if it was about to solidify. It seemed that, if the cooking continued for a few more hours, it would turn into a hard pile of jade. After exhaling slightly, Xiao Ming's soul power slowly spread out from his eyebrows and quickly invaded the flame, then melted into the extremely sticky silver-white liquid without any problem. When Xiao Ming's soul power melted into it, the sticky silver-white liquid suddenly trembled fiercely, as if it had its own consciousness, and rapidly twisted, as if it was moved by an invisible hand. The writhing only lasted about half an hour, but the silvery white liquid magically transformed into a pair of huge silver wings about 3 meters long. The silver wings were like those of the Silver Emperor Falcon from before, with silver arcs flashing between the silver feathers. On the other parts of the wings were also magic lines of different colors, which looked extremely mysterious and magnificent. If such wings were used for flying, they would probably be extremely eye-catching. Looking at this pair of silver wings, Xiao Ming's eyes were filled with unstoppable joy. He took a deep breath, and with a movement of his mind, the temperature of the flame suddenly increased. As the flame began to retract into Xiao Ming's body, a pair of palm-sized miniature wings glowed with a faint silvery white color and gently hovered in front of Xiao Ming. Looking at this pair of miniature silver-white wings, a hint of relief appeared at the corner of Xiao Ming's mouth as he bit his middle finger and a drop of crimson blood dripped down, finally landing on the silver wings. As soon as the blood touched the silver wings quickly absorbed it and then burst with a strong silver-white light, turning into a beam of light that shot towards Xiao Ming's body. As the silver wings entered his body, Xiao Ming felt a burning pain in his shoulders, and immediately a pair of milk-white wings fell from his shoulders. Xiao Ming quickly caught his previous flying cloud wings and did not pay much attention to them. After putting them in his storage ring, he began to test the effects of the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose. Only a screeching sound was heard, and the broad silver wings that shone with a silvery white light suddenly appeared from behind, feeling the surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became extremely sensitive to the wind and thunder attribute energy, Xiao Ming chuckled and said. The 9-level wings of the heavenly goose are truly extraordinary. With these wings, it can be said that the snake people tribe is no match for me. The silver wings flapped gently, immediately causing a subtle sound of muffled thunder, as well as the sound of the howling wind in the cave. After slightly sensing the energy hidden in this pair of silver wings, Xiao Ming slowly withdrew them with satisfaction. The silver wings quickly shrunk under a subtle glow, and finally turned into 2 beams of light that once again entered Xiao Ming's body and disappeared. After retrieving the silver wings, Xiao Ming's hand moved, and the broken jade piece he had obtained from the Alchemist Association appeared in his hand. After touching the jade piece in his hand and feeling the subtle warmth, Xiao Ming nodded his head and said, "There is something unique about the craftsmanship of this burning flame valley." Suspending the jade piece in the air, Xiao Ming summoned the 10,000 beast flame to roast it. After 10 minutes under the 10,000 beast flame, the jade piece, which had been quiet and still, finally stirred. The original surface, broken and smooth, suddenly began to fluctuate like waves of water, and it looked like it was about to melt. Seeing the jade piece in this state, Xiao Ming's dou qi quickly moved inside his body, and immediately, the temperature of the 10,000 beast flame began to rise fiercely. As the temperature of the flame increased, the broken black jade piece finally melted completely, and after melting, the jade piece was no longer black, but turned into a pool of crystalline green liquid, slowly circulating in the flames, just like a living being, which was quite strange. At one point, the circulating liquid suddenly stopped, and the surface of the liquid bulged as if something was about to explode. The bulging of the green liquid lasted for more than 10 seconds, and at one point, a blinding green light shot out of it, illuminating the interior of the cave in an instant. However, although the green light was blinding, it did not make Xiao Ming close his eyes, because the moment the green light shot out, countless streams of text information suddenly emerged from the liquid, and then automatically arranged themselves in the cave in mid-air, forming a special light curtain. As his eyes swept across the curtain of light in mid-air, Xiao Ming finally landed on the larger words and laughed. He, it finally came out. Without the heavenly flame, it would have been a bit difficult to bring out this Skyfire 3 mysterious change. Although the Skyfire 3 mysterious change in this jade piece is not the complete secret method, but only 1 level, it is enough for me for now. People of the Dou Emperor realm are no longer a threat to me. When I become a Dou Emperor, defeating a powerhouse who is also a fellow Dou Emperor will be as easy as wiggling my fingers. As he spoke, Xiao Ming dipped his finger into the slightly warm liquid that was suspended in front of him. Instantly, the curtain of light suspended in the air trembled, then twisted as if it had come back to life, and a moment later, countless pieces of information turned into a stream of light and poured directly into Xiao Ming's head. The huge stream of information rushed into his mind, causing Xiao Ming's brows to frown slightly for a moment, then quickly softening them and closing his eyes to digest the information contained in the secret cultivation method. Soon after, Xiao Ming opened his eyes. Clearly, he had finished digesting the Skyfire 3 mysterious change. After digesting the Skyfire 3 mysterious change, Xiao Ming's purpose had been achieved this time. However, Xiao Ming did not leave immediately but instead returned to take out the corpse of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon again. After cutting off the claws of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon, Xiao Ming refined a pair of gloves, and after that, he used its skin to refine 3 sets of feather armor. Refining the armor and gloves only took him half a day. When it was all finished, Xiao Ming pushed the stone that covered the entrance to the cave. The silver wings shot out through his body and with a slight vibration and a surge of lightning, Xiao Ming disappeared in the blink of an eye, leaving only an afterimage in his place. Chapter 137, Chapter 137, Traveling to the Snake People Tribe. Xiao Ming, you're finally back. In Rock Desert City, as soon as Xiao Ming returned to his room at the inn, Ziyi Yan pounced on him happily. Nothing happened during the few days I was away, did it? Smiling and stroking Ziyi Yan's little head, Xiao Ming asked the girls in front of him. No, in the few days you were away, we stayed at the inn, so nothing happened. Xiao Yixian replied. Well, that's good. Xiao Ming nodded at her words, then took another look at Xiao Yixian and discovered that Xiao Yixian's realm had increased quite a bit, so he couldn't help but say, "You've almost reached Do Master, right? It's all thanks to the poisonous herbs you gave me earlier. The poison pills you made with those poisonous herbs were extremely toxic, so my realm was able to increase very quickly." Xiao Yixian fixed her hair and replied softly. Xiao Ming was surprised. His own talent was already very good, but when he was in the Do practitioner realm, without taking pills, he did not have the ability to break through several stages in a few days. Xiao Yixian swallowed poison and her strength went higher and higher, and he didn't even sense that her realm was unstable. From this one could see how powerful her woeful poison body was. Smiling, Xiao Ming took Zia Yan's hand and sat down at the table in the center of the room. "Young Master Xiao Ming, have some tea." As soon as he sat down, Qing Lin obediently poured a cup of tea for Xiao Ming. "Thank you, Qing Linier." Xiao Ming's thanks made Qing Lin's little face turn red as she whispered, "This is Qing Lin's duty." After taking a sip of tea, Xiao Ming took out the previously refined feather armor and gloves from the storage ring. After taking out the 3 sets of feather armor for each person, Xiao Ming only told them, "These are some armor refined from the tough feathers of the 6th rank magical beast, the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon. It has a certain level of defense even against Do Emperor's attacks, so each of you can keep 1 set." The armor given by Xiao Ming was said to be a feather armor, but in fact, there were no feathers in it. The feathers of the Silver Emperor Heavenly Falcon were even harder than fine steel. This feather armor was made from the liquid after the feathers were fused plus the mixture of some auxiliary materials. The set was silvery white in color, and there were some strange patterns on the surface. They were magnificent armor. After seeing the armor, Xiao Yixian and the other girls were somewhat in love with it, until, hearing Xiao Ming's words, they were all a little surprised. Especially Qing Lin, who was so scared that her hand retracted. "No, young master, this is too valuable. I can't take it." Qing Lin felt that she was already satisfied that Xiao Ming accepted her and did not discriminate against her, so she did not dare to take something so valuable. "Take it, it is not considered precious to me." Xiao Ming more or less knew what Qing Lin's thoughts were, so he said those words. Hearing Xiao Ming say this, and then looking at Zia Yan who was eagerly looking at the silver armor beside her, Qing Lin ended up accepting the armor, while saying in her heart that she should pay her young master well in the future. Seeing Qing Lin accept the item, Xiao Ming nodded in satisfaction, then handed the gloves to Zia Yan. "These are the gloves made from the sharp claws of the Heavenly Falcon Silver Emperor, take a look and see if they fit you." Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Zia Yan put down the silver armor in her hand and took the gloves. The gloves were silver white in color, like the armor, and unlike ordinary gloves, on the surface of each glove were 5 silver spikes over an inch long that shone and looked exceptionally sharp. The silver spikes on these gloves are the essence of the sharp claws of the Silver Emperor's Heavenly Falcon. A direct hit to a Do Emperor would probably put a few holes in it. I think it's enough for you to use it for a while. Looking at Zia Yan, who was examining the gloves happily, Xiao Ming smiled. Zia Yan had never owned a weapon before, and it just so happened that he had the materials this time, so Xiao Ming refined it. "Thank you, Xiao Ming, I really like these gloves." Zia Yan, who put the gloves on her little hands and felt that they fit her well, said with great joy. "You don't need to be so polite, it's a reward for helping me take care of Xiao Yixian and Qing Lin these days, besides, you have to take care of them some more." "Ah, you're going out again?" Zia Yan's expression of happiness dropped when she heard Xiao Ming's words. Being very clingy with Xiao Ming, she was very unhappy that she couldn't be by his side all the time. "Isn't it because we have to find the medicinal herb for Hai Badong? The Sans Datura can only be found in the main city of the Snake People tribe, it's too unsafe to take them there. Just take me with you, the inn is safe enough for them to stay." Ziyan pouted with dissatisfaction. It's no problem for us to stay at the inn. Xiao Yixian nodded and said, although her strength had not yet reached Do Master, she had no problem defending herself in Rock Desert City. Qinglin also has no problem. No, you'd better stay. I want you to pay attention to the southeast area of Rock Desert City, that's where the heavenly flame is. Xiao Ming shook his head and said, this time he intended to go look for the medicinal herbs first before going back to find the green lotus core flame. Theoretically, he should have searched for the heavenly flame first when he already knew where it was. Originally, Xiao Ming planned the same thing, but he realized that absorbing the heavenly flame, although it wouldn't take him long to devour it, the energy returned after devouring it would be enough to make him break through to Do Emperor, which would take too much time. Thus, Hai Badong would have to wait a long time in Rock Desert City. Therefore, Xiao Ming planned to search for the Sans Datura first, since the heavenly flame was there anyway, it couldn't escape, and it would be the same if he came to pick it up in a few days. The heavenly flame is on the southeast side of Rock Desert City. Hearing Xiao Ming's words, Ziyan and Xiao Yixian were a little surprised. They didn't think there was anything special about this Rock Desert City when they entered the city. Could this heavenly flame really be around here? It's underground. Xiao Ming explained. So, wait here for me to return. I've already successfully refined the 9-level wings of the heavenly goose. The snake people doesn't have a person strong enough to hold me back, and there's no need for you to worry about my safety. It's fine. Xiao Ming said it clearly. Ziyan would not cause trouble for no reason, so she agreed. I will guard the southeast of the city well for you. Above the cloudless sky, the huge blazing sun hung high in the sky like a huge fireball that kept releasing flames. The fiery sunlight was churning in the golden desert, setting those tiny grains of sand ablaze as if they were tiny grains of red-hot iron. In the desert, due to the scorching temperature, wisps of hot air seeped out of the yellow sand, eventually evaporating the space to the point of distorting it. In this heat, a desert lizard would lazily stick out its tongue and lie down on a hill. Suddenly, in the middle of the endless desert, a silvery white light flew in from the distant sky. Startled, the giant desert lizard wagged its tail and hid in the sand, concealing its form. The silver light from the sky suddenly stopped as it flew over the giant lizard. The figure that appeared was none other than Xiao Ming. After talking with Ziyan and the other girls that day, Xiao Ming left the inn to enter the desert. The Tager Desert was immense, and it took 2 days of flying before Xiao Ming approached the depths of the desert. At that time, Xiao Ming, hovering in the sky, held a map in his hand and pointed his finger at the route on the map. The finger moved along the route and finally came to rest slowly on a red dot that represented danger. There were 8 such red dots all over the map, distributed in several different directions in the desert. Among the snake people of the Tager Desert, besides some small and medium-sized tribes, there are also 8 huge tribes, and those are the 8 red dots on the map, and they are the most powerful tribes of the snake people, with powerful people in the Doking realm settled in the village. The 8 great tribes dominated the Tager Desert from various directions, and in the depths of this desert, one of the main roads drawn on the map was intercepted by one of the red dots that Xiao Ming's finger had pointed out. This is one of the 8 tribes of the snake people ahead. This tribe seems to be led by the Doking named Yu Mei. Chapter 138, Chapter 138, Mei Snake Tribe. Yu Mei was one of the 8 leaders of the snake people tribe, and her strength hovered around the 7-star Doking. This kind of strength was very weak compared to Xiao Ming's, so if he wanted to, he could directly pass through the Mei Snake Tribe which was in charge of Yu Mei, saving some time. Anyway, she could not do anything to him. However, after thinking about the fact that he had only come here to look for the Sans Datura, there was no need to provoke the snake people tribe, so Xiao Ming gave up on this plan and thought instead. Sans Datura is only mentioned in the original story in the snake people's sacred city where Medusa is located, and it can help the snake people merge with the souls of the snake-like magical beasts inside their bodies, so it is an extremely precious existence in the snake people. Although there should also be wild sand staturas in the desert, the Tagar Desert is so huge that even if I have the talent to sense treasures, I'm afraid it would take at least half a month to find it. On the other hand, the snake people have always been hostile to humans. If I go alone to the snake people's sacred city to exchange the sand datura with Medusa, I fear that something unexpected may happen. Although I am not afraid of them, it is better to be safe than sorry, so it's preferable for you Mei to act as a go-between. Xiao Ming felt that this plan was very feasible. It wasn't as if he had any enmity with the snake people. He had come to do business the right way. They shouldn't stab him in the back, right? Xiao Ming put the map away and, with a flap of his wings, disappeared with a wave of silver light. After 10 minutes of flight, Xiao Ming arrived at the red dot marked on the map. As one of the 8 major tribes of the snake people, the Mei snake tribe was still of a certain scale, about the same size as Rock Desert City, except that the entire territory was made of yellow soil, and to the naked eye, it was a uniform yellow color, except for a small oasis in the center, which gave the city a different color. On the streets of the Mei snake tribe, apart from a few pedestrians, there was basically no one in sight. Xiao Ming looked at this Mei snake tribe and couldn't help but shake his head, saying, "No wonder the snake people is stalking the human territory of the surrounding empires. This environment is too bad." "Who's there?" Xiao Ming was hovering above the sky, not hiding his aura in the slightest, and was quickly spotted by the snake people guards standing guard outside. "Dochi wings, no tail, it's a powerful human Do King. Quick, blow the horn, alert of an imminent attack from a powerful person." Wu. With the sound of the horn, the originally calm Mei snake tribe began to erupt into chaos, as the ugly snake men and snake women rushed out of their homes with weapons in hand. In an instant, the originally empty and wide street was filled with snake warriors, and for a moment, the scene was somewhat spectacular. However, Xiao Ming just watched the scene and did not care about it. The snake people only had a slight threat to him in the form of Yu Mei, and anyone else below the Do King realm would only be sending themselves to their deaths no matter how many people they sent. "Who blew the horn? Where is the enemy? Look, he's in the sky. It's a powerful person in the Do King realm. How could a human Do King appear? Didn't we have an agreement with the Jiama Empire to not allow a Do King or higher to appear in the depths of the desert?" After a brief commotion, the snake people had calmed down, and seeing that the human powerhouse above them had no intention of attacking, they also did not rush to attack, but only looked at Xiao Ming rather fearfully. After Xiao Ming waited above the sky for a while, he discovered that Yu Mei still hadn't come out, so he couldn't help but frown. "What's wrong with this Yu Mei? I've been here for half a day and she still hasn't come out. Her vigilance is too bad." Xiao Ming, not wanting to wait any longer, landed directly on top of a house and asked a snake woman in the Do spirit realm which was not far away, "Where is Yu Mei, the commander of your tribe?" Being asked by Xiao Ming, a Do King powerhouse, the snake woman was a little nervous. This human powerhouse, are you here to find Lady Yu Mei?" "You don't have to be nervous, I don't have any enmity with your snake people, I won't do anything to you, I just have a request for her this time. Where is she?" Hearing that Xiao Ming was not here to look for trouble, a large group of snake people standing around sighed in relief. After all, the relationship between the snake people and humans was not good, so they were a little scared when a human power suddenly appeared. Since Xiao Ming wasn't here to look for trouble, that was good. Although that snake woman was still a bit cautious, even so, she answered Xiao Ming's question. "Madam Yu Mei went to the sacred city yesterday and won't be back until a little later today." "Oh." Xiao Ming's eyebrows furrowed at her words. "How much later is later?" "It's not that long, she'll be back soon." Because Xiao Ming was acting relatively calm and did not attack them as soon as he appeared, the snake woman did her best to answer Xiao Ming's question. Even if she didn't answer, a person from the Do King realm could know that their commander wasn't in the tribe if he tried his best to sense it. Xiao Ming couldn't help but be a little speechless at the snake woman answer. He had come to look for someone, but he hadn't expected her not to be in her tribe. What should he do now? Go straight to the snake sacred city? Looking at Xiao Ming, who was pondering, the snake woman, who was not supposed to have a low status in the Mei snake tribe, cautiously asked, "This senior, why don't you wait a bit in our tribe?" Xiao Ming listened to her words and thought that since he had come, he could wait for a while, and in an hour's time, if Yu Mei still did not return, he would travel to the Snake People sacred city by himself. Following that doe spirit, he arrived at a room in the central oasis of the Mei snake tribe, and Xiao Ming stood waiting for a while. Luckily, Xiao Ming did not wait in vain, as Yu Mei had returned to the Mei snake tribe very quickly, just as the Snake People's doe spirit had said. "He, younger brother, are you the powerful human who came to look for sister?" In the hall, Yu Mei looked at the handsome-looking young man in front of her and asked with a charming look. Because, after Xiao Ming came to the Mei snake tribe, he did not wreak havoc on the Mei snake tribe while she was gone, so Yu Mei did not show much hostility towards Xiao Ming, who was a human. Although there wasn't much hostility, Yu Mei's words were very rampant and provocative, and her eyes kept roaming over Xiao Ming's face. "Younger brother." Xiao Ming faintly looked at Yu Mei. He felt it was still necessary to let Yu Mei know his capital. With a thought, a wave of intimidating pressure instantly unfolded in the room. The powerful pressure came and went quickly, but Yu Mei in the room also recognized Xiao Ming's strength. A strong person at the peak stage of Do King. Realizing that Xiao Ming's strength surpassed her own, Yu Mei's eyes finally turned serious. Seeing that Yu Mei had become a little more serious, Xiao Ming calmly spoke, "Commander Yu Mei, my name is Xiao Ming, a 6th-tier alchemist, and I am currently the elder of Jianan Academy's alchemy department. I have no malicious intent in coming to your Snake People tribe this time, I just want to exchange a Sanstatura with you, and of course, you can mention the conditions." In the end, Hai Badong would have to pay for it anyway, so it didn't matter what conditions the other party put on it, as long as they weren't too outrageous. Hearing Xiao Ming says that he was a 6th-tier alchemist, a trace of surprise appeared in Yu Mei's eyes. Although Xiao Ming was tall, his face was childish, so he obviously couldn't be too old. The strength above her was already too outrageous, and he was still a 6th-tier alchemist. This was too monstrous. And when she heard that Xiao Ming was the elder of Jianan Academy's alchemy department, Yu Mei's face showed a hint of fear. Although the Snake People were under siege in the Tager Desert, they also had knowledge of the Jianan Academy, which was not a force they could afford to mess with. Not to mention the Jianan Academy, even a 6th-tier alchemist was not something they could play with. After looking at Xiao Ming's face for a while, Yu Mei spoke with a smile, "So it's Master Xiao Ming himself. I'm sorry for disrespecting you. How talented is Master Xiao Ming to have such strength at such a young age? However, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you, Master. About the Sanstatura, our Mei Snake tribe no longer has any stock, only Her Majesty's sacred city has some stock." Xiao Ming gave a weak reply and did not feel disappointed. He only said, "In that case, I would like to ask you to be a go-between and take me to the Snake People's sacred city to negotiate. How about it? I will pay the remuneration." Chapter 139, Chapter 139, Queen Medusa take you to the sacred city? Yu Mei laughed at his words. "Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to leave after going? You know, there is no shortage of those who are extremely displeased with humans. They won't want to treat you peacefully like me." Hehe, I don't think the Snake People race would antagonize a 6th-tier alchemist for no reason, right? Xiao Ming chuckled lightly. That's not necessarily true. Yu Mei secretly thought, as the commander of the Mei Snake tribe, she knew very well that there were many existences among the Snake People who were ruthless towards humans, and these people could not resist making a move every time they saw a human. Even she herself did not have a good feeling toward humans. If it wasn't for the fact that Xiao Ming had not caused any harm to her tribe and was so powerful, one fears that she would have made her move the first time she saw Xiao Ming. However, although the Snake People would rarely deal with human powers, they would nevertheless try to avoid offending a master alchemist like Xiao Ming. Even if someone with no brains wanted to make a move, they would be persuaded not to do so because they were also very clear about the kind of appeal a master alchemist of Xiao Ming's level had. For example, as long as Xiao Ming wanted to, he could easily find more Do Emperor powerhouses than the total number of Do Emperor of the Snake People tribe and overthrow them. At the same time, the Snake People tribe also had a demand for pills, and due to their innate attributes, the Snake People tribe could not produce alchemists, so establishing a good relationship with a human master alchemist was also something the Snake People tribe should consider. After a moment of contemplation, Yu Mei then delicately smiled and said, "Since Master Xiaoming is not worried, then I will accompany you to the sacred city." "Then thank you very much, Commander Yu Mei. I wonder what kind of remuneration Commander Yu Mei wants?" Xiaoming first thanked, then asked directly. "Remuneration?" Yu Mei smiled softly at his words. Her eyes were quite warm as she watched Xiaoming's cheeks, licking her lips flirtatiously. One didn't know what she was thinking about, but she didn't speak for half a second. "Commander Yu Mei. Master Xiaoming is the most handsome man Yu Mei has seen over the years, so I got carried away for a moment, please don't blame me." The corners of Xiaoming's mouth twitched at her words. Indeed, he believed that he was the most handsome man Yu Mei had seen over the years. After all Snake People males were hideous, but it was also no excuse to keep looking at him like that. Sighing secretly, Xiaoming said, "Commander Yu Mei is joking, the matter of remuneration. I will simply lead the way, you can forget about the remuneration, as long as Master remembers the friendship with the Snake People tribe." Yu Mei stretched her waist for a moment before lazily saying, "When dealing with an alchemist like Xiaoming, the most important thing was to strike up a relationship with the other party if there was the opportunity. Wouldn't it be foolish to throw away this opportunity for a small profit? Especially since Xiaoming was now incredibly young and had huge scope for development." Since Yu Mei said so, Xiaoming didn't bother to say more. Anyway, forming relationships wasn't a bad thing. When the time came, if they wanted to ask him to refine pills, they still had to follow the alchemist's rule. After Yu Mei agreed, she and Xiaoming soon left the Mei Snake tribe and headed to the sacred city of the Snake People, where Medusa was located. The Mei Snake tribe was already close to the depths of the Tager Desert, plus they were both strong Do kings. As the scorching sun in the sky gradually hid in the west, the two finally saw it, a huge city, faintly appearing at the end of the horizon. "Oh, up ahead is the sacred city, follow me closely, but don't run that way, or you will be treated as an enemy by the guards of the sacred city." Seeing the city, Yu Mei came to Xiaoming's side and said. Xiaoming nodded to show that he had understood, and then the two of them flew through the sky toward the city at an even greater speed. The closer they got to the city, the more Xiaoming noticed that in the middle of the endless yellow sand surrounding this majestic city, many more huge rocks had begun to appear, and behind these rocks was a temple where Queen Medusa resided. Only when they were almost above the city did their speed slow down. Like the Mei Snake tribe, there were also snake people patrolling above the walls of the sacred city. However, after spotting Xiaoming and Yu Mei, they did not cause much commotion due to Yu Mei's presence. They merely asked questions and let them in after finding out the purpose of the two's coming. During this period, Xiaoming deliberately observed the snake people's disposition as well as its strength. Xiaoming found that the overall strength of the snake people's guards in this city was definitely stronger than Yu Mei's Mei Snake tribe. In addition, among those guards, there were also some snake people with some strange costumes. These snake people, with cold faces, were hidden in the shadows, and within a few feet around these snake people, none of the other snake people dared to set foot near them. Obviously, they were quite afraid of these snake people with strange costumes. Medusa guards. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed and did not care about these people. Instead, under Yu Mei's leadership, he headed towards the divine hall in the center of the snake people. In the middle of the spacious and luxurious hall, a delicate figure leaned gently on the back of a chair, looking slightly tired, scanning from time to time with her lazy gaze at Xiaoming, who was sitting next to her, and said loudly, "Master Xiaoming, This time I exhausted myself a lot for your sake. When you have the chance in the future, you must reward me well. After a day of flying back and forth, although Yu Mei was a strong Do King, she couldn't help but feel a little tired. It's you who doesn't want to be rewarded. Xiao Ming muttered inwardly, but mostly said, if there is a chance, I will do it. When Yu Mei opened her mouth to say something else, she suddenly closed it for some reason, and her face immediately became very respectful as she stood up and looked beyond the Great Hall. Xiao Ming also looked beyond the Great Hall when a beautiful snake person appeared at the entrance of the Great Hall. She was a very beautiful snake woman with a graceful body, sexy and charming in general, and wore an elegant and beautiful purple robe. She was voluminous and luscious, much like a mature juicy peach, from which a faint sensation of attraction emanates. She has long red hair extending to her narrow waist, and her golden eyes seemed to look down on the whole world. She also had a huge purple snake tail. For this kind of woman, it seems that the only way to describe her is to use the words demonic beauty. However, underneath her charm, there is a touch of nobility and grace like that of an empress, a charming aura that suddenly reminds Xiao Ming of Yun Yun, the sect leader of the Misty Cloud sect, whom he had met in the Xiao family. They both had that elegant aura of being in an elevated position. The identity of the person coming was obvious, it was none other than Queen Medusa. Behind Queen Medusa, there was a bald man with a violent aura around him, and his shiny bald head was painted with patterns of grey and white snakes, which, when seen from afar, were like coiled grey and white vipers, making people shudder. And next to the bald snake person was a beautiful snake woman.